there is often only a low correlation between the specific traits that a person expresses in one situation and those that he expresses in other situations. This is in part because people tend to see more traits in other people than they do in themselves. Personality predicts behavior better when the behaviors are aggregated or averaged across different situations. The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, is the most important measure of psychological disorders. Projective measures are measures of personality in which unstructured stimuli, such as ink blots, drawings of social situations, or incomplete sentences are shown to participants, who are asked to freely list what comes to mind as they think about the stimuli. Despite their widespread use, however, the empirical evidence supporting the use of projective tests is mixed. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Consider your own personality and those of people you know. What traits do you enjoy in other people, and what traits do you dislike? 2. Consider some of the people who have had an important influence on you. What were the personality characteristics of these people that made them so influential? 11.3 The Origins of Personality. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Describe the strengths and limitations of the psychodynamic approach to explaining personality. 2. Summarize the accomplishments of the Neo-Freudians. 3. Identify the major contributions of the humanistic approach to understanding personality. Although measures such as the Big Five and the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, are able to effectively assess personality, they do not say much about where personality comes from. In this section we will consider two major theories of the origin of personality, psychodynamic and humanistic approaches. 461. 11.3.1 Psychodynamic Theories of Personality, the Role of the Unconscious. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. One of the most important psychological approaches to understanding personality is based on the theorizing of the Austrian physician and psychologist Sigmund Freud, 1856–1939, who founded what today is known as the psychodynamic approach to understanding personality. Many people know about Freud because his work has had a huge impact on our everyday thinking about psychology, and the psychodynamic approach is one of the most important approaches to psychological therapy. Raudinesco, 2003, Taylor, 2009. 41 Freud is probably the best known of all psychologists, in part because of his impressive observation and analyses of personality. There are 24 volumes of his writings. As is true of all theories, many of Freud's ingenious ideas have turned out to be at least partially incorrect, and yet other aspects of his theories are still influencing psychology. Freud was influenced by the work of the French neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot, 1825-1893, who had been interviewing patients, almost all women, who were experiencing what was at the time known as hysteria. Although it is no longer used to describe a psychological disorder, hysteria at the time referred to a set of personality and physical symptoms that included chronic pain, fainting, seizures, and paralysis. Charcot could find no biological reason for the symptoms. For instance, some women experienced a loss of feeling in their hands and yet not in their arms, and this seemed impossible given that the nerves in the arms are the same that are in the hands. Charcot was experimenting with the use of hypnosis, and he and Freud found that under hypnosis many of the hysterical patients reported having experienced a traumatic sexual experience, such as sexual abuse, as children. Dolnick, 1998. 42. Freud and Charcot also found that during hypnosis the remembering of the trauma was often accompanied by an outpouring of emotion, known as catharsis, and that following the catharsis the patient's symptoms were frequently reduced in severity. These observations led Freud and Charcot to conclude that these disorders were caused by psychological rather than physiological factors. Freud used the observations that he and Charcot had made to develop his theory regarding the sources of personality and behavior, and his insights are central to the fundamental themes of psychology. In terms of free will, Freud did not believe that we were able to control our own behaviors. Rather, he believed that all behaviors are predetermined by motivations that lie outside our awareness, in the unconscious. These forces show themselves in our dreams, in neurotic symptoms such as obsessions, while we are under hypnosis, and in Freudian slips of the tongue, in which people reveal their unconscious desires in language. Freud argued that we rarely understand why we do what we do, although we see and make up explanations for. 41. Raudinesco, E. 2003. Why Psychoanalysis? New York, New York, Columbia University Press, Taylor, E. 2009. The Mystery of Personality, A History of Psychodynamic Theories. New York, New York, Springer Science Plus Business Media. 42. Dolnick, E. 1998. Madness on the Couch, Blaming the Victim in the Heyday of Psychoanalysis. New York, New York, Simon and Schuster. 462. Our Behaviors After the Fact. For Freud the mind was like an iceberg, with the many motivations of the unconscious being much larger, but also out of sight, in comparison to the consciousness of which we are aware. Figure 11.5. Figure 11.5 Mind as Iceberg. In Sigmund Freud's conceptualization of personality, the most important motivations are unconscious, just as the major part of an iceberg is underwater. 11.3.2 ID, Ego and Superego. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Freud proposed that the mind is divided into three components: ID, ego, and superego, and that the interactions and conflicts among the components create personality. Freud, 1923-1943. 43. According to Freudian theory, the ID is the component of 43. Freud, S. 1923-1949. The Ego and the ID. London, England, Hogarth Press. Original work published 1923. 463. Personality that forms the basis of our most primitive impulses. The ID is entirely unconscious, and it drives our most important motivations, including the sexual drive, libido, and the aggressive or destructive drive, thanatos. According to Freud, the ID is driven by the pleasure principle, the desire for immediate gratification of our sexual and aggressive urges. The ID is why we smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol, view pornography, tell mean jokes about people, and engage in other fun or harmful behaviors, often at the cost of doing more productive activities. In stark contrast to the ID, the superego represents our sense of morality and oughts. The superego tells us all the things that we shouldn't do, or the duties and obligations of society. The superego strives for perfection, and when we fail to live up to its demands, we feel guilty. In contrast to the ID, which is about the pleasure principle, the function of the ego is based on the reality principle, the idea that we must delay gratification of our basic motivations until the appropriate time with the appropriate outlet. The ego is the largely conscious controller or decision maker of personality. The ego serves as the intermediary between the desires of the ID and the constraints of society contained in the superego, figure 11.6. We may wish to scream, yell, or hit, and yet our ego normally tells us to wait, reflect, and choose a more appropriate response. Figure 11.6. Ego, ID, and superego in interaction. Freud believed that psychological disorders, and particularly the experience of anxiety, occur when there is conflict or imbalance among the motivations of the ID, ego, and superego. When the ego finds that the ID is pressing too hard for immediate pleasure, it attempts to correct for this problem, often through the use of defense mechanisms, unconscious psychological strategies used to cope with anxiety and to maintain a positive self-image. Freud believed that the defense mechanisms were 464. Essential for effective coping with everyday life, but that any of them could be overused. Table 11.4. Defense mechanism. Definition. Possible behavioral example: displacement, diverting, threatening impulses away from the source of the anxiety and toward a more acceptable source. A student who is angry at her professor for a low grade lashes out at her roommate Who is a safer target of her anger, projection, disguising, threatening impulses by attributing them to others? A man with powerful, unconscious sexual desires for women claims that women use him as a sex object. Rationalization, generating self-justifying explanations for our negative behaviors. A drama student convinces herself that getting the part in the play wasn't that important after all. Reaction, formation, making unacceptable motivations appear as their exact opposite. Jane is sexually attracted to friend Jake, but she claims in public that she intensely dislikes him. Regression, retreating to an earlier, more childlike, and safer stage of development. A college student who is worried about an important test begins to suck on his finger. Repression, or denial, pushing anxiety, arousing thoughts. A person who witnesses his parents having sex is later. Table 11.4 The major Freudian defense mechanisms. 465. Into the unconscious. Unable to remember anything about the event. Sublimation, channeling, unacceptable sexual or aggressive desires into acceptable activities. A person participates in sports to sublimate aggressive drives. A person creates music or art to sublimate sexual drives. Table 11.4 The major Freudian defense mechanisms. The most controversial, and least scientifically valid, part of Freudian theory is its explanations of personality development. Freud argued that personality is developed through a series of psychosexual stages, each focusing on pleasure from a different part of the body. Table 11.5. Freud believed that sexuality begins in infancy, and that the appropriate resolution of each stage has implications for later personality development. Stage, approximate ages, description, oral, birth to 18 months. Pleasure comes from the mouth in the form of sucking, biting, and chewing. Anal, 18 months to 3 years. Pleasure comes from bowel and bladder elimination and the constraints of toilet training. Phallic, 3 years to 6 years. Pleasure comes from the genitals, and the conflict is with sexual desires for the opposite sex. Parent, latency, 6 years to puberty. Sexual feelings are less important. Table 11.5 Freud's stages of psychosexual development. 466. Genital, puberty and older. If prior stages have been properly reached, mature sexual orientation develops. Table 11.5 Freud's stages of psychosexual development. In the first of Freud's proposed stages of psychosexual development, which begins at birth and lasts until about 18 months of age, the focus is on the mouth. During this oral stage, the infant obtains sexual pleasure by sucking and drinking. Infants who receive either too little or too much gratification become fixated or locked in the oral stage, and are likely to regress to these points of fixation under stress, even as adults. According to Freud, A.C. Hild, who receives too little oral gratification, for example, who was underfed or neglected, will become orally dependent as an adult and be likely to manipulate others to fulfill his or her needs rather than becoming independent. On the other hand, the child who was overfed or overly gratified will resist growing up and try to return to the prior state of dependency by acting helpless, demanding satisfaction from others, and acting in a needy way. The anal stage, lasting from about 18 months to 3 years of age, is when children first experience psychological conflict. During this stage, children desire to experience pleasure through bowel movements, but they are also being toilet trained to delay this gratification. Freud believed that if this toilet training was either too harsh or too lenient, children would become fixated in the anal stage and become likely to regress to this stage under stress as adults. If the child received too little anal gratification, i.e., if the parents had been very harsh about toilet training, the adult personality will be anal retentive, stingy, with a compulsive seeking of order and tidiness. On the other hand, if the parents had been too lenient, the anal expulsive personality results, characterized by a lack of self-control and a tendency toward messiness and carelessness. The phallic stage, which lasts from age 3 to age 6, is when the penis, for boys, and clitoris, for girls, become the primary erogenous zone for sexual pleasure. During this stage, Freud believed that children develop a powerful but unconscious attraction for the opposite sex parent, as well as a desire to eliminate the same-sex parent as a rival. Freud based his theory of sexual development in boys, the Oedipus complex, on the Greek mythological character Oedipus, who unknowingly killed his father and married his mother, and then put his own eyes out when he learned what he had done. Freud argued that boys will normally eventually abandon their love of the mother, and instead identify with the father, also taking on the father's personality characteristics. But that boys who do not successfully resolve the Oedipus complex will experience psychological problems later in life. Although it was not as important in Freud's theorizing, in girls the phallic stage is often termed the Electra complex, after the Greek character who avenged her father's murder by killing her mother. Freud believed that girls frequently experienced penis envy, the sense of deprivation supposedly experienced by girls because they do not have a penis. 467. The latency stage is a period of relative calm that lasts from about 6 years to 12 years. During this time, Freud believed that sexual impulses were repressed, leading boys and girls to have little or no interest in members of the opposite sex. The fifth and last stage, the genital stage, begins about 12 years of age and lasts into adulthood. According to Freud, sexual impulses return during this time frame, and if development has proceeded normally to this point, the Seehild is able to move into the development of mature romantic relationships. But if earlier problems have not been appropriately resolved, difficulties with establishing intimate love attachments are likely. Freud's followers, the Neo-Freudians. Freudian theory was so popular that it led to a number of followers, including many of Freud's own students, who developed, modified, and expanded his theories. Taken together, these approaches are known as Neo-Freudian theories. The Neo-Freudian theories are theories based on Freudian principles that emphasize the role of the unconscious and early experience in shaping personality but place less evidence on sexuality as the primary motivating force in personality and are more optimistic concerning the prospects for personality growth and change in personality in adults. Alfred Adler, 1870–1937, was a follower of Freud who developed his own interpretation of Freudian theory. Adler proposed that the primary motivation in human personality was not sex or aggression, but rather the striving for superiority. According to Adler, we desire to be better than others, and we accomplish this goal by creating a unique and valuable life. We may attempt to satisfy our need for superiority through our school or professional accomplishments, or by our enjoyment of music, athletics, or other activities that seem important to us. Adler believed that psychological disorders begin in early childhood. He argued that children who are either overly nurtured or overly neglected by their parents are later likely to develop an inferiority complex, a psychological state in which people feel that they are not living up to expectations, leading them to have low self-esteem, with a tendency to try to overcompensate for the negative feelings. People with an inferiority complex often attempt to demonstrate their superiority to others at all costs, even if it means humiliating, dominating, or alienating them. According to Adler, most psychological disorders result from misguided attempts to compensate for the inferiority complex in order to meet the goal of superiority. Carl Jung, 1875–1961, was another student of Freud who developed his own theories about personality. Jung agreed with Freud about the power of the unconscious but felt that Freud overemphasized the importance of sexuality. Jung argued that in addition to the personal unconscious, there was also a collective unconscious, or a collection of shared ancestral memories. Jung believed that the collective unconscious contains a variety of archetypes, or cross-culturally universal symbols, which explain the similarities among people in their emotional reactions to many stimuli. Important archetypes include the mother, the goddess, the hero, and the mandala, or circle. which Jung believed symbolized a desire for wholeness or unity. For Jung, the underlying motivation that guides successful personality is self-realization, or learning about and developing the self to the fullest possible extent. 468. Karen Horney, the last syllable of her last name rhymes with I, 1855–1952, was a German physician who applied Freudian theories to create a personality theory that she thought was more balanced between men and women. Horney believed that parts of Freudian theory, and particularly the ideas of the Oedipus complex and penis envy, were biased against women. Horney argued that women's sense of inferiority was not due to their lack of a penis but rather to their dependency on men, an approach that the culture made it difficult for them to break from. For Horney, the underlying motivation that guides personality development is the desire for security, the ability to develop appropriate and supportive relationships with others. Another important neo-Freudian was Erich Fromm, 1900–1980. Fromm's focus was on the negative impact of technology, arguing that the increases in its use have led people to feel increasingly isolated from others. Fromm believed that the independence that technology brings us also creates the need to escape from freedom. That is, to become closer to others. Research focus: how the fear of death causes aggressive behavior. Fromm believed that the primary human motivation was to escape the fear of death, and contemporary research has shown how our concerns about dying can influence our behavior. In this research, people have been made to confront their death by writing about it or otherwise being reminded of it, and effects on their behavior are then observed. In one relevant study, McGregor et Alabama, 1998, 44 demonstrated that people who are provoked may be particularly aggressive after they have been reminded of the possibility of their own death. The participants in the study had been selected, on the basis of prior reporting, to have either politically liberal or politically conservative views. When they arrived at the lab, they were asked to write a short paragraph describing their opinion of politics in the United States. In addition, half of the participants, the mortality salient condition, were asked to briefly describe the emotions that the thought of your own death arouses in you and to jot down as specifically as you can what you think will happen to you as you physically die, and once you are physically dead. Participants in the exam control condition also thought about a negative event, but not one associated with a fear of death. They were instructed to please briefly describe the emotions that the thought of your next important exam arouses in you and to jot down as specifically as you can what you think will happen to you as you physically take your next exam, and once you are physically taking your next exam. 44. McGregor, H.A., Lieberman, J.D., Greenberg, J., Solomon, S., Arndt, J., Simon, L., Pisachinsky, T. 1998. Terror Management and Aggression: Evidence that Mortality Salience Motivates Aggression Against Worldview. Threatening others. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 74, 3, 59605. 469. Then the participants read the essay that had supposedly just been written by another person. The other person did not exist, but the participants didn't know this until the end of the experiment. The essay that they read had been prepared by the experimenters to be very negative toward politically liberal views or to be very negative toward politically conservative views. Thus, one half of the participants were provoked by the other person by reading a statement that strongly conflicted with their own political beliefs, whereas the other half read an essay in which the other person's views supported their own, liberal or conservative, beliefs. At this point the participants moved on to what they thought was a completely separate study in which they were to be tasting and giving their impression of some foods. Furthermore, they were told that it was necessary for the participants in the research to administer the food samples to each other. At this point, the participants found out that the food they were going to be sampling was spicy hot sauce and that they were going to be administering the sauce to the very person whose essay they had just read. In addition, the participants read some information about the other person that indicated that he very much disliked eating spicy food. Participants were given a taste of the hot sauce, it was really hot, and then instructed to place a quantity of it into a cup for the other person to sample. Furthermore, they were told that the other person would have to eat all the sauce. As you can see, in aggression as a function of mortality salience and provocation missing, McGregor et Alabama found that the participants who had not been reminded of their own death, even if they had been insulted by the partner, did not retaliate by giving him a lot of hot sauce to eat. On the other hand, the participants who were both provoked by the other person and who had also been reminded of their own death administered significantly more hot sauce than did the participants in the other three conditions. McGregor et Alabama, 1998. Argued that thinking about one's own death creates a strong concern with maintaining one's cherished worldviews, in this case our political beliefs. When we are concerned about dying, we become more motivated to defend these important beliefs from the challenges made by others, in this case by aggressing through the hot sauce. 470. Figure 11.7 Aggression as a function of mortality salience and provocation. Participants who had been provoked by a stranger who disagreed with them on important opinions, and who had also been reminded of their own death, administered significantly more unpleasant hot sauce to the partner than did the participants in the other three conditions. By adapted from McGregor, H.A., Lieberman, J.D., Greenberg, J. Solomon, S. Arndt, J. Simon, L. Pisachinsky, T. 1998. Terror, Management and Aggression, Evidence that Mortality Salience motivates aggression against worldview threatening others. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 74, 3, 59605. 11.3.3 Strengths and limitations of Freudian and Neo-Freudian approaches. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Freud has probably exerted a greater impact on the public's understanding of personality than any other thinker, and he has also in large part defined the field of psychology. Although Freudian psychologists no longer talk about oral, anal, or genital fixations, they do continue to believe that our childhood experiences and unconscious motivations shape our personalities and our attachments with others. And they still make use of psychodynamic concepts when they conduct psychological therapy. Nevertheless, Freud's theories, as well as those of the Neo-Freudians, have in many cases failed to pass the test of empiricism, and as a result they are less influential now than they have been in the past. Cruz, 1998. 45. The problems are first, that it has proved to be difficult to rigorously test Freudian theory because the predictions that it makes, particularly those regarding defense mechanisms, are often vague and unfalsifiable, and second, that the aspects of the theory that can be tested often have not received much empirical support. As examples, although Freud claimed that children exposed to overly harsh toilet training would become fixated in the anal stage and thus be prone to excessive neatness, stinginess, and stubbornness in adulthood, research has found few reliable associations between toilet training practices and adult personality. Fisher and 45. Cruz, F.C., 1998. Unauthorized Freud, Doubters Confront a Legend. New York, New York, Viking Press. 471. Greenberg, 1996. 46. And since the time of Freud, the need to repress sexual desires would seem to have become much less necessary as societies have tolerated a wider variety of sexual practices. And yet the psychological disorders that Freud thought we caused by this repression have not decreased. There is also little scientific support for most of the Freudian defense mechanisms. For example, studies have failed to yield evidence for the existence of repression. People who are exposed to traumatic experiences in war have been found to remember their traumas only too well. Killstrom, 1997. 47. Although we may attempt to push information that is anxiety arousing into our unconscious, this often has the ironic effect of making us think about the information even more strongly than if we hadn't tried to repress it. Newman, Duff, and Baumeister, 1997. 48. It is true that children remember little of their childhood experiences, but this seems to be true of both negative as well as positive experiences, is true for animals as well, and probably is better explained in terms of the brain's inability to form long-term memories than in terms of repression. On the other hand, Freud's important idea that expressing or talking through one's difficulties can be psychologically helpful has been supported in current research. Baddeley and Pennybaker, 2009, 49, and has become a mainstay of psychological therapy. A particular problem for testing Freudian theories is that almost anything that conflicts with a prediction based in Freudian theory can be explained away in terms of the use of a defense mechanism. A man who expresses a lot of anger toward his father may be seen via Freudian theory to be experiencing the Oedipus complex, which includes conflict with the father. But a man who expresses no anger at all toward the father also may be seen as experiencing the Oedipus complex by repressing the anger. Because Freud hypothesized that either was possible, but did not specify when repression would or would not occur, the theory is difficult to falsify. In terms of the important role of the unconscious, Freud seems to have been at least in part correct. More and more research demonstrates that a large part of everyday behavior is driven by processes that are outside our conscious awareness. Killstrom, 1987, 50. And yet, although our unconscious motivations influence every aspect of our learning and behavior, Freud probably overestimated the extent to which these unconscious motivations are primarily sexual and aggressive. Taken together, it is fair to say that Freudian theory, like most psychological theories, was not entirely correct and that it has had to be modified over time as the results of new studies have become available. But the fundamental ideas about personality that Freud proposed, as well as the use of talk therapy as an essential component of therapy, are nevertheless still a major part of psychology and are used by clinical psychologists every day. 46. Fisher, S., and Greenberg, R.P. 1996. Freud scientifically reappraised, testing the theories and therapy. Oxford, England. John Wiley and Sons. 47. Killstrom, J.F. 1997. Memory, Abuse, and Science. American Psychologist, 52, 9, 994, 995. 48. Newman, L.S., Duff, K.J., and Baumeister, R.F. 1997. A New Look at Defensive Projection, Thought Suppression, Accessibility, and Biased Person Perception. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 72, 5, 980-1001. 49. Baddeley, J.L., and Pennybaker, J.W. 2009. Expressive Writing. In W. T. O'Donoghue and J. E. Fisher, eds, General Principles and Empirically Supported Techniques of Cognitive Behavior Therapy, pages 295-99. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley and Sons. 50. Killstrom, J.F. 1987. The Cognitive Unconscious. Science, 237, 4821, 1445, 1452. 472. 11.3.4 Focusing on the Self, Humanism and Self-Actualization. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommon's.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychoanalytic models of personality were complemented during the 1950s and 1960s by the theories of humanistic psychologists. In contrast to the proponents of psychoanalysis, humanists embraced the notion of free will, arguing that people are free to choose their own lives and make their own decisions. Humanistic psychologists focused on the underlying motivations that they believed drove personality, focusing on the nature of the self-concept, the set of beliefs about who we're, and self-esteem, our positive feelings about the self. One of the most important humanists, Abraham Maslow, 1908-1970, conceptualized personality in terms of a pyramid-shaped hierarchy of motives. Figure 11.8. At the base of the pyramid are the lowest level motivations, including hunger and thirst, and safety and belongingness. Maslow argued that only when people are able to meet the lower level needs are they able to move on to achieve the higher level needs of self-esteem, and eventually self-actualization, which is the motivation to develop our innate potential to the fullest possible extent. Maslow studied how successful people, including Albert Einstein, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., Helen Keller, and Mahatma Gandhi had been able to lead such successful and productive lives. Maslow, 1970, 51 believed that self-actualized people are creative, spontaneous, and loving of themselves and others. They tend to have a few deep friendships rather than many superficial ones, and are generally private. He felt that these individuals do not need to conform to the opinions of others because they are very confident and thus free to express unpopular opinions. Self-actualized people are also likely to have peak experiences, or transcendent moments of tranquility accompanied by a strong sense of connection with others. 51. Maslow, Abraham, 1970. Motivation and Personality, 2nd ed. New York, New York, Harper. 473. Figure 11.8. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Abraham Maslow conceptualized personality in terms of a hierarchy of needs. The highest of these motivations is self-actualization. Perhaps the best-known humanistic theorist is Carl Rogers, 1902-1987. Rogers was positive about human nature, viewing people as primarily moral and helpful to others, and believed that we can achieve our full potential for emotional fulfillment if the self-concept is characterized by unconditional positive regard, a set of behaviors including being genuine, open to experience, transparent, able to listen to others, and self-disclosing, and empathic. When we treat ourselves or others with unconditional positive regard, we express understanding and support, even while we may acknowledge failings. Unconditional positive regard allows us to admit our fears and failures, to drop our pretenses, and yet at the same time to feel completely accepted for what we are. The principle of unconditional positive regard has become a foundation of psychological therapy, therapists who use it in their practice are more effective than those who do not. Prochaska and Norcross, 2007, Yalom, 1995. 52. Although there are critiques of the humanistic psychologists, for example, that Maslow focused on historically productive rather than destructive personalities in his research, and thus drew overly optimistic conclusions about the capacity of people to do good. The ideas of humanism are so powerful and optimistic that they have continued to influence both everyday experiences as well as psychology. Today the positive psychology movement argues for many of these ideas, and research has documented the extent to which thinking positively and openly has important positive. 52. Prochaska, J.O., and Norcross, J.C. 2007. Systems of Psychotherapy, a Trans-Theoretical Analysis, 6th ed. Pacific Grove. C.A., Brooks/Cole, Yalom, I. 1995. Introduction. In C. Rogers, A Way of Being. 1980. New York, New York, Houghton Mifflin. 474. Consequences for our relationships, our life satisfaction, and our psychological and physical health, Seligman and Csikszentmihalyi, 2000. 53. Research focus, self-discrepancies, anxiety, and depression. Torrey Higgins and his colleagues, Higgins, Bond, Klein, and Straumann, 1986. Straumann and Higgins, 1988, 54 have studied how different aspects of the self-concept relate to personality characteristics. These researchers focused on the types of emotional distress that we might experience as a result of how we are currently evaluating our self-concept. Higgins proposes that the emotions we experience are determined both by our perceptions of how well our own behaviors meet up to the standards and goals we have provided ourselves, our internal standards, and by our perceptions of how others think about us, our external standards. Furthermore, Higgins argues that different types of self-discrepancies lead to different types of negative emotions. In one of Higgins's experiments, Higgins, Bond, Klein, and Straumann, 1986, 55. Participants were first asked to describe themselves using a self-report measure. The participants listed 10 thoughts that they thought described the kind of person they actually are. This is the actual self-concept. Then, participants also listed 10 thoughts that they thought described the type of person they would ideally like to be, the ideal self-concept, as well as 10 thoughts describing the WI that someone else, for instance, a parent, thinks they ought to be, the ought self-concept. Higgins then divided his participants into two groups. Those with low self-concept discrepancies were those who listed similar traits on all three lists. Their ideal ought and actual self-concepts were all pretty similar, and so they were considered to be vulnerable to threats to their self-concept. The other half of the participants, those with high self-concept discrepancies, were those for whom the traits listed on the ideal and ought lists were very different from those listed on the actual self list. These participants were expected to be vulnerable to threats to the self-concept. Then, at a later research session, Higgins first asked people to express their current emotions, including those related to sadness and anxiety. After obtaining this baseline measure, Higgins activated either ideal or ought discrepancies for the participants. Participants in the ideal self discrepancy priming condition were asked to think about and discuss their own and their parents' hopes and goals for them. Participants in the ought self priming condition listed their own and their parents' beliefs concerning their duty and obligations. Then all participants again indicated their current emotions. 53. Seligman, MEP, and Csikszentmihalyi, M. 2000. Positive Psychology, An Introduction. American Psychologist, 55, 1. 5, 14. 54. Higgins, E.T., Bond, R.N., Klein, R., and Straumann, T. 1986. Self-discrepancies and emotional vulnerability, how magnitude, accessibility, and type of discrepancy influence affect. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 51, 1, 5, 15, Straumann, T. J., and Higgins, E.T. 1988. Self-discrepancies as predictors of vulnerability to distinct syndromes of chronic emotional distress. Journal of Personality, 56, 4, 685, 707. 55. Higgins, E.T., Bond, R.N., Klein, R., and Straumann, T. 1986. Self-discrepancies and emotional vulnerability, how magnitude, accessibility, and type of discrepancy influence affect. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 51, 1, 5, 15. 475. As you can see in Figure 11.9, for low self-concept discrepancy participants, thinking about their ideal or ought selves did not much change their emotions. For high self-concept discrepancy participants, however, priming the ideal self concept increased their sadness and dejection, whereas priming the ought self-concept increased their anxiety and agitation. These results are consistent with the idea that discrepancies between the ideal and the actual self lead us to experience sadness, dissatisfaction, and other depression-related emotions, whereas discrepancies between the actual and ought self are more likely to lead to fear, worry, tension, and other anxiety-related emotions. Figure 11.9 results from Higgins, Bond, Klein, and Straumann, 1986. Higgins and his colleagues documented the impact of self-concept discrepancies on emotion. For participants with low self-concept discrepancies, right bars, seeing words that related to the self had little influence on emotions. For those with high self-concept discrepancies, left bars, priming the ideal self increased dejection, whereas priming the ought self increased agitation. By adapted from Higgins, E.T., Bond, R.N., Klein, R., and Straumann, T. 1986. Self-discrepancies and emotional vulnerability, how magnitude, accessibility, and type of discrepancy influence affect. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 51, 1, 5, 15. One of the critical aspects of Higgins's approach is that, as is our personality, our feelings are also influenced both by our own behavior and by our expectations of how other people view us. This makes it clear that even 476. Though you might not care that much about achieving in school, your failure to do well may still produce negative emotions because you realize that your parents do think it is important. Key takeaways. One of the most important psychological approaches to understanding personality is based on the psychodynamic approach to personality developed by Sigmund Freud. For Freud, the mind was like an iceberg, with the many motivations of the unconscious being much larger, but also out of sight, in comparison to the consciousness of which we are aware. Freud proposed that the mind is divided into three components: id, ego, and superego, and that the interactions and conflicts among the components create personality. Freud proposed that we use defense mechanisms to cope with anxiety and to maintain a positive self-image. Freud argued that personality is developed through a series of psychosexual stages, each focusing on pleasure from a different part of the body. The Neo-Freudian theorists, including Adler, Jung, Horney, and Fromm, emphasized the role of the unconscious and early experience in shaping personality, but placed less evidence on sexuality as the primary motivating force in personality. Psychoanalytic and behavioral models of personality were complemented during the 1950s and 1960s by the theories of humanistic psychologists, including Maslow and Rogers. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Based on your understanding of psychodynamic theories, how would you analyze your own personality? Are there aspects of the theory that might help you explain your own strengths and weaknesses? 2. Based on your understanding of humanistic theories, how would you try to change your behavior to better meet the underlying motivations of security, acceptance, and self-realization? 3. Consider your own self-concept discrepancies. Do you have an actual ideal or actual odd discrepancy? Which one is more important for you, and why? 477. 11.4 Is personality more nature or more nurture? Behavioral and molecular genetics. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Explain how genes transmit personality from one generation to the next. 2. Outline the methods of behavioral genetics studies and the conclusions that we can draw from them about the determinants of personality. 3. Explain how molecular genetics research helps us understand the role of genetics in personality. One question that is exceedingly important for the study of personality concerns the extent to which it is the result of nature or nurture. If nature is more important, then our personalities will form early in our lives and will be difficult to change later. If nurture is more important, however, then our experiences are likely to be particularly important, and we may be able to flexibly alter our personalities over time. In this section we will see that the personality traits of humans and animals are determined in large part by their genetic makeup, and thus it is no surprise that identical twins Paula Bernstein and Elise Shine turned out to be very similar even though they had been raised separately. But we will also see that genetics does not determine everything. In the nucleus of each cell in your body are 23 pairs of chromosomes. One of each pair comes from your father, and the other comes from your mother. The chromosomes are made up of strands of the molecule DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, and the DNA is grouped into segments known as genes. A gene is the basic biological unit that transmits characteristics from one generation to the next. Human cells have about 25,000 genes. The genes of different members of the same species are almost identical. The DNA in your genes, for instance, is about 99.9% the same as the DNA in my genes and in the DNA of every other human being. These common genetic structures lead members of the same species to be born with a variety of behaviors that come naturally to them, and that define the characteristics of the species. These abilities and characteristics are known as instincts, complex inborn patterns of behaviors that help ensure survival and reproduction. Tinbergen, 1951. 56 different animals have different instincts. Birds naturally build nests, dogs are naturally loyal to their human caretakers, and humans instinctively learn to walk and to speak and understand language. But the strength of different traits and behaviors also varies within species. Rabbits are naturally fearful, but some are more fearful than others. Some dogs are more loyal than others to their caretakers, and some humans learn to speak and write. 56. Tinbergen, N. 1951. The Study of Instinct, 1st ed. Oxford, England, Clarendon Press. 478. Better than others do. These differences are determined in part by the small amount in humans, the 0.1%, of the differences in genes among the members of the species. Personality is not determined by any single gene, but rather by the actions of many genes working together. There is no IQ gene that determines intelligence, and there is no good marriage partner gene that makes a person a particularly good marriage. Bet. Furthermore, even working together, genes are not so powerful that they can control or create our personality. Some genes tend to increase a given characteristic, and others work to decrease that same characteristic. The complex relationship among the various genes, as well as a variety of random factors, produces the final outcome. Furthermore, genetic factors always work with environmental factors to create personality. Having a given pattern of genes doesn't necessarily mean that a particular trait will develop, because some traits might occur only in some environments. For example, a person may have a genetic variant that is known to increase his or her risk for developing emphysema from smoking. But if that person never smokes, then emphysema most likely will not develop. 11.4.1 Studying personality using behavioral genetics. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Perhaps the most direct way to study the role of genetics in personality is to selectively breed animals for the trait of interest. In this approach, the scientist chooses the animals that most strongly express the personality characteristics of interest and breeds these animals with each other. If the selective breeding creates offspring with even stronger traits, then we can assume that the trait has genetic origins. In this manner, scientists have studied the role of genetics in how worms respond to stimuli, how fish develop courtship rituals, how rats differ in play, and how pigs differ in their responses to stress. Although selective breeding studies can be informative, they are clearly not useful for studying humans. For this, psychologists rely on behavioral genetics, a variety of research techniques that scientists use to learn about the genetic and environmental influences on human behavior by comparing the traits of biologically and non-biologically related family members. Baker, 2010. 57 Behavioral genetics is based on the results of family studies, twin studies, and adoptive studies. A family study starts with one person who has a trait of interest, for instance, a developmental disorder such as autism, and examines the individual's family tree to determine the extent to which other members of the family also have the trait. The presence of the trait in first-degree relatives, parents, siblings, and children, is compared to the prevalence of the trait in second-degree relatives, aunts, uncles, grandchildren, grandparents, and nephews or nieces, and in more distant family members. The scientists then analyze the patterns of the trait in the family members to see the extent to which it is shared by closer and more distant relatives. 57. Baker, c. 2004. Behavioral genetics, an introduction to how genes and environments interact through development to shape differences in mood, personality, and intelligence. Retrieved from http://www.aas.org/spp/bgenes/intro.pdf. 479. Although family studies can reveal whether a trait runs in a family, it cannot explain why. In a twin study, researchers study the personality characteristics of twins. Twin studies rely on the fact that identical, or monozygotic, twins have essentially the same set of genes, while fraternal, or dizygotic, twins have, on average, a half-identical set. The idea is that if the twins are raised in the same household, then the twins will be influenced by their environments to an equal degree, and this influence will be pretty much equal for identical and fraternal twins. In other words, if environmental factors are the same, then the only factor that can make identical twins more similar than fraternal twins is their greater genetic similarity. In a twin study, the data from many pairs of twins are collected and the rates of similarity for identical and fraternal pairs are compared. A correlation coefficient is calculated that assesses the extent to which the trait for one twin is associated with the trait in the other twin. Twin studies divide the influence of nature and nurture into 3 parts. Heritability, i.e., genetic influence, is indicated when the correlation coefficient for identical twins exceeds that for fraternal twins, indicating that shared DNA is an important determinant of personality. Shared environment determinants are indicated when the correlation coefficients for identical and fraternal twins are greater than 0 and also very similar. These correlations indicate that both twins are having experiences in the family that make them alike. Non-shared environment is indicated when identical twins do not have similar traits. These influences refer to experiences that are not accounted for either by heritability or by shared environmental factors. Non-shared environmental factors are the experiences that make individuals within the same family less alike. If a parent treats one child more affectionately than another, and as a consequence this child ends up with higher self-esteem, the parenting in this case is a non-shared environmental factor. In the typical twin study, all 3 sources of influence are operating simultaneously, and it is possible to determine the relative importance of each type. An adoption study compares biologically related people, including twins, who have been reared either separately or apart. Evidence for genetic influence on a trait is found when children who have been adopted show traits that are more similar to those of their biological parents than to those of their adoptive parents. Evidence for environmental influence is found when the adoptee is more like his or her adoptive parents than the biological parents. The results of family, twin, and adoption studies are combined to get a better idea of the influence of genetics and environment on traits of interest. Table 11.6 presents data on the correlations and heritability estimates for a variety of traits based on the results of behavioral genetics studies, Bouchard, Licken, McGew, Segel, and Tellegen. 1990, 58. 58. Bouchard, T.J., Licken, D.T., McGew, M., Segel, N.L., and Tellegen, A. 1990. Sources of human psychological differences. The Minnesota study of twins reared apart. Science, 250, 4978, 223-28. Retrieved from www.sciencemake.org/cgi/ content/abstract/250/4978/223. 480. Correlation between children. raised together. Correlation between children raised apart. Estimated percent of total due to identical twins, fraternal twins, identical twins, fraternal twins. Heritability percent. Shared environment percent. Non-shared environment percent. Age of puberty 45-50. Aggression 0.43, 0.14, 0.46, 0.06. Alzheimer disease 0.54, 0.16. Fingerprint patterns 0.96, 0.47, 0.96, 0.47, 100, 00. General cognitive ability 56,044. Likelihood of divorce 0.52, 0.22. Sexual orientation 0.52, 0.22, 1839, 017, 61, 66. Big 5 dimensions 40, 50. This table presents some of the observed correlations and heritability estimates for various characteristics. Table 11.6 Data from twin and adoption studies on the heritability of various characteristics. By Langstrom, N., Raman, Q., Karlstrom, E., and Lichtenstein, P. 2008. Genetic and environmental effects on same-sex sexual behavior, a population study of twins in Sweden. Archives of Sexual Behavior, doi, 101007/S10508, 008 9386 1, Leyland, J.C. 1992. Genus and Environment in Personality Development. Thousand Oaks, C.A., Sage. Publications, Inc., McHugh, M., and Licken, D.T. 1992. Genetic Influence on Risk of Divorce. Psychological Science, 3, 6, 368, 373, Plomin, R., Fulker, D.W., Corley, R., and DeFries, J.C. 1997. Nature, Nurture, and Cognitive Development from 1 to 16 years, a Parent-Offspring Adoption Study. Psychological Science, 8, 6, 442, 447, Tellegen, A. Licken, D.T., Bouchard, T.J., Wilcox, K.J., Segel, N.L., and Ridge, S. 1988. Personality. Similarity in twins reared apart and together. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 54, 6, 1031-1039. If you look in the second column of Table 11.6, you will see the observed correlations for the traits between identical twins who have been raised together in the same house by the same parents. This column represents the pure effects of genetics, in the sense that environmental differences have been controlled to be as small as possible. You can see that these correlations are higher for some traits than for others. 481. Fingerprint patterns are very highly determined by our genetics, R equal 0.96, whereas the Big 5 trait dimensions have a heritability of 40–50%. You can also see from the table that, overall, there is more influence of nature than of parents. Identical twins, even when they are raised in separate households by different parents, column 4, turn out to be quite similar in personality, and are more similar than fraternal twins who are raised in separate households, column 5. These results show that genetics has a strong influence on personality, and helps explain why Elisa and Paula were so similar when they finally met. Despite the overall role of genetics, you can see in Table 11.6 that the correlations between identical twins, column 2, and heritability estimates for most traits, column 6, are substantially less than 1.00, showing that the environment also plays an important role in personality. Turkheimer and Waldron, 2000. 59. For instance, for sexual orientation, the estimates of heritability vary from 18% to 39% of the total across studies, suggesting that 61% to 82% of the total influence is due to environment. You might at first think that parents would have a strong influence on the personalities of their children, but this would be incorrect. As you can see by looking in column 7 of Table 11.6, research finds that the influence of shared environment, i.e., the effects of parents or other caretakers, plays little or no role in adult personality. Harris, 2006. 60. Shared environment does influence the personality and behavior of young children, but this influence decreases rapidly as the child grows older. By the time we reach adulthood, the impact of shared environment on our personalities is weak at best. Roberts and Delvecchio, 2000. 61. What this means is that, although parents must provide a nourishing and stimulating environment for children, no matter how hard they try, they are not likely to be able to turn their children into geniuses or into professional athletes, nor will they be able to turn them into criminals. If parents are not providing the environmental influences on the child, then what is? The last column in Table 11.6, the influence of non-shared environment, represents whatever is left over after removing the effects of genetics and parents. You can see that these factors, the largely unknown things that happen to us that make us different from other people, often have the largest influence on personality. 11.4.2 Studying personality using molecular genetics. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. In addition to the use of behavioral genetics, our understanding of the role of biology in personality recently has been dramatically increased through the use of molecular genetics, which is the study of which genes are associated with which personality traits. Goldsmith et. Alabama, 2003. Strachan and Reed, 1999. 62. These advances have occurred as a 59. Turkheimer, E., and Waldron, M. 2000. Non-shared environment, a theoretical, methodological, and quantitative review. Psychological Bulletin, 126, 1, 78, 108. 60. Harris, J.R. 2006. No Two Alike, Human Nature and Human Individuality. New York, Norton. 61. Roberts, B.W., and Delvecchio, W.F. 2000. The rank-order consistency of personality traits from childhood to old age, A. Quantitative Review of Longitudinal Studies Psychological Bulletin, 126, 1, 3, 25. 62. Goldsmith, H., Jernsbacher, M.A., Crabb, J., Dawson, G., Gottesman, I.I., Hewitt, J., Swanson, J. 2003. Research. Psychologists' Roles in the Genetic Revolution. American Psychologist, 58, 4, 318, 319, Strachan, T., and Reed, A.P. 1999. 482. Result of new knowledge about the structure of human DNA made possible through the Human Genome Project and related work that has identified the genes in the human body, Human Genome Project, 2010. 63 Molecular genetics researchers have also developed new techniques that allow them to find the locations of genes within chromosomes and to identify the effects those genes have when activated or deactivated. One approach that can be used in animals, usually in laboratory mice, is the knockout study. In this approach, the researchers use specialized techniques to remove or modify the influence of a gene in a line of knockout mice. Cruzio, Goldowitz, Holmes, and Wolfer, 2009. 64 The researchers harvest embryonic stem cells from mouse embryos and then modify the DNA of the cells. The DNA is created such that the action of certain genes will be eliminated or knocked out. The cells are then injected into the embryos of other mice that are implanted into the uteruses of living female mice. When these animals are born, they are studied to see whether their behavior differs from a control group of normal animals. Research has found that removing or changing genes in mice can affect their anxiety, aggression, learning, and socialization patterns. In humans, a molecular genetics study normally begins with the collection of a DNA sample from the participants in the study, usually by taking some cells from the inner surface of the cheek. In the lab, the DNA is extracted from the sampled cells and is combined with a solution containing a marker for the particular genes of interest as well as a fluorescent dye. If the gene is present in the DNA of the individual, then the solution will bind to that gene and activate the dye. The more the gene is expressed, the stronger the reaction. In one Oman approach, DNA is collected from people who have a particular personality characteristic and also from people who do not. The DNA of the two groups is compared to see which genes differ between them. These studies are now able to compare thousands of genes at the same time. Research using molecular genetics has found genes associated with a variety of personality traits including novelty-seeking, Eklund, Lichterman, Jarvlin, and Peltonen, 1999, 65 attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, Waldman and Hieser, 2006, 66, and smoking behavior. Thorgerson et Alabama, 2008. 67. Human Molecular Genetics, 2nd ed. Retrieved from http://www.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/bookshelf. Barf Guy, book =HMG and part =A2858. 63. Human Genome Project. 2010. Information retrieved from www.ornl.gov/sci/tech resources/human_genome/ home/html. 64. Cruzio, W.E., Goldowitz, D., Holmes, A., and Wolfer, D. 2009. Standards for the publication of mouse mutant studies. Genes, Brain and Behavior, 8, 1, 1, 4. 65. Eklund, J., Lichterman, D., Jarvlin, M.R., and Peltonen, L. 1999. Association between novelty-seeking and the type 4 dopamine receptor gene in a large Finnish cohort sample. American Journal of Psychiatry, 156, 1453, 1455. 66. Waldman, I.D., and Hieser, I.R. 2006. The Genetics of Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. Clinical Psychology Review. 26, 4, 396, 432. 67. Thorgerson, T.E., Geller, F., Sulam, P., Raffner, T., Wist, A., Magnuson, K.P., Stephenson, K. 2008. A variant associated with nicotine dependence, lung cancer, and peripheral arterial disease. Nature, 452, 7187, 638, 641. 483. 11.4.3 Reviewing the literature, Is Our Genetics Our Destiny? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Over the past 2 decades, scientists have made substantial progress in understanding the important role of genetics in behavior. Behavioral genetics studies have found that, for most traits, genetics is more important than parental influence. And molecular genetics studies have begun to pinpoint the particular genes that are causing these differences. The results of these studies might lead you to believe that your destiny is determined by your genes, but this would be a mistaken assumption. For one, the results of all research must be interpreted carefully. Over time we will learn even more about the role of genetics, and our conclusions about its influence will likely change. Current research in the area of behavioral genetics is often criticized for making assumptions about how researchers categorize identical and fraternal twins, about whether twins are in fact treated in the same way by their parents, about whether twins are representative of children more generally, and about many other issues. Although these critiques may not change the overall conclusions, it must be kept in mind that these findings are relatively new and will certainly be updated with time. Plomin, 2068. Furthermore, it is important to reiterate that although genetics is important, and although we are learning more every day about its role in many personality variables, genetics does not determine everything. In fact, the major influence on personality is non-shared environmental influences, which include all the things that occur to us that make us unique individuals. These differences include variability in brain structure, nutrition, education, upbringing, and even interactions among the genes themselves. The genetic differences that exist at birth may be either amplified or diminished over time through environmental factors. The brains and bodies of identical twins are not exactly the same, and they become even more different as they grow up. As a result, even genetically identical twins have distinct personalities, resulting in large part from environmental effects. Because these non-shared environmental differences are non-systematic and largely accidental or random, it will be difficult to ever determine exactly what will happen to a child as he or she grows up. Although we do inherit our genes, we do not inherit personality in any fixed sense. The effect of our genes on our behavior is entirely dependent upon the context of our life as it unfolds day to day. Based on your genes, no one can say what kind of human being you will turn out to be or what you will do in life. 68. Plomin, R. 2000. Behavioral Genetics in the 21st Century. International Journal of Behavioral Development, 24, 1. 34. 484. Key takeaways. Genes are the basic biological units that transmit characteristics from one generation to the next. Personality is not determined by any single gene, but rather by the actions of many genes working together. Behavioral genetics refers to a variety of research techniques that scientists use to learn about the genetic and environmental influences on human behavior. Behavioral genetics is based on the results of family studies, twin studies, and adoptive studies. Overall, genetics has more influence than do parents on shaping our personality. Molecular genetics is the study of which genes are associated with which personality traits. The largely unknown environmental influences, known as the non-shared environmental effects, have the largest impact on personality. Because these differences are non-systematic and largely accidental or random, we do not inherit our personality in any fixed sense. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Think about the twins you know. Do they seem to be very similar to each other, or does it seem that their differences outweigh their similarities? 2. Describe the implications of the effects of genetics on personality. Overall, what does it mean to say that genetics determines or does not determine our personality? 11.5 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Personality is defined as an individual's consistent patterns of feeling, thinking, and behaving. Early theories of personality, including phrenology and somatology, are now discredited, but there is at least some research evidence for physiognomy, the idea that it is possible to assess personality from facial characteristics. Personalities are characterized in terms of traits, which are relatively enduring. Characteristics that influence our behavior across many situations. Psychologists have investigated hundreds of traits using the self-report approach. 485. The utility of self-report measures of personality depends on their reliability and construct validity. Some popular measures of personality, such as the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, do not have reliability or construct validity, and therefore are not useful measures of personality. The trait approach to personality was pioneered by early psychologists, including Allport, Cattell, and Eysenck, and their research helped produce the five-factor, Big Five, model of personality. The Big Five dimensions are cross-culturally valid and accurately predict behavior. The Big Five factors are also increasingly being used to help researchers understand the dimensions of psychological disorders. A difficulty of the trait approach to personality is that there is often only a low correlation between the traits that a person expresses in one situation and those that he or she expresses in other situations. However, psychologists have also found that personality predicts behavior better when the behaviors are averaged across different situations. People may believe in the existence of traits because they use their schemas to judge other people, leading them to believe that traits are more stable than they really are. An example is the Barnum effect, the observation that people tend to believe in descriptions of their personality that supposedly are descriptive of them but could in fact describe almost anyone. An important personality test is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, MMPI, used to detect personality and psychological disorders. Another approach to measuring personality is to use projective measures, such as the Rorschach inkblot test and the Thematic Apperception Test, TAT. The advantage of projective tests is that they are less direct, but empirical evidence supporting their reliability and construct validity is mixed. There are behaviorist, social cognitive, psychodynamic, and humanist theories of personality. The psychodynamic approach to understanding personality, begun by Sigmund Freud, is based on the idea that all behaviors are predetermined by motivations that lie outside our awareness, in the unconscious. Freud proposed that the mind is divided into three components: id, ego, and superego, and that the interactions and conflicts among the components create personality. Freud also believed that psychological disorders, and particularly the experience of anxiety, occur when there is conflict or imbalance among the motivations of the id, ego, and superego, and that people use defense mechanisms to cope with this anxiety. Freud argued that personality is developed through a series of psychosexual stages, each focusing on pleasure from a different part of the body, and that the appropriate resolution of each stage has implications for later personality development. Freud has probably exerted a greater impact on the public's understanding of personality than any other thinker, but his theories have in many cases failed to pass the test of empiricism. Freudian theory led to a number of followers known as the Neo-Freudians, including Adler, Jung, Horney, and Fromm. 486. Humanistic theories of personality focus on the underlying motivations that they believe drive personality, focusing on the nature of the self-concept and the development of self-esteem. The idea of unconditional positive regard championed by Carl Rogers has led in part to the positive psychology movement, and it is a basis for almost all contemporary psychological therapy. Personality traits of humans and animals are determined in large part by their genetic makeup. Personality is not determined by any single gene, but rather by the actions of many genes working together. The role of nature and nurture in personality is studied by means of behavioral genetics studies including family studies, twin studies, and adoption studies. These studies partition variability in personality into the influence of genetics, known as heritability, shared environment, and non-shared environment. Although these studies find that many personality traits are highly heritable, genetics does not determine everything. The major influence on personality is non-shared environmental influences. In addition to the use of behavioral genetics, our understanding of the role of biology in personality recently has been dramatically increased through the use of molecular genetics, the study of which genes are associated with which personality traits in animals and humans. 487. Chapter 12 Defining Psychological Disorders. 12.1 When minor body imperfections lead to suicide. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. When minor body imperfections lead to suicide. I think we probably noticed in his early teens that he became very conscious about aspects of his appearance. He began to brood over it quite a lot, said Maria as she called in to the talk radio program to describe her son Robert. Maria described how Robert had begun to worry about his weight. A friend had commented that he had a fat stomach, and Robert began to cut down on eating. Then he began to worry that he wasn't growing enough and devised an elaborate series of stretching techniques to help him get taller. Robert scrutinized his face and body in the mirror for hours, finding a variety of imagined defects. He believed that his nose was crooked. and he was particularly concerned about a lump that he saw on it. A small lump, said his mother. I should say it wasn't very significant, but it was significant to him. Robert insisted that all his misery stemmed from this lump on his nose, that everybody noticed it. In his sophomore year of high school, he had cosmetic surgery to remove it. Around this time, Robert had his first panic attack and began to worry that everybody could notice him sweating and blushing in public. He asked his parents for a $10,000 loan, which he said was for overseas study. He used the money for a procedure designed to reduce sweating and blushing. Then, dissatisfied with the results, he had the procedure reversed. Robert was diagnosed with body dysmorphic disorder. His mother told the radio host, "At the time, we were really happy because we thought that finally we actually knew what we were trying to fight, and to be quite honest, I must admit I thought, well, it sounds pretty trivial." Things seemed to go quite well, and he got a new girlfriend, and he was getting excellent marks in his clinical work in hospital, and he promised us that he wasn't going to have any more surgery. 488. However, a light-hearted comment from a friend about a noticeable vein in his forehead prompted a relapse. Robert had surgery to tie off the vein. When that didn't solve all his problems, as he had hoped, he attempted to have the procedure reversed but learned that it would require complicated microsurgery. He then used injections on himself to try opening the vein again, but he could never completely reverse the first surgery. Robert committed suicide shortly afterward, in 2001, Mitchell, 2002. 1. 12.2 Psychological disorder, what makes a behavior abnormal? Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Define psychological disorder and summarize the general causes of disorder. 2. Explain why it is so difficult to define disorder, and how the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, is used to make diagnoses. 3. Describe the stigma of psychological disorders and their impact on those who suffer from them. The focus of the next two chapters is to many people the heart of psychology. This emphasis on abnormal psychology, the application of psychological science to understanding and treating mental disorders, is appropriate, as more psychologists are involved in the diagnosis and treatment of psychological disorder than in any other endeavor, and these are probably the most important tasks psychologists face. About 1 in every 4 Americans, or over 78 million people, are affected by a psychological disorder during any 1 year, Kessler, Chu, Demler, and Walters, 2005, 2, and at least a half billion people are affected worldwide. The impact of mental illness is particularly strong on people who are poorer, of lower socioeconomic class, and from Disadvantaged ethnic groups. People with psychological disorders are also stigmatized by the people around them, resulting in shame and embarrassment, as well as prejudice and discrimination against them. Thus, the understanding and treatment of psychological disorder has broad implications for the everyday life of many people. Table 12.1 shows the 1. Mitchell, N. Producer. 2002, April 28. Body dysmorphic disorder and cosmetic surgery of the psyche. All in the mind. ABC Radio National. Retrieved from www.abc.net/rn/alan-theman/stories/2003/746058 htm. 2. Kessler, R.C., Chu, W.T., Demler, O., and Walters, E.E. 2005. Prevalence, severity, and comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 6, 617 627. 489. Prevalence, i.e., the frequency of occurrence of a given condition in a population at a given time, of some of the major psychological disorders in the United States. Disease percentage affected, number affected. Any mental disorder 26.2 to 81,744,000. Any anxiety disorder 18.1 56,472,000. Specific phobia 8.7 27,144,000. Social phobia 6.8 21,216,000. Agoraphobia 0.8 2,496,000. Generalized anxiety disorder 3.19,672,000. Panic disorder 2.78,424,000. Obsessive compulsive disorder 1.03,120,000. Post-traumatic stress disorder 3.5 10,920,000. Any mood disorder 9.5 29,640,000. Major depressive disorder 6.7 20,904,000. Bipolar disorder 2.68 1,112,000. Schizophrenia 1.03 1,120,000. Personality disorders. Antisocial personality disorder 1.54 680,000. Table 12.1 1-year prevalence rates for psychological disorders in the United States, 2001-2003. 490. Borderline personality disorder 1.54 680,000. Anorexia nervosa 0.1 312,000. Any substance abuse disorder 3.8 11,856,000. Alcohol use disorder 4.4 13,728,000. Drug use disorder 1.85 616,000. All cancers * 5.4 16,848,000. Diabetes * 10.7 33,348,000. ** These non-psychological conditions are included for comparison. Table 12.11 Year prevalence rates for psychological disorders in the United States, 2001-2003. By Kessler, R.C., Chu, W.T., Demler, O., and Walters, E.E. 2005. Prevalence, severity, and comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey. Replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 6, 617 627, Narrow, W.E., Ray, D.S. Robbins, L.N., and Rieger, D.A. 2002. Revised prevalence-based estimates of mental disorders in the United States, using a clinical significance criterion to reconcile to surveys. Estimates. Archives of General Psychiatry, 59, 2, 115-123. In this chapter our focus is on the disorders themselves. We will review the major psychological disorders and consider their causes and their impact on the people who suffer from them. Then, in treating psychological disorders, page 554, we will turn to consider the treatment of these disorders through psychotherapy and drug therapy. 12.2.1 Defining disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. A psychological disorder is an ongoing dysfunctional pattern of thought, emotion, and behavior that causes significant distress, and that is considered deviant in that person's culture or society. Butcher, Meinke, and Hooley, 2007. 3 psychological disorders have much in common with other medical disorders. They are out of the patient's control. They may in some cases be treated by drugs, and their treatment is often covered by 3. Butcher, J., Meinke, S., and Hooley, J. 2007. Abnormal Psychology and Modern Life, 13th ed. Boston, Ma, Allen and Bacon. 491. Medical insurance. Like medical problems, psychological disorders have both biological, nature, as well as environmental, nurture, influences. These causal influences are reflected in the biopsychosocial model of illness, Engel, 1977. 4. The biopsychosocial model of illness is a way of understanding disorder that assumes that disorder is caused by biological, psychological, and social factors. Figure 12.1. The biological component of the biopsychosocial model refers to the influences on disorder that come from the functioning of the individual's body. Particularly important are genetic characteristics that make some people more vulnerable to a disorder than others and the influence of neurotransmitters. The psychological component of the biopsycho-social model refers to the influences that come from the individual, such as patterns of negative thinking and stress responses. The social component of the biopsychosocial model refers to the influences on disorder due to social and cultural factors such as socioeconomic status, homelessness, abuse, and discrimination. Figure 12.1 The biopsychosocial model. The biopsychosocial model of disorder proposes that disorders are caused by biological, psychological, and social-cultural factors. To consider one example, the psychological disorder of schizophrenia has a biological cause because it is known that there are patterns of genes that make a person vulnerable to the disorder. Jedgeman, Sanders, and Duan, 2010. 5. But whether or not the person with a biological vulnerability experiences the disorder depends in large part on psychological factors such as how the individual responds to the stress he 4. Engel, G. 1977. The Need for a New Medical Model, A Challenge for Biomedicine Science, 196, 40-86, 129. doi, 101126/ Science 847460. 5. Jedgeman, P., Sanders, A., and Duan, J. 2010. The Role of Genetics in the Etiology of Schizophrenia. Psychiatric Clinics of North America, 33, 1, 35, 66. doi, 101016/JPSC 2009-12-003. 492. Experiences, as well as social factors such as whether or not he is exposed to stressful environments in adolescence and whether or not he has support from people who care about him. Sawa and Snyder, 2002, Walker, Kessler, Balanai, and Hockman, 2004. 6. Similarly, mood and anxiety disorders are caused in part by genetic factors such as hormones and neurotransmitters, in part by the individual's particular thought patterns, and in part by the ways that other people in the social environment treat the person with the disorder. We will use the biopsychosocial model as a framework for considering the causes and treatments of disorder. Although they share many characteristics with them, psychological disorders are nevertheless different from medical conditions in important ways. For one, diagnosis of psychological disorders can be more difficult. Although a medical doctor can see cancer in the lungs using an MRI scan or see blocked arteries in the heart using cardiac catheterization, there is no corresponding test for psychological disorder. Current research is beginning to provide more evidence about the role of brain structures in psychological disorder, but for now the brains of people with severe mental disturbances often look identical to those of people without such disturbances. Because there are no clear biological diagnoses, psychological disorders are instead diagnosed on the basis of clinical observations of the behaviors that the individual engages in. These observations find that emotional states and behaviors operate on a continuum, ranging from more normal and accepted to more deviant, abnormal, and unaccepted. The behaviors that are associated with disorder are in many cases the same behaviors we that engage in our normal everyday life. Washing one's hands is a normal healthy activity, but it can be overdone by those with an obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. It is not unusual to worry about and try to improve one's body image, but Robert's struggle with his personal appearance, as discussed at the beginning of this chapter, was clearly unusual, unhealthy, and distressing to him. Whether a given behavior is considered a psychological disorder is determined not only by whether a behavior is unusual, for example, whether it is mild anxiety versus extreme anxiety, but also by whether a behavior is maladaptive, that is, the extent to which it causes distress, for example, pain and suffering, and dysfunction, impairment in one or more important areas of functioning, to the individual. American Psychiatric Association, 2007. An intense fear of spiders, for example, would not be considered a psychological disorder unless it has a significant negative impact on the sufferer's life, for instance by causing him or her to be unable to step outside the house. The focus on distress and dysfunction means that behaviors that are simply unusual, such as some political, religious, or sexual practices, are not classified as disorders. Put your psychology hat on for a moment and consider the behaviors of the people listed in Table 12.2. For each, indicate whether you think the behavior is or is not a 6. Sawa, A., and Snyder, S. 2002. Schizophrenia, Diverse Approaches to a Complex Disease Science, 296, 5568, 692-695. doi, 101126/science1070532, Walker, E., Kessler, L., Balanai, A., and Hockman, K. 2004. Schizophrenia, Etiology and Course. Annual Review of Psychology, 55, 401430. doi, 101146/AnnuRevPsych 55090902141950. 7. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend Washington, D.C., author. 493. Psychological disorder. If you're not sure, what other information would you need to know to be more certain of your diagnosis? Yes, no. Need more information. Description. Jackie frequently talks to herself while she is working out her math homework. Her roommate sometimes hears her and wonders if she is okay. Charlie believes that the noises made by cars and planes going by outside his house have secret meanings. He is convinced that he was involved in the start of a nuclear war and that the only way for him to survive is to find the answer to a difficult riddle. Harriet gets very depressed during the winter months when the light is low. She sometimes stays in her pajamas for the whole weekend, eating chocolate and watching TV. Frank seems to be afraid of a lot of things. He worries about driving on the highway and about severe weather that may come through his neighborhood. But mostly he fears mice checking under his bed frequently to see if any are present. A worshipper speaking in tongues at an evangelical church views himself as filled with the Holy Spirit and is considered blessed with the gift. Table 12.2 Diagnosing Disorder 494. To speak the language of angels. Table 12.2 Diagnosing Disorder. A trained clinical psychologist would have checked off "need more information" for each of the examples in Table 12.2 because although the behaviors may seem unusual, there is no clear evidence that they are distressing or dysfunctional for the person. Talking to ourselves out loud is unusual and can be a symptom of schizophrenia, but just because we do it once in a while does not mean that there is anything wrong with us. It is natural to be depressed, particularly in the long winter nights, but how severe should this depression be, and how long should it last? If the negative feelings last for an extended time and begin to lead the person to miss work or classes, then they may become symptoms of a mood disorder. It is normal to worry about things, but when does worry turn into a debilitating anxiety disorder? And what about thoughts that seem to be irrational, such as being able to speak the language of angels? Are they indicators of a severe psychological disorder, or part of a normal religious experience? Again, the answer lies in the extent to which they are, or are not, interfering with the individual's functioning in society. Another difficulty in diagnosing psychological disorders is that they frequently occur together. For instance, people diagnosed with anxiety disorders also often have mood disorders. Hunt, Slade, and Andrews, 2004, 8, and people diagnosed with one personality disorder frequently suffer from other personality disorders as well. Comorbidity occurs when people who suffer from one disorder also suffer at the same time from other disorders. Because many psychological disorders are comorbid, most severe mental disorders are concentrated in a small group of people, about 6% of the population, who have more than 3 of them. Kessler, Chu, Demler, and Walters, 2005. 9. Psychology in Everyday Life, Combating the Stigma of Abnormal Behavior. Every culture and society has its own views on what constitutes abnormal behavior and what causes it. Brothwell, 1981. 10. The Old Testament book of Samuel tells us that as a consequence of his sins, God sent King Saul an evil spirit to torment him. 1 Samuel 16:14. Ancient Hindu tradition attributed psychological disorder to sorcery and witchcraft. During the Middle Ages it was believed that mental illness occurred when the body was infected by evil spirits, particularly the devil. Remedies included whipping, bloodletting, purges, and trepanation, cutting a hole in the skull, to release the 8. Hunt, C., Slade, T., and Andrews, G. 2004. Generalized anxiety disorder and major depressive disorder comorbidity in the National Survey of Mental Health and Well-Being. Depression and Anxiety, 20, 23, 31. 9. Kessler, R.C., Chu, W.T., Demler, O., and Walters, E.E. 2005. Prevalence, severity, and comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 6, 617 627. 10. Brothwell, D. 1981. Digging Up Bones, the Excavation, Treatment, and Study of Human Skeletal Remains. Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. 495. Demons. Figure 12.2 Trepanation, drilling holes in the skull, has been used since prehistoric times. In attempts to cure epilepsy, schizophrenia, and other psychological disorders. Phtebades, http://commons.wikimedia.org/wiki/file, Peter_Tebades__. Engraving __for_handiwork_for_surgery_1525 PNG. By Peter Tebades. Until the 18th century, the most common treatment for the mentally ill was to incarcerate them in asylums or madhouses. During the 18th century, however, some reformers began to oppose this brutal treatment of the mentally ill, arguing that mental illness was a medical problem that had nothing to do with evil spirits or demons. In France, one of the key reformers was Philippe Pinel, 1745-1826, who believed that mental illness was caused by a combination of physical and psychological stressors, exacerbated by inhumane conditions. Pinel advocated the introduction of exercise, fresh air, and daylight for the inmates, as well as treating them gently and talking with them. In America, the reformers Benjamin Rush, 1745-1813, and 496. Dorothea Dix, 1802-1887, were instrumental in creating mental hospitals that treated patients humanely and attempted to cure them, if possible. These reformers saw mental illness as an underlying psychological disorder, which was diagnosed according to its symptoms and which could be cured through treatment. Despite the progress made since the 1800s in public attitudes about those who suffer from psychological disorders, people, including police, co-workers, and even friends and family members, still stigmatize people with psychological disorders. A stigma refers to a disgrace or defect that indicates that person belongs to a culturally devalued social group. In some cases, the stigma of mental illness is accompanied by the use of disrespectful and dehumanizing labels, including names such as crazy, nuts, mental, schizo, and retard. The stigma of mental disorder affects people while they are ill, while they are healing, and even after they have healed. Sheffer, 2003. 11. On a community level, stigma can affect the kinds of services social service agencies give to people with mental illness, and the treatment provided to them and their families by schools, workplaces, places of worship, and health care providers. Stigma about mental illness also leads to employment discrimination. Despite the fact that with appropriate support, even people with severe psychological disorders are able to hold a job. Boardman, Grove, Perkins, and Shepard, 2003, Leff and Warner, 2006, Azawa and Yida, 2007, Pulido, Diaz, and Ramirez, 2004. 12. The mass media has a significant influence on society's attitude toward mental illness. Francis, Perkis, Dunt, and Blood, 2001. 13. While media portrayal of mental illness is often sympathetic, negative stereotypes still remain in newspapers, magazines, film, and television. See the following video for an example. Television advertisements may perpetuate negative stereotypes about the mentally ill. Burger King recently ran an ad called "The King's Gone Crazy," in which the company's mascot runs around an office complex carrying out acts of violence and wreaking havoc. 11. Sheffer, R. 2003, May 28. Addressing Stigma, Increasing Public Understanding of Mental Illness. Presented to the Standing Senate Committee on Social Affairs, Science, and Technology. Retrieved from www.camite.net/education/resources_communities_organizations/ addressing_stigma_senat EPRs 03 PDF. 12. Boardman, J., Grove, B., Perkins, R., and Shepard, G. 2003. Work and Employment for People with Psychiatric Disabilities. British Journal of Psychiatry, 182, 6, 467-468. doi, 101192/BJP 182-6-467, Leff, J., and Warner, R. 2006. Social Inclusion of People with Mental Illness. New York, New York, Cambridge University Press, Azawa, A., and Yida, J. 2007. Employer Attitudes Toward Employing Persons with Psychiatric Disability in Japan. Journal of Vocational Rehabilitation, 26, 2, 105113, Pulido, F., Diaz, M., and Ramirez, M. 2004. Work Integration of People with Severe Mental Disorder, a Pending Question. Revista Psyquis, 25, 6, 26, 43. 13. Francis, C., Perkis, J., Dunt, D., and Blood, R. 2001. Mental Health and Illness in the Media, a Review of the Literature. Canberra, Australia, Commonwealth Department of Health and Aged Care. 497. The most significant problem of the stigmatization of those with psychological disorder is that it slows their recovery. People with mental problems internalize societal attitudes about mental illness, often becoming so embarrassed or ashamed that they conceal their difficulties and fail to seek treatment. Stigma leads to lowered self-esteem, increased isolation and hopelessness, and it may negatively influence the individual's family and professional life. Hayward and Bright, 1997. 14. Despite all of these challenges, however, many people overcome psychological disorders and go on to lead productive lives. It is up to all of us who are informed about the causes of psychological disorder and the impact of these conditions on people to understand, first, that mental illness is not a fault any more than is cancer. People do not choose to have a mental illness. Second, we must all work to help overcome the stigma associated with disorder. Organizations such as the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, ND, 15 for example, work to reduce the negative impact of stigma through education, community action, individual support, and other techniques. 12.2.2 Diagnosing Disorder, the DSM. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychologists have developed criteria that help them determine whether behavior should be considered a psychological disorder and which of the many disorders particular behaviors indicate. These criteria are laid out in a 1,000-page manual known as the Diagnostic A&D Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, a document that provides a common language and standard criteria for the classification of mental disorders. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. 16. The DSM is used by therapists, researchers, drug companies, health insurance companies, and policymakers in the United States to determine what services are appropriately provided for treating patients with given symptoms. The first edition of the DSM was published in 1952 on the basis of CENSU's data and psychiatric hospital statistics. Since then, the DSM has been revised 5 times. The last major revision was the 4th edition, DSM-IV, published in 1994, and an update of that document was produced in 2000, DSM-IV-TR. The 5th edition, DSM-V, is currently undergoing review, planning, and preparation and is scheduled to be published in 2013. The DSM-IV-TR was designed in conjunction with the World Health Organization's 10th version of the International Classification of Diseases, ICD-10, which is used as a guide for mental disorders in Europe and other parts of the world. 14. Hayward, P., and Bright, J. 1997. Stigma and Mental Illness, A Review and Critique Journal of Mental Health, 6, 4. 345-354. 15. National Alliance on Mental Illness. ND. Fight Stigma. Retrieved from www.nami.org/ template CFM, section =fight_stigma. 16. American Psychiatric Association. 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend Washington, D.C., author 498. As you can see in Figure 12.3, the DSM organizes the diagnosis of disorder according to 5 dimensions, or axes, relating to different aspects of disorder or disability. The axes are important to remember when we think about psychological disorder, because they make it clear not only that there are different types of disorder, but that those disorders have a variety of different causes. Axis I includes the most usual clinical disorders, including mood disorders and anxiety disorders. Axis II includes the less severe but long-lasting personality disorders, as well as mental retardation. Axis III and Axis IV relate to physical symptoms and social-cultural factors, respectively. The axes remind us that when making a diagnosis we must look at the complete picture, including biological, personal, and social-cultural factors. Figure 12.3. The DSM organizes psychological disorders into 5 dimensions, known as axes, that concern the different aspects of disorder. By adapted from American Psychiatric Association. 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., Text Reverend Washington, D.C., Author. The DSM does not attempt to specify the exact symptoms that are required for a diagnosis. Rather, the DSM uses categories, and patients whose symptoms are similar to the description of the category are said to have that disorder. The DSM frequently uses qualifiers to indicate different levels of severity within a category. For instance, the disorder of mental retardation can be classified as mild, moderate, or severe. Each revision of the DSM takes into consideration new knowledge as well as changes in cultural norms about disorder. Homosexuality, for example, was listed as a mental disorder in the DSM until 1973, when it was removed in response to advocacy by politically active gay rights groups and changing social norms. The current version of the DSM lists about 400 disorders. Some of the major categories are shown in Table 12.3, and you may go to http://wiki.org/wiki/dsm-iv_codes_alphabetical. http://wiki.org/wiki/dsm%20iv_codes_alphabetical, and browse the complete list. Category and description examples. Table 12.3 Categories of psychological disorders based on the DSM. 499. Disorders diagnosed in infancy and childhood. Mental retardation. Communication, conduct. Elimination, feeding, learning, and motor skills disorders. Autism spectrum disorders. Attention deficit and disruptive behavior disorders, including attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Separation anxiety disorder. Delirium, dementia, and amnesia, forgetting or memory distortions caused by physical factors. Delirium, dementia and Alzheimer disease. Dissociative disorders. Forgetting or memory. Distortions that do not involve physical factors. Dissociative amnesia. Dissociative fugue. Dissociative identity disorder. Multiple personality. Substance abuse disorders, alcohol abuse, drug abuse, caffeine abuse. Table 12.3 Categories of psychological disorders based on the DSM 500. Schizophrenia and other psychotic disorders. Mood disorders, mood disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, anxiety disorders, generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, specific phobia including agoraphobia, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, somatoform disorders. Physical symptoms that do not have a clear physical cause and thus must be psychological in origin. Conversion disorder, pain disorder, hypochondriasis, body dysmorphic disorder, BDD. Factitious disorders. Conditions in which a person acts as if he or she has an illness by deliberately. Table 12.3 Categories of psychological disorders based on the DSM 501. Producing, feigning, or exaggerating symptoms. Sexual disorders. Sexual dysfunctions including erectile and orgasmic disorders, paraphilias, gender identity disorders, sexual abuse, eating disorders, anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, sleep disorders, narcolepsy, sleep apnea, impulse control disorders, kleptomania, stealing, pyromania, fire lighting, pathological gambling, addiction, personality disorders. Cluster A, odd or eccentric behaviors, paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder. Table 12.3 Categories of psychological disorders based on the DSM 502. Cluster B, dramatic, emotional, or erratic behaviors, antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder. Cluster C, anxious or fearful behaviors, avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Other disorders includes academic problems, antisocial behavior, bereavement, child neglect, occupational problems, relational problems, physical abuse, and malingering. Table 12.3 Categories of psychological disorders based on the DSM. Although the DSM has been criticized regarding the nature of its categorization system, and it is frequently revised to attempt to address these criticisms, for the fact that it tends to classify more behaviors as disorders with every revision, even academic problems are now listed as a potential psychological disorder, and for the fact that it is primarily focused on Western illness, it is nevertheless a comprehensive, practical, and necessary tool that provides a common language to describe disorder. Most U.S. insurance companies will not pay for therapy unless the patient has a DSM diagnosis. The DSM approach allows a systematic assessment of the patient, taking into account the mental disorder in question, the patient's medical condition, psychological and cultural factors, and the way the patient functions in everyday life. 503. 12.2.3 Diagnosis or overdiagnosis. ADHD, autistic disorder, and Asperger's disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Two common critiques of the DSM are that the categorization system leaves quite a bit of ambiguity in diagnosis and that it covers such a wide variety of behaviors. Let's take a closer look at three common disorders: attention deficit / hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, autistic disorder, and Asperger's disorder that have recently raised controversy because they are being diagnosed significantly more frequently than they were in the past. 12.2.4 Attention deficit / hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Zach, aged 7 years, has always had trouble settling down. He is easily bored and distracted. In school, he cannot stay in his seat for very long and he frequently does not follow instructions. He is constantly fidgeting or staring into space. Zach has poor social skills and may overreact when someone accidentally bumps into him or uses one of his toys. At home, he chatters constantly and rarely settles down to do a quiet activity, such as reading a book. Symptoms such as Zach's are common among 7-year-olds, and particularly among boys. But what do the symptoms mean? Does Zach simply have a lot of energy and a short attention span? Boys mature more slowly than girls at this age, and perhaps Zach will catch up in the next few years. One possibility is for the parents and teachers to work with Zach to help him be more attentive, to put up with the behavior, and to wait it out. But many parents, often on the advice of the child's teacher, take their children to a psychologist for diagnosis. If Zach were taken for testing today, it is very likely that he would be diagnosed with a psychological disorder known as attention deficit / hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. ADHD is a developmental behavior disorder characterized by problems with focus, difficulty maintaining attention, and inability to concentrate, in which symptoms start before 7 years of age. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. National Institute of Mental Health, 2010. 17. Although it is usually first diagnosed in childhood, ADHD can remain problematic in adults, and up to 7% of college students are diagnosed with it. Weyant and Dupal, 2006. 18. In adults, the symptoms of ADHD include forgetfulness, difficulty paying attention to details, procrastination, disorganized work habits, and not listening to others. ADHD is about 70% more likely. 17. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend Washington, D.C., author, National Institute of Mental Health. 2010. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD. Retrieved from www.nimhnih.gov/health/topics/attention deficit hyperactivity disorder ADHD/index SHTML. 18. Weyant, L.L., and Dupal, G. 2006. ADHD in College Students. Journal of Attention Disorders, 10, 1, 9, 19. 504. To occur in males than in females, Kessler, Chu, Demler, and Walters, 2005, 19, and is often comorbid with other behavioral and conduct disorders. The diagnosis of ADHD has quadrupled over the past 20 years, such that it is now diagnosed in about 1 out of every 20 American children and is the most common psychological disorder among children in the world. Olfson, Gamaroff, Marcus, and Jensen, 2003. 20. ADHD is also being diagnosed much more frequently in adolescents and adults. Barkley, 1998. 21. You might wonder what this all means. Are the increases in the diagnosis of ADHD due to the fact that today's children and adolescents are actually more distracted and hyperactive than their parents were, due to a greater awareness of ADHD among teachers and parents, or due to psychologists and psychiatrists' tendency to overdiagnose the problem? Perhaps drug companies are also involved, because ADHD is often treated with prescription medications, including stimulants such as Ritalin. Although skeptics argue that ADHD is overdiagnosed and is a handy excuse for behavioral problems, most psychologists believe that ADHD is a real disorder that is caused by a combination of genetic and environmental factors. Twin studies have found that ADHD is heritable. National Institute of Mental Health, 2008, 22, and neuroimaging studies have found that people with ADHD may have structural differences in areas of the brain that influence self-control and attention. Seidman, Valera, and Macris, 2005. 23 other studies have also pointed to environmental factors, such as mothers smoking and drinking alcohol during pregnancy and the consumption of lead and food additives by those who are affected. Braun, Kahn, Frulich, Auinger, and Lanphier, 2006, Linnet et Alabama, 2003, McCann et Alabama, 2007. 24 Social factors. such as family stress and poverty, also contribute to ADHD. Burt, Kruger, McGew, and Iacono, 2001. 25. 12.2.5 Autistic disorder and Asperger's disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Jared's kindergarten teacher has voiced her concern to Jared's parents about his difficulties with interacting with other children and his delay in developing normal. 19. Kessler, R.C., Chu, W.T., Demler, O., and Walters, E.E. 2005. Prevalence, severity, and comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 6, 617 627. 20. Olfson, M., Gamaroff, M., Marcus, S., and Jensen, P. 2003. National Trends in the Treatment of Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. American Journal of Psychiatry, 160, 1071, 1077. 21. Barkley, R.A. 1998. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, A Handbook for Diagnosis and Treatment, 2nd ed. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 22. National Institute of Mental Health. 2010. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD. Retrieved from http://www.nimh.nih.gov/health/topics. 23. Seidman, L., Valera, E., and Macris, N. 2005. Structural Brain Imaging of Attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder. Biological Psychiatry, 57, 1263, 1272. 24. Braun, J., Kahn, R., Frulich, T., Auinger, P., and Lanphier, B. 2006. Exposures to environmental toxicants and attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder in U.S. Children Environmental Health Perspectives, 114, 12, 1904-1909, Linnet K. Dalsgaard, S., Abel, C., Wisborg, K., Henriksen T., Rodriguez, A., Jarvlin, M. 2003. Maternal Lifestyle Factors in Pregnancy Risk of Attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder and Associated Behaviors, Review of the Current Evidence. American Journal of Psychiatry, 160, 6, 1028-1040, McKen, D., Barrett, A., Cooper, A., Crumpler, D., Dallin, L., Grimshaw, K., Stevenson, J. 2007. Food Additives and Hyperactive Behavior in 3-year-old and 8-9-year-old Children in the Community, a randomized, double-blinded, placebo-controlled trial. Lancet, 370, 95-98, 1560-1567. 25. Bird, S. A., Kruger, R.F., Magu, M., and Iacono, W.G. 2001. Sources of covariation among attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, and conduct disorder, the importance of shared environment. Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 110, 4, 516 525. 505. Language. Jared is able to maintain eye contact and enjoys mixing with other children. But he cannot communicate with them very well. He often responds to questions or comments with long-winded speeches about trucks or some other topic that interests him, and he seems to lack awareness of other children's wishes and needs. Jared's concerned parents took him to a multidisciplinary child development center for consultation. Here he was tested by a pediatric neurologist, a psychologist, and a child psychiatrist. The pediatric neurologist found that Jared's hearing was normal, and there were no signs of any neurological disorder. He diagnosed Jared with a pervasive developmental disorder, because while his comprehension and expressive language was poor, he was still able to carry out nonverbal tasks, such as drawing a picture or doing a puzzle. Based on her observation of Jared's difficulty interacting with his peers, and the fact that he did not respond warmly to his parents, the psychologist diagnosed Jared with autistic disorder, autism, a disorder of neural development characterized by impaired social interaction and communication, and by restricted and repetitive behavior, and in which symptoms begin before 7 years of age. The psychologist believed that the autism diagnosis was correct because, like other children with autism, Jared has a poorly developed ability to see the world from the perspective of others, engages in unusual behaviors such as talking about trucks for hours, and responds to stimuli, such as the sound of a car or an airplane, in unusual ways. The child psychiatrist believed that Jared's language problems and social skills were not severe enough to warrant a diagnosis of autistic disorder and instead proposed a diagnosis of Asperger's disorder, a developmental disorder that affects a child's ability to socialize and communicate effectively with others and in which symptoms begin before 7 years of age. The symptoms of Asperger's are almost identical to that of autism, with the exception of a delay in language development, and the child psychiatrist simply saw these problems as less extreme. Imagine how Jared's parents must have felt lieutenant at this point. Clearly there is something wrong with their child, but even the experts cannot agree on exactly what the problem is. Diagnosing problems such as Jared's is difficult, yet the number of children like him is increasing dramatically. Disorders related to autism and Asperger's disorder now affect almost 1% of American children, Kogan et. Alabama, 2007. 26. The milder forms of autism, and particularly Asperger's, have accounted for most of this increase in diagnosis. Although for many years autism was thought to be primarily a socially determined disorder, in which parents who were cold, distant, and rejecting created the problem, current research suggests that biological factors are most important. The heritability of autism has been estimated to be as high as 90%. Freitag, 2007. 27 scientists speculate that autism is caused by an unknown genetically determined brain abnormality that occurs early in development. It is likely that several different brain 26. Kogan, M., Bloomberg, S., Sheev, L., Boyle, C., Perrin, J., Gondur, R., Van Dyke, P. 2009. Prevalence of parent. Reported diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder among children in the U.S., 2007. Pediatrics, 124, 5, 1395-1403. doi, 101542/peds 2009 1522. 27. Freitag C.M. 2007. The Genetics of Autistic Disorders and Its Clinical Relevance, a Review of the Literature. Molecular Psychiatry, 12, 1, 2, 22. 506. Sites are affected, Molden, 2003, 28, and the search for these areas is being conducted in many scientific laboratories. But does Jared have autism or Asperger's? The problem is that diagnosis is not exact. Remember the idea of categories, and the experts themselves are often unsure how to classify behavior. Furthermore, the appropriate classifications change with time and new knowledge. The American Psychiatric Association has recently posted on its website a proposal to eliminate the term Asperger's syndrome from the upcoming DSM-V. Whether or not Asperger's will remain a separate disorder will be made known when the next DSM-V is published in 2013. Key takeaways. More psychologists are involved in the diagnosis and treatment of psychological disorder than in any other endeavor, and those tasks are probably the most important psychologists face. The impact on people with a psychological disorder comes both from the disease itself and from the stigma associated with disorder. A psychological disorder is an ongoing dysfunctional pattern of thought, emotion, and behavior that causes significant distress and that is considered deviant in that person's culture or society. According to the biopsychosocial model, psychological disorders have biological, psychological, and social causes. It is difficult to diagnose psychological disorders, although the DSM provides guidelines that are based on a category system. The DSM is frequently revised, taking into consideration new knowledge, as well as changes in cultural norms about disorder. There is controversy about the diagnosis of disorders such as ADHD, autistic disorder, and Asperger's disorder. 28. Molden, S.O. 2003. Editorial, Neurobiology of Autism, The New Frontier. Genes, Brain and Behavior, 2, 5, 253-54. 507. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 1. Do you or your friends hold stereotypes about the mentally ill? Can you think of or find clips from any films or other popular media that portray mental illness positively or negatively? Is it more or less acceptable to stereotype the mentally ill than to stereotype other social groups? 2. Consider the psychological disorders listed in Table 12.3 categories of psychological disorders based on the Do you know people who may suffer from any of them? Can you or have you talked to them about their experiences? If so, how do they experience the illness? 3. Consider the diagnosis of ADHD, autism, and Asperger's disorder from the biological, personal, and social-cultural perspectives. Do you think that these disorders are overdiagnosed? How might clinicians determine if ADHD is dysfunctional or distressing to the individual? 12.3 Anxiety and dissociative disorders, fearing the world around us. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Outline and describe the different types of anxiety disorders. 2. Outline and describe the different types of dissociative disorders. 3. Explain the biological and environmental causes of anxiety and dissociative disorders. Anxiety, the nervousness or agitation that we sometimes experience, often about something that is going to happen, is a natural part of life. We feel anxious at times. Maybe when we think about our upcoming visit to the dentist or the presentation we have to give to our class next week. Anxiety is an important and useful human emotion. It is associated with the activation of the sympathetic nervous system, and the physiological and behavioral responses that help protect us from danger. But too much anxiety can be debilitating, and every year millions of people suffer from anxiety disorders, which are psychological disturbances marked by irrational fears, often of everyday objects and situations. Kessler, Chu, Demler, and Walters, 2005. 29. Kessler, R., Chu, W., Demler, O., and Walters, E. 2005. Prevalence, severity, and comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey. Replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 6, 617 627. 508. 12.3.1 Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Consider the following, in which Chase describes her feelings of a persistent and exaggerated sense of anxiety, even when there is little or nothing in her life to provoke it. For a few months now I've had a really bad feeling inside of me. The best way to describe it is like a really bad feeling of negative inevitability, like something really bad is impending. But I don't know what. It's like I'm on trial for murder, or I'm just waiting to be sent down for something. I have it all of the time, but it gets worse in waves that come from nowhere with no apparent triggers. I used to get it before going out for nights out with friends, and it kinda stopped me from doing it, as I'd rather not go out and stress about the feeling, but now I have it all that IME, so it doesn't really make a difference anymore. Chase, 2010, 30. Chase is probably suffering from a generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, a psychological disorder diagnosed in situations in which a person has been excessively worrying about money, health, work, family life, or relationships for at least 6 months, even though he or she knows that the concerns are exaggerated, and when the anxiety causes significant distress and dysfunction. In addition to their feelings of anxiety, people who suffer from GAD may also experience a variety of physical symptoms, including irritability, sleep troubles, difficulty concentrating, muscle aches, trembling, perspiration, and hot flashes. The sufferer cannot deal with what is causing the anxiety, nor avoid it, because there is no clear cause for anxiety. In fact, the sufferer frequently knows, at least cognitively, that there is really nothing to worry about. About 10 million Americans suffer from GAD, and about 2/3 are women. Kessler, Chu, Demler, and Walters, 2005, Robbins and Rieger, 1991. 31. Generalized anxiety disorder is most likely to develop between the ages of 7 and 40 years, but its influence may in some cases lessen with age. Rubio and Lopez Ibr, 2007. 32. 12.3.2 Panic disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. When I was about 30, I had my first panic attack. I was driving home. My 3 little girls were in their car seats in the back, and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. I broke out into a sweat, and my heart began racing and literally beating against my ribs. I thought I was going to die. I pulled off the road and put my head on the wheel. I remember songs playing on the CD for about 15 minutes and my kids' voices singing. 30. Chase. 2010, February 28. Anxiety. Online forum comment. Mental Health Forum. Retrieved from http://www.mentalhealthforum.net/forum. 31. Kessler, R., Chu, W., Demler, O., and Walters, E. 2005. Prevalence, severity, and comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey. Replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 617, 27, Robbins, L., and Rieger, D.A. 1991, Psychiatric Disorders in America, the Epidemiologic Catchment Area Study. New York, New York, Free Press. 32. Rubio, G., and Lopez Ibr, J. 2007. Generalized Anxiety Disorder, a 40-year follow-up study. Acta Psychiatric Scandinavica 115, 372, 379. 509. Along. I was sure I'd never see them again. And then, it passed. I slowly got back on the road and drove home. I had no idea what it was. CJ, 2006, 33. CJ is experiencing panic disorder, a psychological disorder characterized by sudden attacks of anxiety and terror that have led to significant behavioral changes in the person's life. Symptoms of a panic attack include shortness of breath, heart palpitations, trembling, dizziness, choking sensations, nausea, and an intense feeling of dread or impending doom. Panic attacks can often be mistaken for heart attacks or other serious physical illnesses, and they may lead the person experiencing them to go to a hospital emergency room. Panic attacks may last as little as 1 or as much as 20 minutes, but they often peak and subside within about 10 minutes. Sufferers are often anxious because they fear that they will have another attack. They focus their attention on the thoughts and images of their fears, becoming excessively sensitive to cues that signal the possibility of threat. MacLeod, Rutherford, Campbell, Ebsworthy, and Holker, 2002. 34. They may also become unsure of the source of their arousal, misattributing it to situations that are not actually the cause. As a result, they may begin to avoid places where attacks have occurred in the past, such as driving, using an elevator, or being in public places. Panic disorder affects about 3% of the American population in a given year. 12.3.3 Phobias. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. A phobia, from the Greek word phobos, which means fear, is a specific fear of a certain object, situation, or activity. The fear experience can range from a sense of unease to a full-blown panic attack. Most people learn to live with their phobias, but for others the fear can be so debilitating that they go to extremes to avoid the fearful situation. A sufferer of arachnophobia, fear of spiders, for example, may refuse to enter a room until it has been checked thoroughly for spiders, or may refuse to vacation in the countryside because spiders may be there. Phobias are characterized by their specificity and their irrationality. A person with acrophobia, a fear of height, could fearlessly sail around the world on a sailboat with no concerns yet refuse to go out onto the balcony on the 5th floor of a building. A common phobia is social phobia, extreme shyness around people or discomfort in social situations. Social phobia may be specific to a certain event, such as speaking in public or using a public restroom, or it can be a more generalized anxiety toward almost all people outside of loose family and friends. People with social phobia will often experience physical symptoms in public, such as sweating profusely, blushing, stuttering, nausea, and dizziness. They are convinced that everybody around them notices these symptoms as they are occurring. Women are somewhat more likely than men to suffer from social phobia. 33. CJ. 2006, September. My Dance with Panic weblog post. Panic Survivor. Retrieved from http://index.php/2007102366/survivor-stories. 34. MacLeod, C., Rutherford, E., Campbell, L., Ebsworthy, G., and Holker, L. 2002. Selective Attention and Emotional Vulnerability, Assessing the Causal Basis of Their Association Through the Experimental Manipulation of Attentional Bias. Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 111, 1, 107-123. 510. The most incapacitating phobia is agoraphobia, defined as anxiety about being in places or situations from which escape might be difficult or embarrassing, or in which help may not be available. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. 35 typical places that provoke the panic attacks are parking lots, crowded streets or shops, and bridges, tunnels, or expressways. People, mostly women, who suffer from agoraphobia may have great difficulty leaving their homes and interacting with other people. Phobias affect about 9% of American adults, and they are about twice as prevalent in women as in men. Fredrickson, Onnes, Fisher, and Wick, 1996, Kessler, Marone Ruscio, Shear, and Witchen, 2009. 36. In most cases, phobias first appear in childhood and adolescence, and usually persist into adulthood. Table 12.4 presents a list of the common phobias that are diagnosed by psychologists. Name description: acrophobia, fear of heights. Agoraphobia, fear of situations in which escape is difficult. Arachnophobia, fear of spiders. Astrophobia, fear of thunder and lightning. Claustrophobia, fear of closed-in spaces. Cynophobia, fear of dogs. Mysophobia, fear of germs or dirt. Ophidiophobia, fear of snakes. Pteromerhanophobia, fear of flying. Social phobia, fear of social situations. Trypanophobia, fear of injections. Table 12.4 The most common phobias. 35. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend Washington, D.C., author. 36. Fredrickson, M., Onnes, P., Fisher, H., and Wick, G. 1996. Gender and age differences in the prevalence of specific fears and phobias. Behavior Research and Therapy, 34, 1, 33, 39. doi, 10.16/0005-7967, 95, 00048-3, Kessler, R., Marone Ruscio, A., Shear, K., and Witchen, H. 2009. Epidemiology of Anxiety Disorders. In M. Anthony, and M. Stein, eds, Oxford Handbook of Anxiety and Related Disorders. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 511. Zoophobia, fear of small animals. Table 12.4 The most common phobias. 12.3.4 Obsessive-compulsive disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Although he is best known his perfect shots on the field, the soccer star David Beckham also suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. As he describes it, "I have got this obsessive-compulsive disorder where I have to have everything in a straight line. Or everything has to be in pairs. I'll put my Pepsi cans in the fridge and if there's one too many, then I'll put it in another cupboard somewhere. I veget that problem. I'll go into a hotel room. Before I can relax, I have to move all the leaflets and all the books and put them in a drawer. Everything has to be perfect." Dolan, 2006, 37. David Beckham's experience with obsessive behavior is not unusual. We all get a little obsessive at times. We may continuously replay a favorite song in our heads, worry about getting the right outfit for an upcoming party, or find ourselves analyzing a series of numbers that seem to have a certain pattern. And our everyday compulsions can be useful. Going back inside the house once more to be sure that we really did turn off the sink faucet, or checking the mirror a couple of times to be sure that our hair is combed are not necessarily bad ideas. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, is a psychological disorder that is diagnosed when an individual continuously experiences distressing or frightening thoughts, and engages in obsessions, repetitive thoughts, or compulsions, repetitive behaviors, in an attempt to calm these thoughts. OCD is diagnosed when the obsessive thoughts are so disturbing, and the compulsive behaviors are so time-consuming that they cause distress and significant dysfunction in a person's everyday life. Washing your hands once or even twice to make sure that they are clean is normal, washing them 20 times is not. Keeping your fridge neat is a good idea, spending hours a day on it is not. The sufferers know that these rituals are senseless, but they cannot bring themselves to stop them, in part because the relief that they feel after they perform them acts as a reinforcer, making the behavior more likely to occur again. Sufferers of OCD may avoid certain places that trigger the obsessive thoughts, or use alcohol or drugs to try to calm themselves down. OCD has a low prevalence rate. About 1% of the population in a given year, in relation to other anxiety disorders, and usually develops in adolescence or early adulthood. Horwath and Weissman, 2000. Samuels and Nestat, 1997. 38. The course of OCD varies from person to person. Symptoms can come and go, decrease, or worsen over time. 37. Dolan, A. 2006, April 3. The obsessive disorder that haunts my life. Daily Mail. Retrieved from http://dailymail.co.uk/tvshowbiz/article-3818002. 38. Horwath, E., and Weissman, M. 2000. The Epidemiology and Cross-National Presentation of Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. Psychiatric Clinics of North America, 23, 3, 493, 507. doi, 10.1016/S0193-953X, 05, 70176-3, Samuels, J., and Nestat, G. 1997. Epidemiology and Genetics of Obsessive-Compulsive Disorder. International Review of Psychiatry, 9. 61-71. 512. 12.3.5 Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, PTSD. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. If you imagine burnt pork and plastic, I can still taste it, says Chris Duggan, on his experiences as a soldier in the Falklands War in 1982. These helicopters were coming in and we were asked to help get the boys off. When they opened the doors, the stench was horrendous. When he left the army in 1986, he suffered from PTSD. I was a bit psycho, he says. I was verbally aggressive, very uncooperative. I was arguing with my wife, and eventually we divorced. I decided to change the kitchen around one day, get all new stuff, so I threw everything out of the window. I was 10 stories up in a flat. I poured brandy all over the video and it melted. I flooded the bathroom. Gould, 2007, 39. People who have survived a terrible ordeal, such as combat, torture, sexual assault, imprisonment, abuse, natural disasters, or the death of someone close to them may develop post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. The anxiety may begin months or even years after the event. People with PTSD experience high levels of anxiety along with experiencing the trauma, flashbacks, and a strong desire to avoid any reminders of the event. They may lose interest in things they used to enjoy, startle easily, have difficulty feeling affection, and may experience terror, rage, depression, or insomnia. The symptoms may be felt especially when approaching the area where the event took place or when the anniversary of that event is near. PTSD affects about 5 million Americans, including victims of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and Hurricane Katrina. 16% of Iraq War veterans, for example, reported experiencing symptoms of PTSD, Hogue and Castro. 2006, 40 PTSD is a frequent outcome of childhood or adult sexual abuse, a disorder that has its own diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders, DSM, Diagnosis: women are more likely to develop PTSD than men. Davidson, 2000. 41. Risk factors for PTSD include the degree of the trauma's severity, the lack of family and community support, and additional life stressors. Bruin, Andrews, and Valentine, 2000. 42. Many people with PTSD also suffer from another mental disorder, particularly depression, other anxiety disorders, and substance abuse. Brady, Back, and Coffey. 2004, 43. 39. Gould, M. 2007, October 10. You can teach a man to kill but not to see dying. The Guardian. Retrieved from www.guardianco.uk/society/2007/October/10/Guardian Society Supplement Social Care 2. 40. Hogue, C., and Castro, C. 2006. Post-traumatic stress disorder in UK and US forces deployed to Iraq. Lancet, 368, 867. 41. Davidson, J. 2000. Trauma, the impact of post-traumatic stress disorder. Journal of Psychopharmacology, 14, 2 Sup 1. S5, S12. 42. Bruin, C., Andrews, B., and Valentine, J. 2000. Meta-analysis of risk factors for post-traumatic stress disorder in trauma. Exposed adults. Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology, 68, 5, 748-766. doi, 10-1037/0022-006x685748. 43. Brady, K.T., Back, S.E., and Coffey, S.F. 2004. Substance abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder. Current directions in Psychological Science, 13, 5, 206209. 513. 12.3.6 Dissociative disorders, losing the self to avoid anxiety. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. On October 23, 2006, a man appeared on the television show Weekend Today and asked America to help him rediscover his identity. The man, who was later identified as Jeffrey Allen Ingram, had left his home in Seattle on September 9, 2006, and found himself in Denver a few days later, without being able to recall who he was or where he lived. He was reunited with family after being recognized on the show. According to a co-worker of Ingram's fiancée, even after Ingram was reunited with his fiancée, his memory did not fully return. He said that while her face wasn't familiar to him, her heart was familiar to him. He can't remember his home, but he said their home felt like home to him. People who experience anxiety are haunted by their memories and experiences, and although they desperately wish to get past them, they normally cannot. in some cases. However, such as with Jeffrey Ingram, people who become overwhelmed by stress experience an altered state of consciousness in which they become detached from the reality of what is happening to them. A dissociative disorder is a condition that involves disruptions or breakdowns of memory, awareness, and identity. The dissociation is used as a defense against the trauma. 12.3.7 Dissociative amnesia and fugue. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Dissociative amnesia is a psychological disorder that involves extensive, but selective, memory loss, but in which there is no physiological explanation for the forgetting. Venter, Hart and Nagenhuis, 2009. 44. The amnesia is normally brought on by a trauma, a situation that causes such painful anxiety that the individual forgets in order to escape. These kinds of trauma include disasters, accidents, physical abuse, rape, and other forms of severe stress. Cloninger and Dakuku, 2008. 45. Although the personality of people who are experiencing dissociative amnesia remains fundamentally unchanged and they recall how to carry out daily tasks such as reading, writing, and problem solving, they tend to forget things about their personal lives, for instance, their name, age, and occupation, and may fail to recognize family and friends. Van der Hart and Nagenhuis, 2009. 46. A related disorder, dissociative fugue, is a psychological disorder in which an individual loses complete memory of his or her identity, and may even assume a new one, often far from home. The individual with dissociative fugue experiences all the symptoms of dissociative amnesia but also leaves the situation entirely. The fugue state may last for 44. Van der Hart, O., and Nagenhuis, ERS. 2009. Dissociative disorders. In P. H. Blaney and T. M. Millen, eds. Oxford Textbook of Psychological Disorder, 2nd ed., pages 452-481. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 45. Cloninger, C., and Dakuku, M. 2008. Somatoform and dissociative disorders. In S. H. Fatemi and P. J. Clayton, eds. The Medical Basis of Psychiatry, 3rd ed., pages 181-194. Totawa, N.J., Humana Press. doi, 10-1077-978-1-59745-252-6_11. 46. Van der Hart, O., and Nagenhuis, ERS. 2009. Dissociative disorders. In P. H. Blaney and T. M. Millen, eds. Oxford Textbook of Psychological Disorder, 2nd ed., pages 452-481. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 514. Just a matter of hours, or may continue for months, as it did with Jeffrey Ingram. Recovery from the fugue state tends to be rapid, but when people recover they commonly have no memory of the stressful event that triggered the fugue or of events that occurred during their fugue state. Cardina and Gleaves, 2007. 47. 12.3.8 Dissociative Identity Disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. You may remember the story of Sybil, a pseudonym for Shirley Ardell Mason, who was born in 1923, a person who, over a period of 40 years, claimed to possess 16 distinct personalities. Mason was in therapy for many years trying to integrate these personalities into one complete self. A TV movie about Mason's life, starring Sally Field as Sybil, appeared in 1976. Sybil suffered from the most severe of the dissociative disorders. Dissociative identity disorder. Dissociative identity disorder is a psychological disorder in which two or more distinct and individual personalities exist in the same person, and there is an extreme memory disruption regarding personal information about the other personalities. Van der Hart and Nagenhuis, 2009. 48 Dissociative identity disorder was once known as multiple personality disorder, and this label is still sometimes used. This disorder is sometimes mistakenly referred to as schizophrenia. In some cases of dissociative identity disorder, there can be more than 10 different personalities in one individual. Switches from one personality to another tend to occur suddenly, often triggered by a stressful situation. Gillig, 2009. 49 The host personality is the personality in control of the body most of the time, and the alter personalities tend to differ from each other in terms of age, race, gender, language, manners, and even sexual orientation. Kluft, 1996. 50 A shy, introverted individual may develop a boisterous, extroverted alter personality. Each personality has unique memories and social relationships. Dawson, 1990. 51 Women are more frequently diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder than are men, and when they are diagnosed also tend to have more personalities. American Psychiatric Association, 2000. 52. The dissociative disorders are relatively rare conditions and are most frequently observed in adolescents and young adults, in part because they are so unusual and difficult to diagnose. Clinicians and researchers disagree about the legitimacy of the disorders, and particularly about dissociative identity disorder. Some clinicians argue that the descriptions in the DSM accurately reflect the symptoms of these patients, whereas others believe that patients are faking, role-playing, or using the disorder as a way to justify behavior. Barry Walsh, 2005, Killstrom, 2004, Lilienfeld and Lynn, 2003. 47. Cardina, E., and Gleaves, D. 2007. Dissociative disorders. In M. M. Hersen, S. M. Turner, and D. C. Bidell, eds. Adult. Psychological Disorder and Diagnosis, 5th ed., pages 473-503. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley & Sons. 48 Van der Hart, O., and Nagenhuis, E.R.S. 2009. Dissociative Disorders. In P. H. Blaney, and T. M. Millen, eds., Oxford Textbook of Psychological Disorder, 2nd ed., pages 452-481. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 49. Gillig, P.M. 2009. Dissociative Identity Disorder, A Controversial Diagnosis Psychiatry, 6, 3, 24-29. 50. Kluft, R.P. 1996. The Diagnosis and Treatment of Dissociative Identity Disorder. In the Hatherley Guide to Psychiatric Disorders, 1st ed., Volume 1, pages 49-96. New York, New York, Hatherley Press. 51. Dawson, P.L. 1990. Understanding and Cooperation Among Alter and Host Personalities. American Journal of Occupational Therapy, 44, 11, 994-997. 52. American Psychiatric Association. 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend. Washington, D.C., author. 515. Lipsanen et Alabama, 2004. 53. Even the diagnosis of Shirley Ardell Mason, Sybil, is disputed. Some experts claim that Mason was highly hypnotizable and that her therapist unintentionally suggested the existence of her multiple personalities. Miller and Kantrowitz, 1999. 54. 12.3.9 Explaining Anxiety and Dissociation Disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Both nature and nurture contribute to the development of anxiety disorders. In terms of our evolutionary experiences, humans have evolved to fear dangerous situations. Those of us who had a healthy fear of the dark, of storms, of high places, of closed spaces, and of spiders and snakes were more likely to survive and have descendants. Our evolutionary experience can account for some modern fears as well. A fear of elevators may be a modern version of our fear of closed spaces, while a fear of flying may be related to a fear of heights. Also supporting the role of biology, anxiety disorders, including PTSD, are heritable. Hedema, Neal, and Kendler, 2001, 55, and molecular genetics studies have found a variety of genes that are important in the expression of such disorders. Smaller et Alabama. 2008, Thoinger et Alabama, 2009. 56 neuroimaging studies have found that anxiety disorders are linked to areas of the brain that are associated with emotion, blood pressure and heart rate, decision-making, and action monitoring. Brown and McNiff. 2009, Damsa, Kosal, and Mausali, 2009. 57 people who experience PTSD also have a somewhat smaller hippocampus in comparison with those who do not, and this difference leads them to have a very strong sensitivity to traumatic events. Gilbertson, E.T. Alabama, 2002. 58. Whether the genetic predisposition to anxiety becomes expressed as a disorder depends on environmental factors. People who were abused in childhood are more likely to be anxious than those who had normal childhoods, even with the same. 53. Barry Walsh, J. 2005. Dissociative Identity Disorder. Australian and New Zealand Journal of Psychiatry, 39, 109-110. Killstrom, J.F. 2004. An unbalanced balancing act, blocked, recovered, and false memories in the laboratory and clinic. Clinical Psychology, Science and Practice, 11, 1, 34-41, Lilienfeld, S.O., and Lin, S.J. 2003. Dissociative Identity Disorder. Multiple personalities, multiple controversies. In S.O. Lilienfeld, S.J. Lin, and J.M. Lower, eds. Science and Pseudoscience. In Clinical Psychology, pages 109-142. New York, New York, Guilford Press, Lipsanen, T., Korkala, J., Peltola, P., Jarvanen, J., Langen, K., and Lauerma, H. 2004. Dissociative Disorders Among Psychiatric Patients, Comparison with a Non-Clinical Sample. European Psychiatry, 19, 1, 53-55. 54. Miller, M., and Kantrowitz, B. 1999, January 25. Unmasking Sybil, a re-examination of the most famous psychiatric patient in history. Newsweek, pages 11-16. 55. Hedema, J.M., Neal, M.C., and Kendler, K.S. 2001. A review and meta-analysis of the genetic epidemiology of anxiety disorders. The American Journal of Psychiatry, 158, 10, 1568, 1578. 56. Smaller, J., Paulus, M., Fagerness, J., Purcell, S., Yamaki, L., Hirschfeld-Becker, D., Stein, M. 2008. Influence of RGS2 on anxiety-related temperament, personality, and brain function. Archives of General Psychiatry, 65, 3-98-308. doi, 10-1001/Archgen Psychiatry 2007-48, Thoinger, C., Ribk, S., Unschooled, P., Lucy, S., Ising, M., Betekin, T., Earhart, A. 2009. The GABA Transporter 1, SLC6A1, a novel candidate gene for anxiety disorders. Journal of Neural Transmission, 116, 6, 649-657. doi, 10-1702-00702-008-0075-Y. 57. Brown, T., and McNiff, J. 2009. Specificity of autonomic arousal to DSM-IV panic disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. Behavior Research and Therapy, 47, 6, 487-493. doi, 10.10.16/J. Brat 2009-02016, Damsa, C., Kosal, M., and Mousali, J. 2009. Current status of brain imaging in anxiety disorders. Current Opinion in Psychiatry, 22, 1, 96, 110. doi, 10.1097/Eco0B013E328319 Bed 10. 58. Gilbertson, M.W., Shenton, M.E., Sizevsky, A., Kasai, K., Lasko, N.B., or S.P., Pittman, R.K. 2002. Smaller. Hippocampal volume predicts pathologic vulnerability to psychological trauma. Nature Neuroscience, 5, 11, 1242. 516. Genetic disposition to anxiety sensitivity, Stein, Schork, and Galernter, 2008. 59. And the most severe anxiety and dissociative disorders, such as PTSD, are usually triggered by the experience of a major stressful event. One problem is that modern life creates a lot of anxiety. Although our life expectancy and quality of life have improved over the past 50 years, the same period has also created a sharp increase in anxiety levels. Twin, 2006. 60. These changes suggest that most anxiety disorders stem from perceived, rather than actual, threats to our well-being. Anxieties are also learned through classical and operant conditioning. Just as rats that are shocked in their cages develop a chronic anxiety toward their laboratory environment, which has become a conditioned stimulus for fear, rape victims may feel anxiety when passing by the scene of the crime, and victims of PTSD may react to memories or reminders of the stressful event. Classical conditioning may also be accompanied by stimulus generalization. A single dog bite can lead to generalized fear of all dogs. A panic attack that follows an embarrassing moment in one place may be generalized to a fear of all public places. People's responses to their anxieties are often reinforced. Behaviors become compulsive because they provide relief from the torment of anxious thoughts. Similarly, leaving or avoiding fear-inducing stimuli leads to feelings of calmness or relief, which reinforces phobic behavior. In contrast to the anxiety disorders, the causes of the dissociative orders are less clear, which is part of the reason that there is disagreement about their existence. Unlike most psychological orders, there is little evidence of a genetic predisposition. They seem to be almost entirely environmentally determined. Severe emotional trauma during childhood, such as physical or sexual abuse, coupled with a strong stressor, is typically cited as the underlying cause. Alfer, 1992, Cardina and Gleaves. 2007, 61 Kilstrom, Glisky and Angiolo, 1994, 62 suggest that people with personalities that lead them to fantasize and become intensely absorbed in their own personal experiences, are more susceptible to developing dissociative disorders under stress. Dissociative disorders can in many cases be successfully treated, usually by psychotherapy. Lilienfeld and Lin, 2003. 63. Key takeaways. Anxiety is a natural part of life, but too much anxiety can be debilitating. Every year millions of people suffer from anxiety disorders. People who suffer from generalized anxiety disorder experience anxiety, as well as a variety of physical symptoms. 59. Stein, M., Schork, N., and Galernter, J. 2008. Gene by environment, serotonin transporter and childhood maltreatment. Interaction for anxiety sensitivity, an intermediate phenotype for anxiety disorders. Neuropsychopharmacology, 33, 2. 312, 319. doi, 10.1038/SJNPP13014222. 60. Twing, J. 2006. Generation Me. New York, New York, Free Press. 61. Alfer, V.S. 1992. Introject and Identity, Structural Interpersonal Analysis and Psychological Assessment of Multiple Personality Disorder. Journal of Personality Assessment. 58, 2, 347-367. doi, 10.1207/S1532775 JPA5802_12, Cardina, E. and Gleaves, D. 2007. Dissociative Disorders. In M. M. Hersen, S. M. Turner, and D. C. Bidell, eds, Adult Psychological Disorder and Diagnosis, 5th ed., pages 473-503. Hoboken, N.J., John Wiley & Sons. 62. Kilstrom, J.F., Glisky, M.L., and Angiolo, M.J. 1994. Dissociative Tendencies and Dissociative Disorders. Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 103, 117-124. 63. Lilienfeld, S.O., and Lin, S.J. 2003. Dissociative Identity Disorder, Multiple Personalities, Multiple Controversies. In S.O. Lilienfeld, S.J. Lin, and J. M. Lower, eds, Science and Pseudoscience in Clinical Psychology, pages 109-142. New York, New York. Guilford Press. 517. Panic disorder involves the experience of panic attacks, including shortness of breath, heart palpitations, trembling and dizziness. Phobias are specific fears of a certain object, situation, or activity. Phobias are characterized by their specificity and their irrationality. A common phobia is social phobia, extreme shyness around people, or discomfort in social situations. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is diagnosed when a person's repetitive thoughts are so disturbing and their compulsive behaviors so time-consuming that they cause distress and significant disruption in a person's everyday life. People who have survived a terrible ordeal, such as combat, torture, rape, imprisonment, abuse, natural disasters, or the death of someone close to them, may develop PTSD. Dissociative disorders, including dissociative amnesia and dissociative fugue, are conditions that involve disruptions or breakdowns of memory, awareness, and identity. The dissociation is used as a defense against the trauma. Dissociative identity disorder, in which two or more distinct and individual personalities exist in the same person, is relatively rare and difficult to diagnose. Both nature and nurture contribute to the development of anxiety disorders. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Under what situations do you experience anxiety? Are these experiences rational or irrational? Does the anxiety keep you from doing some things that you would like to be able to do? 2. Do you or people you know suffer from phobias? If so, what are the phobias and how do you think the phobias began? Do they seem more genetic or more environmental in origin? 518. 12.4 Mood disorders, emotions as illness. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Summarize and differentiate the various forms of mood disorders, in particular dysthymia, major depressive disorder, and bipolar disorder. 2. Explain the genetic and environmental factors that increase the likelihood that a person will develop a mood disorder. The everyday variations in our feelings of happiness and sadness reflect our mood, which can be defined as the positive or negative feelings that are in the background of our everyday experiences. In most cases, we are in a relatively good mood, and this positive mood has some positive consequences. It encourages us to do what needs to be done and to make the most of the situations we are in. Ison, 2003. 64. When we are in a good mood, our thought processes open up, and we are more likely to approach others. We are more friendly and helpful to others when we are in a good mood than we are when we are in a bad mood, and we may think more creatively. D. Drew, Baz, and Nijstad, 2008. 65. On the other hand, when we are in a bad mood, we are more likely to prefer to be alone rather than interact with others. We focus on the negative things around us, and our creativity suffers. It is not unusual to feel down or low at times, particularly after a painful event such as the death of someone close to us, a disappointment at work, or an argument with a partner. We often get depressed when we are tired, and many people report being particularly sad during the winter when the days are shorter. Mood, or affective disorders are psychological disorders in which the person's mood negatively influences his or her physical, perceptual, social, and cognitive processes. People who suffer from mood disorders tend to experience more intense and particularly more intense negative moods. About 10% of the U.S. population suffers from a mood disorder in a given year. The most common symptom of mood disorders is negative mood, also known as sadness or depression. Consider the feelings of this person, who was struggling with depression and was diagnosed with major depressive disorder. It didn't he want to face anyone, it didn't he want to talk to anyone. It didn't he really want to do anything. For myself, I couldn't sit down for a minute really to do anything that took deep concentration. It was like I had big huge weights on my legs and I was trying to swim and just kept sinking. And I'd get a little bit of air, just enough to survive, and then I'd 64. Issen, A.M. 2003. Positive affect as a source of human strength. In J. Aspinall, App Psychology of Human Strengths. Fundamental Questions and Future Directions for a Positive Psychology, pages 179-195. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 65. Drew, C.K.W., Baz, M., and Nijstad, B.A. 2008. Hedonic tone and activation level in the mood creativity link, toward a dual pathway to creativity model. Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 94, 5, 739-756. 519. Go back down again. It was just constantly just fighting. National Institute of Mental Health, 2010, 66. Mood disorders can occur at any age, and the median age of onset is 32 years. Kessler, Berglund, Demler, Jin, and Walters, 2005. 67. Recurrence of depressive episodes is fairly common and is greatest for those who first experience depression before the age of 15 years. About twice as many women suffer from depression than do men. Culbertson, 1997. 68. This gender difference is consistent across many countries and cannot be explained entirely by the fact that women are more likely to seek treatment for their depression. Rates of depression have been increasing over the past years. Although the reasons for this increase are not known, Kessler et Alabama, 2003. 69. As you can see below, the experience of depression has a variety of negative effects on our behaviors. In addition to the loss of interest, productivity, and social contact that accompanies depression, the person's sense of hopelessness and sadness may become so severe that he or she considers or even succeeds in committing suicide. Suicide is the 11th leading cause of death in the United States, and a suicide occurs approximately every 16 minutes. Almost all the people who commit suicide have a diagnosable psychiatric disorder at the time of their death. American Association of Suicidology, 2010. American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, 2007, SUDAC, 2005. 70. Behaviors associated with depression. Changes in appetite, weight loss or gain. Difficulty concentrating, remembering details, and making decisions. fatigue and decreased energy. Feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, and pessimism. Increased use of alcohol or drugs. Irritability, restlessness. Loss of interest in activities or hobbies once pleasurable, including sex. Loss of interest in personal appearance. 66. National Institute of Mental Health. 2010, April 8. People with depression discuss their illness. Retrieved from www.nhnih.gov/media/video/health/depression html3. 67. Kessler, R.C., Berglund, P.A., Demler, O., Gin, R., and Walters, E.E. 2005. Lifetime prevalence and age of onset. Distributions of DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey Replication, NCSR. Archives of General Psychiatry. 62, 6, 593, 602. 68. Culbertson, F.M. 1997. Depression and Gender, An International Review. American Psychologist, 52, 25, 31. 69. Kessler, R.C., Berglund, P., Demler, O., Gin, R., Koretz, D., Mary Kangas, K.R., Wong, P.S. 2003. The Epidemiology of Major Depressive Disorder, Results from the National Comorbidity Survey Replication, NCSR. Journal of the American Medical Association, 289, 23, 3095, 3105. 70. American Association of Suicidology. 2010, June 29. Some facts about suicide and depression retrieved from http://suicidology.org/c/document_librypdf, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. 2007, About Suicide, Facts and Figures. National Statistics. Retrieved from www.afsp.org/. Index CFM, Fuse Action equal Home View Page and Page _ ID equal 050 FIA 9 FB 064409 B1135 C3A 70 D1 FDA, Sudak, H.S. 2005. Suicide. In B.J. Sadok and V.A. Sadok, eds, Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry. Philadelphia, Pa. Lippincott Williams and Wilkins. 520. Persistent aches or pains, headaches, cramps, or digestive problems that do not improve with treatment. Sleep disorders, either trouble sleeping or excessive sleeping. Thoughts of suicide or attempts at suicide. 12.4.1 Dysthymia and major depressive disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The level of depression observed in people with mood disorders varies widely. People who experience depression for many years, such that it becomes to seem normal and part of their everyday life, and who feel that they are rarely or never happy, will likely be diagnosed with a mood disorder. If the depression is mild but long-lasting, they will be diagnosed with dysthymia, a condition characterized by mild but chronic depressive symptoms that last for at least 2 years. If the depression continues and becomes even more severe, the diagnosis may become that of major depressive disorder. Major depressive disorder, clinical depression, is a mental disorder characterized by an all-encompassing low mood, accompanied by low self-esteem and by loss of interest or pleasure in normally enjoyable activities. Those who suffer from major depressive disorder feel an intense sadness, despair, and loss of interest in pursuits that once gave them pleasure. These negative feelings profoundly limit the individual's day-to-day functioning and ability to maintain and develop interests in life. Fairchild and Scogan, 2008. 71. About 21 million American adults suffer from a major depressive disorder in any given year. This is approximately 7% of the American population. Major depressive disorder occurs about twice as often in women as it does in men. Kessler, Chu, Demler, and Walters, 2005, Kessler et. Alabama, 2003. 72. In some cases, clinically depressed people lose contact with reality and may receive a diagnosis of major depressive episode with psychotic features. In these cases, the depression includes delusions and hallucinations. 12.4.2 Bipolar disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Juliana is a 21-year-old single woman. Over the past several years she had been treated by a psychologist for depression, but for the past few months she had been feeling a lot better. Juliana had landed a good job in a law office and found a steady 71. Fairchild, K., and Scogan, F. 2008. Assessment and Treatment of Depression. In K. Laidlow and B. Knight, eds. Handbook of Emotional Disorders in Later Life, Assessment and Treatment. New York, New York, Oxford University Press. 72. Kessler, R.C., Chu, W.T., Demler, O., and Walters, E.E. 2005. Prevalence, Severity, and Comorbidity of 12-month DSM-IV disorders in the National Comorbidity Survey. Replication. Archives of General Psychiatry, 62, 6, 617, 27, Kessler, R.C. Berglund, P., Demler, O., Jin, R., Koretz, D., Mary Kangas, K.R., Wong, P.S. 2003. The Epidemiology of Major Depressive Disorder, results from the National Comorbidity Survey. Replication, NCSR. Journal of the American Medical Association. 289, 23, 3095, 3105. 521. Boyfriend. She told her friends and parents that she had been feeling particularly good. Her energy level was high and she was confident in herself and her life. One day Juliana was feeling so good that she impulsively quit her new job and left town with her boyfriend on a road trip. But the trip didn't turn out well because Juliana became impulsive, impatient, and easily angered. Her euphoria continued, and in one of the towns that they visited she left her boyfriend and went to a party with some strangers that she had met. She danced into the early morning and ended up having sex with several of the men. Eventually Juliana returned home to ask for money, but when her parents found out about her recent behavior, and when she acted aggressively and abusively to them, when they confronted her about it, they referred her to a social worker. Juliana was hospitalized, where she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. While dysthymia and major depressive disorder are characterized by overwhelming negative moods, bipolar disorder is a psychological disorder characterized by swings in mood from overly high to sad and hopeless, and back again, with periods of near normal mood in between. Bipolar disorder is diagnosed in cases such as Juliana's, where experiences with depression are followed by a more normal period and then a period of mania or euphoria in which the person feels particularly awake, alive, excited, and involved in everyday activities but is also impulsive, agitated, and distracted. Without treatment, it is likely that Juliana would cycle back into depression and then eventually into mania again, with the likelihood that she would harm herself or others in the process. Bipolar disorder is an often chronic and lifelong condition that may begin in childhood. Although the normal pattern involves swings from high to low, in some cases the person may experience both highs and lows at the same time. Determining whether a person has bipolar disorder is difficult due to the frequent presence of comorbidity with both depression and anxiety disorders. Bipolar disorder is more likely to be diagnosed when it is initially observed at an early age, when the frequency of depressive episodes is high, and when there is a sudden onset of the symptoms. Bowden, 2001. 73. 12.4.3 Explaining Mood Disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Mood disorders are known to be at least in part genetic, because they are heritable. Berrettini, 2006, Mary Kangas et Alabama, 2002. 74 Neurotransmitters also play an important role in mood disorders. Serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine are all known to influence mood. Cher and Mann, 2003, 75, and drugs that influence the actions of these chemicals are often used to treat mood disorders. 73. Bowden, C.L. 2001. Strategies to Reduce Misdiagnosis of Bipolar Depression. Psychiatric Services, 52, 1, 51, 55. 74. Berrettini, W. 2006. Genetics of bipolar and unipolar disorders. In D. J. Stein, D. J. Kupfer, and A. F. Schatzberg, eds. Textbook of Mood Disorders. Washington, D.C., American Psychiatric Publishing, Mary Kangas, K., Chakravarty, A., Molden, S., Araj, H., Blangero, J., Burmeister, M., Takahashi, A.S. 2002. Future of Genetics of Mood Disorders Research Biological Psychiatry, 52, 6, 457 477. 75. Scher, L., and Mann, J.J. 2003. Psychiatric Pathophysiology, Mood Disorders. In A. Tasman, J.K., and J.A. Lieberman, eds. Psychiatry. New York, New York, John Wiley & Sons. 522. The brains of those with mood disorders may in some cases show structural differences from those without them. Wiedebeck and Ravngild, 2004, 76 found that the hippocampus was smaller in depressed subjects than in normal subjects, and this may be the result of reduced neurogenesis, the process of generating new neurons, in depressed people. Warner, Schmidt and Duman, 2006. 77 antidepressant drugs may alleviate depression in part by increasing neurogenesis. Duman and Monteja, 2006. 78. Research focus, using molecular genetics to unravel the causes of depression. Avshalom Caspi and his colleagues, Caspi et. Alabama, 2003, 79 used a longitudinal study to test whether genetic predispositions might lead some people, but not others, to suffer from depression as a result of environmental stress. Their research focused on a particular gene, the 5-HTT gene, which is known to be important in the production and use of the neurotransmitter serotonin. The researchers focused on this gene because serotonin is known to be important in depression, and because selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, have been shown to be effective in treating depression. People who experience stressful life events, for instance involving threat, loss, humiliation, or defeat, are likely to experience depression. But biological situational models suggest that a person's sensitivity to stressful events depends on his or her genetic makeup. The researchers therefore expected that people with one type of genetic pattern would show depression following stress to a greater extent than people with a different type of genetic pattern. The research included a sample of 1,037 adults from Dunedin, New Zealand. Genetic analysis on the basis of DNA samples allowed the researchers to divide the sample into two groups on the basis of the characteristics of their 5-HTT gene. One group had a short version, or allele, of the gene, whereas the other group did not have the short allele of the gene. The participants also completed a measure where they indicated the number and severity of stressful life events that they had experienced over the past 5 years. The events included employment financial, housing, health, and relationship stressors. The dependent measure in the study was the level of depression reported by the 76 Videbek, P., and Ravngild, B. 2004. Hippocampal Volume and Depression, a Meta-Analysis of MRI Studies. American Journal of Psychiatry, 161, 1957-1966. 77. Warner Schmidt, J.L., and Duman, R.S. 2006. Hippocampal Neurogenesis, Opposing Effects of Stress and Antidepressant Treatment. Hippocampus, 16, 239-49. 78. Duman, R.S., and Monteja, L.M. 2006. A Neurotrophic Model for Stress-Related Mood Disorders. Biological Psychiatry. 59, 11-16-11-27. 79. Caspi, A., Sugden, K., Moffat, T.E., Taylor, A., Craig, I.W., Harrington, H., Polton, R. 2003. Influence of life. Stress on depression, moderation by a polymorphism in the 5-HTT gene. Science, 301, 5631, 386, 389. 523. Participant, as assessed using a structured interview test, Robbins, Kotler, Buchholz, and Compton, 1995. 80. As you can see in Figure 12.4, as the number of stressful experiences the participants reported increased from 0 to 4, depression also significantly increased for the participants with the short version of the gene, top panel. But for the participants who did not have a short allele, increasing stress did not increase depression, bottom panel. Furthermore, for the participants who experienced 4 stressors over the past 5 years, 33% of the participants who carried the short version of the gene became depressed, whereas only 17% of participants who did not have the short version did. Figure 12.4 results from Caspi et Alabama, 2003. Caspi et Alabama, 2003, found that the number of stressful life experiences was associated with increased depression for people with the short allele of the 5-HTT gene, top panel, but not for people who did not have the short allele, bottom panel. By adapted from Caspi, A., Sugden, K., Moffat, T.E., Taylor, A., Craig, I. W., Harrington, H., Polton, R. 2003. Influence of life stress on depression, moderation by a polymorphism in the 5-HTT gene. Science, 301, 5631, 386, 389. 80. Robbins, L.N., Kotler, L., Buchholz, K., and Compton, W. 1995. Diagnostic Interview Schedule for DSM-1V. Street, Lewis, M.O., Washington University. 524. This important study provides an excellent example of how genes and environment work together. An individual's response to environmental stress was influenced by his or her genetic makeup. But psychological and social determinants are also important in creating mood disorders and depression. In terms of psychological characteristics, mood states are influenced in large part by our cognitions. Negative thoughts about ourselves and our relationships to others create negative moods, and a goal of cognitive therapy for mood disorders is to attempt to change people's cognitions to be more positive. Negative moods also create negative behaviors toward others, such as acting sad, slouching, and avoiding others, which may lead those others to respond negatively to the person, for instance by isolating that person, which then creates even more depression. Figure 12.5. You can see how it might become difficult for people to break out of this cycle of depression. Figure 12.5 Cycle of depression. Negative emotions create negative behaviors, which lead people to respond negatively to the individual, creating even more depression. Weisman et. Alabama. 1996, 81 found that rates of depression varied greatly among countries, with the highest rates in European and American countries and the lowest rates in Asian countries. These differences seem to be due to discrepancies between individual feelings and cultural expectations about what one should feel. People from 81. Weisman, M.M., Bland, R.C., Canino, G.J., Greenwald, S. U. H.G., Joyce, P.R., Yeh, E.K. 1996. Cross-National Epidemiology of Major Depression and Bipolar Disorder Journal of the American Medical Association, 276, 293-99. 525. European and American cultures report that it is important to experience emotions such as happiness and excitement, whereas the Chinese report that it is more important to be stable and calm. Because Americans may feel that they are not happy or excited but that they are supposed to be, this may increase their depression. Tsai, Knudsen, and Fung, 2006. 82. Key takeaways. Mood is the positive or negative feelings that are in the background of our everyday experiences. We all may get depressed in our daily lives, but people who suffer from mood disorders tend to experience more intense and particularly more intense negative moods. The most common symptom of mood disorders is negative mood. If a person experiences mild but long-lasting depression, she will be diagnosed with dysthymia. If the depression continues and becomes even more severe, the diagnosis may become that of major depressive disorder. Bipolar disorder is characterized by swings in mood from overly high to sad and hopeless, and back again, with periods of near normal mood in between. Mood disorders are caused by the interplay among biological, psychological, and social variables. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Give a specific example of the negative cognitions, behaviors, and responses of others that might contribute to a cycle of depression. like that shown in Figure 12.13, cycle of depression. 2. Given the discussion about the causes of negative moods and depression, what might people do to try to feel better on days that they are experiencing negative moods? 82. Tsai, J.L., Knudsen, B., and Fung, H.H. 2006. Cultural Variation in Affect Valuation, Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 90, 288, 307. 526. 12.5 Schizophrenia, The Edge of Reality and Consciousness. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Categorize and describe the 3 major symptoms of schizophrenia. 2. Differentiate the 5 types of schizophrenia and their characteristics. 3. Identify the biological and social factors that increase the likelihood that a person will develop schizophrenia. The term schizophrenia, which in Greek means split mind, was first used to describe a psychological disorder by Eugen Bleuler, 1857–1939, a Swiss psychiatrist who was studying patients who had very severe thought disorders. Schizophrenia is a serious psychological disorder marked by delusions, hallucinations, loss of contact with reality, inappropriate affect, disorganized speech, social withdrawal, and deterioration of adaptive behavior. Schizophrenia is the most chronic and debilitating of all psychological disorders. It affects men and women equally, occurs in similar rates across ethnicities and across cultures, and affects at any one time approximately 3 million people in the United States. National Institute of Mental Health, 2010. 83. Onset of schizophrenia is usually between the ages of 16 and 30 and rarely after the age of 45 or in children. Muser and McGurk, 2004, Nicholson, Linane, Hamburger, Fernandez, Bedwell, and Rappaport, 2000. 84. 12.5.1 Symptoms of Schizophrenia. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Schizophrenia is accompanied by a variety of symptoms, but not all patients have all of them. Lindenmayer and Kahn, 2006. 85. As you can see in Table 12.5, the symptoms are divided into positive symptoms, negative symptoms, and cognitive symptoms. American 83. National Institute of Mental Health, 2010, April 26. What is schizophrenia? Retrieved from http://www.nimh.nih.gov. Health/topics/schizophrenia/index/html. 84. Muser, K.T., and McGurk, S.R. 2004. Schizophrenia. Lancet, 363, 9426, 2063, 2072, Nicholson, R. Linane, M. Hamburger, S.D. Fernandez, T. Bedwell, J. and Rappaport, J.L. 2000. Lessons from Childhood Onset Schizophrenia. Brain Research. Review, 31, 2, 3, 147 156. 85. Lindenmayer, J.P., and Kahn, A. 2006. Psychological Disorder. In J. A. Lieberman, T. S. Stroop, and D. O. Perkins, eds, Textbook of Schizophrenia, pages 187-22. Washington, D.C., American Psychiatric Publishing. 527. Psychiatric Association, 2008, National Institute of Mental Health, 2010. 86. Positive symptoms refer to the presence of abnormal behaviors or experiences, such as hallucinations, that are not observed in normal people, whereas negative symptoms, such as lack of affect and an inability to socialize with others, refer to the loss or deterioration of thoughts and behaviors that are typical of normal functioning. Finally, cognitive symptoms are the changes in cognitive processes that accompany schizophrenia. Scrabolo. 2000. 87. Because the patient has lost contact with reality, we say that he or she is experiencing psychosis, which is a psychological condition characterized by a loss of contact with reality. Positive symptoms, negative symptoms, cognitive symptoms. Hallucinations, social withdrawal, poor executive control, delusions of grandeur or persecution, flat affect and lack of pleasure in everyday life, trouble focusing, derailment, apathy and loss of motivation, working memory problems, grossly disorganized behavior, distorted sense of time, poor problem solving abilities, inappropriate affect, lack of goal oriented activity, movement disorders, limited speech, poor hygiene and grooming. Table 12.5. Positive, negative, and cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia. People with schizophrenia almost always suffer from hallucinations, imaginary sensations that occur in the absence of aerial stimulus or which are gross distortions of a real stimulus. 86. American Psychiatric Association. 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend. Washington, D.C., author, National Institute of Mental Health. 2010, April 26. What is schizophrenia? Retrieved from www.nih.health/topics/schizophrenia/index/html. 87. Scrabolo, A. 2000. Negative symptoms in schizophrenia, S. The conceptual basis. Harvard Brain, 7. 10. 528. Auditory hallucinations are the most common and are reported by approximately 3/4 of patients. Nicholson, Mayberg, Pennell, and Nemiroff, 2006. 88. Schizophrenic patients frequently report hearing imaginary voices that curse them, comment on their behavior, order them to do things, or warn them of danger. National Institute of Mental Health, 2009. 89. Visual hallucinations are less common and frequently involve seeing God or the devil. D'Souza, 2007. 90. Schizophrenic people also commonly experience delusions, which are false beliefs not commonly shared by others within one's culture, and maintained even though they are obviously out of touch with reality. People with delusions of grandeur believe that they are important, famous, or powerful. They often become convinced that they are someone else, such as the president, or God, or that they have some special talent or ability. Some claim to have been assigned to a special covert mission. Buchanan and Carpenter, 2005. 91. People with delusions of persecution believe that a person or group seeks to harm them. They may think that people are able to read their minds and control their thoughts. Mayer, 2001. 92. If a person suffers from delusions of persecution, there is a good chance that he or she will become violent, and this violence is typically directed at family members. Buchanan and Carpenter, 2005. 93. People suffering from schizophrenia also often suffer from the positive symptom of derailment, the shifting from one subject to another, without following any one line of thought to conclusion, and may exhibit grossly disorganized behavior including inappropriate sexual behavior, peculiar appearance and dress, unusual agitation, for example, shouting and swearing, strange body movements, and awkward facial expressions. It is also common for schizophrenia sufferers to experience inappropriate affect. For example, a patient may laugh uncontrollably when hearing sad news. Movement disorders typically appear as agitated movements, such as repeating a certain motion again and again, but can in some cases include catatonia, a state in which a person does not move and is unresponsive to others. Jano, Holy, Tuiscu, and Walbeck, 2004, Rosebush and Mazurek, 2010, 94. 88. Nicholson, S.E., Mayberg, H.S., Pennell, P.B., and Nemiroff, C.B. 2006. Persistent auditory hallucinations that are unresponsive to antipsychotic drugs. The American Journal of Psychiatry, 163. 1153-1159. doi 10.1176/APAJP 163-7-1153. 89. National Institute of Mental Health. 2009, September 8. What are the symptoms of schizophrenia? Retrieved from www.nimhnih.gov/health/publications/schizophrenia/ what are the symptoms of schizophrenia SHTML. 90. D'Souza, A. 2007. Types and contents of hallucinations in schizophrenia. Journal of Pakistan. Psychiatric Society, 4, 1, 29. 91. Buchanan, R.W., and Carpenter, W.T. 2005. Concept of Schizophrenia. In B.J. Sadok and V.A. Sadok. eds. Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry. Philadelphia, Pa. Lippincott Williams. And Wilkins. 92. Mayer, B.A. 2001. Delusions. In P. B. Sutker and H. E. Adams, eds. Comprehensive Handbook of Psychological Disorder, 3rd ed., pages 309-370. New York, New York, Kluwer Academic/Plenum. 93. Buchanan, R.W., and Carpenter, W.T. 2005. Concept of Schizophrenia. In B.J. Sadok and V.A. Sadok. eds. Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry. Philadelphia, Pa. Lippincott Williams. And Wilkins. 94. Jano, S., Holy, M., Tuiscu, K., and Walbeck, K. 2004. Prevalence of neuroleptic-induced movement disorders in chronic schizophrenia patients. American Journal of Psychiatry, 161, 160-163, Rosebush. P.I., and Mazurek, M.F. 2010. Catatonia and its treatment. Schizophrenia Bulletin, 36, 2, 239-42. doi, 10-1093/SBP 141. 529. Negative symptoms of schizophrenia include social withdrawal, poor hygiene and grooming, poor problem-solving abilities, and a distorted sense of time. Scrabolo. 2000. 95 patients often suffer from flat affect, which means that they express almost no emotional response. For example, they speak in a monotone and have a blank facial expression, even though they may report feeling emotions. Kring, 1999. 96. Another negative symptom is the tendency toward incoherent language, for instance, to repeat the speech of others. Echo speech. Some schizophrenics experience motor disturbances, ranging from complete catatonia and apparent obliviousness to their environment to random and frenzied motor activity during which they become hyperactive and incoherent. Kirkpatrick and Tech, 2005. 97. Not all schizophrenic patients exhibit negative symptoms, but those who do also tend to have the poorest outcomes. Fenton and McGlashan, 1994. 98. Negative symptoms are predictors of deteriorated functioning in everyday life and often make it impossible for sufferers to work or to care for themselves. Cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia are typically difficult for outsiders to recognize but make it extremely difficult for the sufferer to lead a normal life. These symptoms include difficulty comprehending information and using it to make decisions, the lack of executive control, difficulty maintaining focus and attention, and problems with working memory. the ability to use information immediately after it is learned. 12.5.2 Explaining schizophrenia. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. There is no single cause of schizophrenia. Rather, a variety of biological and environmental risk factors interact in a complex way to increase the likelihood that someone might develop schizophrenia. Walker, Kessler, Balanai, and Hochman, 2004. 99. Studies in molecular genetics have not yet identified the particular genes responsible for schizophrenia, but it is evident from research using family, twin, and adoption studies that genetics are important. Walker and Tessner, 2008. 100. As you can see in Figure 12.6, the likelihood of developing schizophrenia increases dramatically if a close relative also has the disease. 95. Scrabolo, A. 2000. Negative symptoms in schizophrenia, S. The conceptual basis. Harvard Brain, 7. 10. 96. Kring, A.M. 1999. Emotion in Schizophrenia, Old Mystery, New Understanding Current Directions in Psychological Science, 8, 160-163. 97. Kirkpatrick, B., and Tech, C. 2005. Schizophrenia, Clinical Features and Psychological Disorder Concepts. In B. J. Sadok and S. V. Sadok, eds, Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry, pages 1416-1435. Philadelphia, Pa, Lippincott Williams and Wilkins. 98. Fenton, W.S., and McGlashan, T.H. 1994. Antecedents, Symptom Progression and Long-Term Outcome of the Deficit Syndrome in Schizophrenia. American Journal of Psychiatry, 151, 351-356. 99. Walker, E., Kessler, L., Balanai, A., and Hochman, K. 2004. Schizophrenia, Etiology and Course. Annual Review of Psychology. 55, 401-430. 100. Walker, E., and Tessner, K. 2008. Schizophrenia. Perspectives on Psychological Science, 3, 1, 30-37. 530. Figure 12.6 Genetic disposition to develop schizophrenia. The risk of developing schizophrenia increases substantially if a person has a relative with the disease. Source: adapted from Gottesman, II. 1991. Schizophrenia Genesis, The Origins of Madness. New York, New York, W. H. Freeman. Neuroimaging studies have found some differences in brain structure between schizophrenic and normal patients. In some people with schizophrenia, the cerebral ventricles, fluid-filled spaces in the brain, are enlarged. Sudduth, Christison, Torrey, Casanova, and Weinberger, 1990. 101 people with schizophrenia also frequently show an overall loss of neurons in the cerebral cortex, and some show less activity in the frontal and temporal lobes, which are the areas of the brain involved in language, attention, and memory. This would explain the deterioration of functioning in language and thought processing that is commonly experienced by schizophrenic patients. Galdrisi et Alabama, 2008. 102. Many researchers believe that schizophrenia is caused in part by excess dopamine. And this theory is supported by the fact that most of the drugs useful in treating schizophrenia inhibit dopamine activity in the brain. Javid and Laruelle, 2006. 103 levels of serotonin may also play a part. Inuyama et Alabama, 1996. 104 But recent evidence suggests that the role of neurotransmitters in schizophrenia is more complicated than was once believed. It also remains unclear whether observed differences in the neurotransmitter systems of people with schizophrenia cause the disease, or if they are the result of the disease itself or its treatment. Czerninsky and Grace, 1998. 105. 101. Sudath, R.L., Christison, G.W., Torrey, E.F., Casanova, M.F., and Weinberger, D.R. 1990. Anatomical abnormalities in the brains of monozygotic twins discordant for schizophrenia. New England Journal of Medicine, 322, 12, 789, 794. 102. Galdrisi, S., Quarantelli, M., Vulper, U., Musi, A., Cassano, G. B., Invernizzi, G., Maj., M. 2008. Patterns of structural MRI abnormalities in deficit and non-deficit schizophrenia. Schizophrenia Bulletin, 34, 393, 401. 103. Javid, D.C., and Laruelle, M. 2006. Neurochemical Theories. In J. A. Lieberman, T. S. Stroop, and D. O. Perkins, eds. Textbook of Schizophrenia, pages 85–116. Washington, D.C., American Psychiatric Publishing. 104. Inuyama, Y., Yanida, H., Sakai, T., Ishida, T., Nonomura, Y., Kono, Y., Asaba, H. 1996. Positive association between a DNA sequence variant in the serotonin 2A receptor gene and schizophrenia. American Journal of Medical Genetics, 67, 1. 103–105. 105. Czerninsky, J. G., and Grace, A. A. 1998. New Models of the Pathophysiology of Schizophrenia, Editor's Introduction. Schizophrenia Bulletin, 24, 2, 185–187. 531. A genetic predisposition to developing schizophrenia does not always develop into the actual disorder. Even if a person has an identical twin with schizophrenia, he still has less than a 50% chance of getting it himself, and over 60% of all schizophrenic people have no first, or second-degree relatives with schizophrenia, Gottesman and Erlenmeyer-Kimling, 2001, Riley and Kendler, 2005. 106. This suggests that there are important environmental causes as well. One hypothesis is that schizophrenia is caused in part by disruptions to normal brain development in infancy that may be caused by poverty, malnutrition, and disease. Brown et Alabama, 2004, Murray and Bramon, 2005, Susser et Alabama, 1996, Waddington, Lane. Larkin, O'Callaghan, 1999. 107. Stress also increases the likelihood that a person will develop schizophrenic symptoms. Onset and relapse of schizophrenia typically occur during periods of increased stress. Walker, Mittal, and Tessner, 2008. 108. However, it may be that people who develop schizophrenia are more vulnerable to stress than others and not necessarily that they experience more stress than others. Walker, Mittal, and Tessner, 2008. 109. Many homeless people are likely to be suffering from undiagnosed schizophrenia. Another social factor that has been found to be important in schizophrenia is the degree to which one or more of the patient's relatives is highly critical or highly emotional in their attitude toward the patient. Hooley and Hiller, 1998, 110 found that schizophrenic patients who ended a stay in a hospital and returned to a family with high expressed emotion were 3 times more likely to relapse than patients who returned to a family with low expressed emotion. It may be that the families with high expressed emotion are a source of stress to the patient. 106. Gottesman, I., and Erlenmeyer-Kimling, L. 2001. Family and Twin Studies as a Head Start in Defining Prodomes and Endophenotypes for Hypothetical Early Interventions in Schizophrenia. Schizophrenia Research, 5, 1, 93, 102, Riley, B.P. and Kendler, K.S. 2005. Schizophrenia, Genetics. In B.J. Sadok and V.A. Sadok, eds, Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry, pages 1354-1370. Philadelphia, Pa, Lippincott Williams and Wilkins. 107. Brown, A.S., Begg, M.D., Gravenstein, S., Schaefer, C.S., Wyatt, R.J., Bresnahan, M., Susser, E.S. 2004. Serologic Evidence of Prenatal Influenza in the Etiology of Schizophrenia. Archives of General Psychiatry, 61, 774-780, Murray, R. M., and Bramon, E. 2005. Developmental Model of Schizophrenia. In B.J. Sadok and V.A. Sadok, eds, Kaplan and Sadok's Comprehensive Textbook of Psychiatry, pages 1381-1395. Philadelphia, Pa, Lippincott Williams and Wilkins, Susser, E.B. Neugebauer, R., Hock, H.W., Brown, A.S., Lynn, S., Labowitz, D., and Gorman, J.M. 1996. Schizophrenia after prenatal famine, further evidence. Archives of General Psychiatry, 53, 25, 31, Waddington J. L., Lane, A., Larkin, C., and O'Callaghan, E. 1999. The Neurodevelopmental Basis of Schizophrenia, Clinical Clues from Cerebro-Craniofacial Dysmorphogenesis, and the Roots of a Lifetime Trajectory of Disease. Biological Psychiatry, 46, 1, 31, 9. 108. Walker, E., Mittal, V., and Tessner, K. 2008. Stress and the Hypothalamic Pituitary Adrenal Axis in the Developmental Course of Schizophrenia. Annual Review of Clinical Psychology, 4, 189-16. 109. Walker, E., Mittal, V., and Tessner, K. 2008. Stress and the Hypothalamic Pituitary Adrenal Axis in the Developmental Course of Schizophrenia. Annual Review of Clinical Psychology, 4, 189-16. 110. Hooley, J. M., and Hiller, J. B. 1998. Expressed Emotion and the Pathogenesis of Relapse in Schizophrenia. In M.F. Lenzenweger and R. H. Dworkin, eds. Origins and Development of Schizophrenia, Advances in Experimental Psychopathology, pages 447-468. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 532. Key takeaways. Schizophrenia is a serious psychological disorder marked by delusions, hallucinations, and loss of contact with reality. Schizophrenia is accompanied by a variety of symptoms, but not all. Patients have all of them. Because the schizophrenic patient has lost contact with reality, we say that he or she is experiencing psychosis. Positive symptoms of schizophrenia include hallucinations, delusions, derailment, disorganized behavior, inappropriate affect, and catatonia. Negative symptoms of schizophrenia include social withdrawal, poor hygiene and grooming, poor problem-solving abilities, and a distorted sense of time. Cognitive symptoms of schizophrenia include difficulty comprehending and using information and problems maintaining focus. There is no single cause of schizophrenia. Rather, there are a variety of biological and environmental risk factors that interact in a complex way to increase the likelihood that someone might develop schizophrenia. Exercise and critical thinking. 1. How should society deal with people with schizophrenia? Is it better to keep patients in psychiatric facilities against their will, but where they can be observed and supported, or to allow them to live in the community, where they may commit violent crimes against themselves or others? What factors influence your opinion? 12.6 Personality disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning objectives. 1. Categorize the different types of personality disorders and differentiate antisocial personality disorder from borderline personality disorder. 2. Outline the biological and environmental factors that may contribute to a person developing a personality disorder. 533. To this point in the chapter, we have considered the psychological disorders that fall on Axis I of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, categorization system. In comparison to the Axis I disorders, which may frequently be severe and dysfunctional and are often brought on by stress, the disorders that fall on Axis II are longer-term disorders that are less likely to be severely incapacitating. Axis II consists primarily of personality disorders. A personality disorder is a disorder characterized by inflexible patterns of thinking, feeling, or relating to others that cause problems in personal, social, and work situations. Personality disorders tend to emerge during late childhood or adolescence and usually continue throughout adulthood. Weidiger, 2006. 111. The disorders can be problematic for the people who have them, but they are less likely to bring people to a therapist for treatment than are Axis I disorders. The personality disorders are summarized in Table 12.6. They are categorized into three types: those characterized by odd or eccentric behavior, those characterized by dramatic or erratic behavior, and those characterized by anxious or inhibited behavior. As you consider the personality types described in Table 12.6, I'm sure you'll think of people that you know who have each of these traits, at least to some degree. Probably you know someone who seems a bit suspicious and paranoid, who feels that other people are always ganging up on him, and who really doesn't trust other people very much. Perhaps you know someone who fits the bill of being overly dramatic, the drama queen who is always raising a stir and whose emotions seem to turn everything into a big deal. Or you might have a friend who is overly dependent on others and can't seem to get a life of her own. The personality traits that make up the personality disorders are common. We see them in the people whom we interact with every day, yet they may become problematic when they are rigid, overused, or interfere with everyday behavior. Linham and Weidiger, 2001. 112. What is perhaps common to all the disorders is the person's inability to accurately understand and be sensitive to the motives and needs of the people around them. Cluster personality disorder. Characteristics: A. Odd/eccentric schizotypal. Peculiar or eccentric manners of speaking or dressing. Strange beliefs. Magical thinking, such as belief in especially or telepathy. Difficulty forming relationships. May react oddly in conversation, not. Table 12.6 Descriptions of the personality disorders, Axis II. 111. Weidiger, T.A. 2006. Understanding Personality Disorders. In S. K. Huprich, edition, Rorschach assessment to the personality disorders. The Lee series in Personality and Clinical Psychology, pages 325. Mawa, N.J., Lawrence Earlbaum Associates. 112. Linham, D., and Weidiger, T. 2001. Using the five-factor model to represent the DSM-IV personality disorders, an expert consensus approach. Journal of Abnormal Psychology, 110, 3, 401-412. 534. Respond, or talk to self. Speech elaborate or difficult to follow. Possibly a mild form of schizophrenia. Paranoid. Distrust in others. Suspicion that people have sinister motives. Apt to challenge the loyalties of friends and read hostile intentions into others' actions. Prone to anger and aggressive outbursts but otherwise emotionally cold. Often jealous. Guarded, secretive, overly serious. Schizoid. Extreme introversion and withdrawal from relationships. Prefers to be alone, little interest in others. Humorless. Distant, often absorbed with own thoughts and feelings, a daydreamer. Fearful of closeness, with poor social skills, often seen as a loner. B. Dramatic / erratic. Antisocial. Impoverished moral sense or conscience. History of deception. Crime, legal problems. Impulsive and aggressive or violent behavior. Little emotional empathy or remorse for hurting others. Manipulative. Careless, callous. At high risk for. Table 12.6 Descriptions of the personality disorders, Axis 2. 535. Substance abuse and alcoholism. Borderline. Unstable moods and intense, stormy personal relationships. Frequent mood changes and anger. Unpredictable impulses. Self-mutilation or suicidal threats or gestures to get attention or manipulate others. Self-image fluctuation and a tendency to see others as all good or all bad. Histrionic. Constant attention seeking. Grandiose. Language, provocative. Dress, exaggerated. Illnesses, all to gain attention. Believes that everyone loves him. Emotional, lively, overly dramatic, enthusiastic, and excessively flirtatious. Narcissistic. Inflated sense of self. Importance, absorbed by fantasies of self and success. Exaggerates own achievement, assumes others will recognize they are superior. Good first impressions but poor longer term relationships, exploitative of others. C. Anxious/inhibited, avoidant, socially anxious and uncomfortable unless he. Table 12.6 Descriptions of the personality disorders, Axis 2. 536. Or she is confident of being liked. In contrast, with schizoid person, yearns for social contact, fears criticism and worries about being embarrassed in front of others, avoids social situations due to fear of rejection. Dependent, submissive, dependent, requiring excessive approval, reassurance, and advice. Clings to people and fears losing them. Lacking self-confidence. Uncomfortable when alone. May be devastated by end of close relationship or suicidal if breakup is threatened. Obsessive, compulsive, conscientious, orderly, perfectionist, excessive, need to do everything right, inflexibly high standards and caution can interfere with his or her productivity. Fear of errors can make this person strict and controlling. Poor expression of emotions. Not the same as obsessive-compulsive disorder. Table 12.6 Descriptions of the personality disorders, Axis 2. Source: American Psychiatric Association. 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend. Washington, D.C., author. 537. The personality disorders create a bit of a problem for diagnosis. For one, it is frequently difficult for the clinician to accurately diagnose which of the many personality disorders a person has, although the friends and colleagues of the person can generally do a good job of it. Oltmans and Turkheimer, 2006. 113. And the personality disorders are highly comorbid. If a person has one, it's likely that he or she has others as well. Also, the number of people with personality disorders is estimated to be as high as 15% of the population. Grant et. Alabama, 2004, 114, which might make us wonder if these are really disorders in any real sense of the word. Although they are considered as separate disorders, the personality disorders are essentially milder versions of more severe Axis I disorders. Huang et. Alabama, 2009. 115. For example, obsessive compulsive personality disorder is a milder version of obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, and schizoid and schizotypal personality disorders are characterized by symptoms similar to those of schizophrenia. This overlap in classification causes some confusion, and some theorists have argued that the personality disorders should be eliminated from the DSM. But clinicians normally differentiate Axis I and Axis II disorders. and thus the distinction is useful for them. Kruger, 2005, Phillips, Yen, and Gunderson, 2003, Verheul, 2005. 116. Although it is not possible to consider the characteristics of each of the personality disorders in this book, let's focus on two that have important implications for behavior. The first, borderline personality disorder, BPD, is important because it is so often associated with suicide, and the second, antisocial personality disorder, APD, because it is the foundation of criminal behavior. Borderline and antisocial personality disorders are also good examples to consider, because they are so clearly differentiated in terms of their focus. BPD, more frequently found in women than men, is known as an internalizing disorder because the behaviors that it entails, for example, suicide and self-mutilation, are mostly directed toward the self. APD, mostly found in men, on the other hand, is a type of externalizing disorder in which the problem behaviors, for example, lying, fighting, vandalism, and other criminal activity, focus primarily on harm to others. 12.6.1 Borderline personality disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Borderline personality disorder, BPD, is a psychological disorder characterized by a prolonged disturbance of personality accompanied by mood swings, unstable personal. 113. Oltmans, T.F., and Turkheimer, E. 2006. Perceptions of Self and Others Regarding Pathological Personality Traits. In R.F. Kruger and J. L. Tackett, eds. Personality and Psychopathology, pages 71-111. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 114. Grant, B., Hazen, D., Stinson, F., Dawson, D., Joe, S., Ruan, W., and Pickering, R.P. 2004. Prevalence, correlates, and disability of personality disorders in the United States, results from the National Epidemiologic Survey on Alcohol and Related Conditions Journal of Clinical Psychiatry, 65, 7, 948, 958. 115. Huang, Y., Kotov, R., Di Girolamo, G., Preddy, A., Angermeyer, M., Benjet, C., Kessler, R.C. 2009. DSM-IV Personality Disorders in the WHO World Mental Health Surveys. British Journal of Psychiatry, 195, 1, 46, 53. doi, 101192/ BJP BP 1080585552. 116. Kruger, R.F. 2005. Continuity of Axes I and II, Towards a Unified Model of Personality, Personality Disorders, and Clinical Disorders. Journal of Personality Disorders, 19, 233-61, Phillips, K.A., Yen, S., and Gunderson, J.G. 2003. Personality Disorders. In R. E. Hales and S. C. Yudovsky, eds. Textbook of Clinical Psychiatry. Washington, D.C., American. Psychiatric Publishing, Verhuel, R. 2005. Clinical Utility for Dimensional Models of Personality Pathology. Journal of Personality Disorders, 19, 283, 302. 538. Relationships, Identity Problems, Threats of Self-Destructive Behavior, Fears of Abandonment, and Impulsivity. BPD is widely diagnosed. Up to 20% of psychiatric patients are given the diagnosis, and it may occur in up to 2% of the general population. Hyman, 2002. 117. About 3/4 of diagnosed cases of BDP are women. People with BPD fear being abandoned by others. They often show a clinging dependency on the other person and engage in manipulation to try to maintain the relationship. They become angry if the other person limits the relationship, but also deny that they care about the person, as a defense against fear of abandonment. Borderline people are compulsively social, but their behaviors, including their intense anger, demands, and suspiciousness, repel people. People with BPD often deal with stress by engaging in self-destructive behaviors, for instance by being sexually promiscuous, getting into fights, binge eating, and purging. Engaging in self-mutilation or drug abuse, and threatening suicide. These behaviors are designed to call forth a saving response from the other person. People with BPD are a continuing burden for police, hospitals, and therapists. Borderline individuals also show disturbance in their concepts of identity. They are uncertain about self-image, gender identity, values, loyalties, and goals. They may have chronic feelings of emptiness or boredom and be unable to tolerate being alone. BPD has both genetic as well as environmental roots. In terms of genetics, research has found that those with BPD frequently have neurotransmitter imbalances. Zweig. Frank et Alabama, 2006, 118. And the disorder is heritable. Minzenberg, Poole, and Vinogradov. 2008, 119. In terms of environment, many theories about the causes of BPD focus on a disturbed early relationship between the child and his or her parents. Some theories focus on the development of attachment in early childhood, while others point to parents who fail to provide adequate attention to the child's feelings. Others focus on parental abuse, both sexual and physical, in adolescence, as well as on divorce, alcoholism, and other stressors. Lobestale and Arntz, 2009. 120. The dangers of BPD are greater when they are associated with childhood sexual abuse, early age of onset, substance abuse, and aggressive behaviors. The problems are amplified when the diagnosis is comorbid, as it often is, with other disorders, such as substance abuse disorder, major depressive disorder, and post-traumatic stress disorder. PTSD, Skodal. E.T. Alabama, 2002. 121. 117. Hyman, S.E. 2002. A New Beginning for Research on Borderline Personality Disorder Biological Psychiatry, 51, 12. 933-935. 118. Zweig Frank, H., Paris, J., Kin, NMNY, Schwartz, G., Steiger, H., and Nair, NPV. 2006. Childhood Sexual Abuse in Relation to Neurobiological Challenge Tests in Patients with Borderline Personality Disorder and Normal Controls. Psychiatry Research, 141, 3, 337-341. 119. Minzenberg, M.J., Poole, J.H., and Vinogradov, S. 2008. A Neurocognitive Model of Borderline Personality Disorder, Effects of Childhood Sexual Abuse and Relationship to Adult Social Attachment Disturbance. Development and Psychological Disorder. 21, 341-368. doi 10-17/S0954579408000163. 120. Lobesdale, J., and Arntz, A. 2009. Emotional, Cognitive, and Physiological Correlates of Abuse-Related Stress in Borderline and Antisocial Personality Disorder. Behavior Research and Therapy, 48, 2, 116-124. doi 10-1016/J. Bratt 2009-09015. 121. Skodal, A.E., Gunderson, J.G., Fall, B., Weidiger, T.A., Livesley, W.J., and Seaver, L.J. 2002. The Borderline Diagnosis I. Psychopathology, Comorbidity, and Personality Structure. Biological Psychiatry, 51, 12, 936-950. 539. Research Focus, Affective and Cognitive Deficits in BPD. Posner E.T. Alabama. 2003, 122 hypothesized that the difficulty that individuals with BPD have in regulating their lives, for example, in developing meaningful relationships with other people, may be due to imbalances in the fast and slow emotional pathways in the brain. Specifically, they hypothesized that the fast emotional pathway through the amygdala is too active, and the slow cognitive emotional pathway through the prefrontal cortex is not active enough in those with BPD. The participants in their research were 16 patients with BPD and 14 healthy comparison participants. All participants were tested in a functional magnetic resonance imaging (fMRI) machine while they performed a task that required them to read emotional and non-motional words, and then press a button as quickly as possible whenever a word appeared in a normal font and not press the button whenever the word appeared in an italicized font. The researchers found that while all participants performed the task well, the patients with BPD had more errors than the controls, both in terms of pressing the button when they should not have and not suppressing it when they should have. These errors primarily occurred on the negative emotional words. Figure 12.16, results from Posner et Alabama, 2003, shows the comparison of the level of brain activity in the emotional centers in the amygdala, left panel, and the prefrontal cortex, right panel. In comparison to the controls, the borderline patients showed relatively larger affective responses when they were attempting to quickly respond to the negative emotions, and showed less cognitive activity in the prefrontal cortex in the same conditions. This research suggests that excessive affective reactions and lessened cognitive reactions to emotional stimuli may contribute to the emotional and behavioral volatility of borderline patients. 122. Posner, M., Rothbard, M., Visweda, N., Thomas, K., Levy, K., Fasella, J., Kernberg, O. 2003. An Approach to the Psychobiology of Personality Disorders. Development and Psychopathology, 15, 4, 1093-1106. doi, 10-1017/S0954579403000506. 540. Figure 12.7, results from Posner et Alabama, 2003. Individuals with BPD showed less cognitive and greater emotional brain activity in response to negative emotional words. By adapted from Posner, M., Rothbard, M., Visweda, N., Thomas, K. Levy, K. Fasella, J. Kernberg, O. 2003. An Approach to the Psychobiology of Personality Disorders. Development and Psychopathology, 15, 4, 1093-1106. doi, 10-1017/S0954579403000506. 12.6.2 Antisocial Personality Disorder, APD. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In contrast to borderline personality disorder, which involves primarily feelings of inadequacy and a fear of abandonment, antisocial personality disorder, APD, is characterized by a disregard of the rights of others, and a tendency to violate those rights without being concerned about doing so. APD is a pervasive pattern of violation of the IGHTs of others that begins in childhood or early adolescence and continues into adulthood. APD is about 3 times more likely to be diagnosed in men than in women. To be diagnosed with APD, the person must be 18 years of age or older and have a documented history of conduct disorder before the age of 15. People having antisocial personality disorder are sometimes referred to as sociopaths or psychopaths. People with APD feel little distress for the pain they cause others. They lie, engage in violence against animals and people, and frequently have drug and alcohol abuse problems. They are egocentric and frequently impulsive, for instance suddenly changing jobs or relationships. People with APD soon end up with a criminal record and often spend time incarcerated. The intensity of antisocial symptoms tends to peak during the 20s and then may decrease over time. 541. Biological and environmental factors are both implicated in the development of antisocial personality disorder. Ree and Waldman, 2002. 123 twin and adoption studies suggest a genetic predisposition. Ree and Waldman, 2002. 124 and biological abnormalities include low autonomic activity during stress, biochemical imbalances, right hemisphere abnormalities, and reduced gray matter in the frontal lobes. Lyons, Ruth et Alabama, 2007, Rain, Lynch, Beer, Lacasa, and Coletti, 2000. 125 Environmental factors include neglectful and abusive parenting styles, such as the use of harsh and inconsistent discipline and inappropriate modeling. Huseman and Kyrwool, 2007. 126. Key takeaways. A personality disorder is a disorder characterized by inflexible patterns of thinking, feeling, or relating to others that causes problems in personal, social, and work situations. Personality disorders are categorized into three clusters: those characterized by odd or eccentric behavior, dramatic or erratic behavior, and anxious or inhibited behavior. Although they are considered as separate disorders, the personality disorders are essentially milder versions of more severe axis I disorders. Borderline personality disorder is a prolonged disturbance of personality, accompanied by mood swings, unstable personal relationships, and identity problems, and it is often associated with suicide. Antisocial personality disorder is characterized by a disregard of others' rights and a tendency to violate those rights without being concerned about doing so. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. What characteristics of men and women do you think make them more likely to have APD and BDP, respectively? Do these differences seem to you to be more genetic or more environmental? 2. Do you know people who suffer from antisocial personality disorder? What behaviors do they engage in, and why are these behaviors so harmful to them and others? 123. Ree, S.H., and Waldman, I.D. 2002. Genetic and Environmental Influences on Antisocial Behavior, a meta-analysis of twin and adoption studies. Psychological Bulletin, 128, 3, 495-29. 124. Ree, S.H., and Waldman, I.D. 2002. Genetic and Environmental Influences on Antisocial Behavior, a meta-analysis of twin and adoption studies. Psychological Bulletin, 128, 3, 495-29. 125. Lyons Ruth, K., Holmes, B. M., Sasvari Seekli, M., Ronay, Z., Nemoda, Z., and Pauls, D. 2007. Serotonin Transporter. polymorphism and borderline or antisocial traits among low-income young adults. Psychiatric Genetics, 17, 339-343. Rain, A., Lange, T., Beer, S., Lacasa, L., and Coletti, P. 2000. Reduced prefrontal gray matter volume and reduced autonomic activity in antisocial personality disorder. Archive of General Psychiatry, 57, 119-127. 126. Huseman, L.R., and Kierwool, L. 2007. Why observing violence increases the risk of violent behavior by the observer. In D.J. Flannery, A.T. Vassigny, and I.D. Waldman, eds. The Cambridge Handbook of Violent Behavior and Aggression, pages 545-570. New York, New York, Cambridge University Press. 542. 12.7 Somatoform, Factitious, and Sexual Disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Differentiate the symptoms of somatoform and factitious disorders. 2. Summarize the sexual disorders and paraphilias. Although mood, anxiety, and personality disorders represent the most prevalent psychological disorders, as you saw in Table 12.3, there are a variety of other disorders that affect people. This complexity of symptoms and classifications helps make it clear how difficult it is to accurately and consistently diagnose and treat psychological disorders. In this section, we will review 3 other disorders that are of interest to psychologists and that affect millions of people: somatoform disorder, factitious disorder, and sexual disorder. 12.7.1 Somatoform and factitious disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Somatoform and factitious disorders both occur in cases where psychological disorders are related to the experience or expression of physical symptoms. The important difference between them is that in somatoform disorders the physical symptoms are real, whereas in factitious disorders they are not. One case in which psychological problems create real physical impairments is in the somatoform disorder known as somatization disorder, a LSO called Briquette's syndrome or Brissot-Marie syndrome. Somatization disorder is a psychological disorder in which a person experiences numerous long-lasting but seemingly unrelated physical ailments that have no identifiable physical cause. A person with somatization disorder might complain of joint aches, vomiting, nausea, muscle weakness, as well as sexual dysfunction. The symptoms that result from a somatoform disorder are real and cause distress to the individual, but they are due entirely to psychological factors. The somatoform disorder is more likely to occur when the person is under stress, and it may disappear naturally over time. somatoform disorder is more common in women than in men, and usually first appears in adolescents or those in their early 20s. Another type of somatoform disorder is conversion disorder, a psychological disorder in which patients experience specific neurological symptoms such as numbness, blindness, or paralysis, but where no neurological explanation is observed or possible. Agaki and House. 2001, 127. The difference between conversion and somatoform disorders is in terms of the location of the physical complaint. In somatoform disorder the malaise is general. 127. Akagi, H., and House, A.O. 2001. The Epidemiology of Hysterical Conversion. In P. Halligan, C. Bass, and J. Marshall, eds. Hysterical Conversion, Clinical and Theoretical Perspectives, pages 73-87. Oxford, England, Oxford University Press. 543. Whereas in conversion disorder there are one or several specific neurological symptoms. Conversion disorder gets its name from the idea that the existing psychological disorder is converted into the physical symptoms. It was the observation of conversion disorder, then known as hysteria, that first led Sigmund Freud to become interested in the psychological aspects of illness in his work with Jean-Martin Charcot. Conversion disorder is not common, a prevalence of less than 1%, but it may in many cases be undiagnosed. Conversion disorder occurs twice or more frequently in women than in men. There are two somatoform disorders that involve preoccupations. We have seen an example of one of them, body dysmorphic disorder, in the Defining Psychological Disorders, page 488, opener. Body dysmorphic disorder, BDD, is a psychological disorder accompanied by an imagined or exaggerated defect in body parts or body odor. There are no sex differences in prevalence, but men are most often obsessed with their body build, their genitals, and hair loss, whereas women are more often obsessed with their breasts and body shape. BDD usually begins in adolescence. Hypochondriasis, hypochondria, is another psychological disorder that is focused on preoccupation, accompanied by excessive worry about having a serious illness. The patient often misinterprets normal body symptoms such as coughing, perspiring, headaches, or a rapid heartbeat as signs of serious illness, and the patient's concerns remain even after he or she has been medically evaluated and assured that the health concerns are unfounded. Many people with hypochondriasis focus on a particular symptom such as stomach problems or heart palpitations. Two other psychological disorders relate to the experience of physical problems that are not real. Patients with factitious disorder fake physical symptoms in large part because they enjoy the attention and treatment that they receive in the hospital. They may lie about symptoms, alter diagnostic tests such as urine samples to mimic disease, or even injure themselves to bring on more symptoms. In the more severe form of factitious disorder known as Munchausen syndrome, the patient has a lifelong pattern of a series of successive hospitalizations for faked symptoms. Factitious disorder is distinguished from another related disorder known as malingering, which also involves fabricating the symptoms of mental or physical disorders, but where the motivation for doing so is to gain financial reward, to avoid school, work, or military service, to obtain drugs, or to avoid prosecution. The somatoform disorders are almost always comorbid with other psychological disorders, including anxiety and depression and dissociative states. Smith et Alabama, 2005. 128 people with BDD, for instance, are often unable to leave their house, are severely depressed or anxious, and may also suffer from other personality disorders. Somatoform and factitious disorders are problematic not only for the patient, but they also have societal costs. People with these disorders frequently follow through with potentially dangerous medical tests and are at risk for drug addiction from the drugs they are given and for injury from the complications of the operations they submit to. 128. Smith, R.C., Gardner, J.C., Lyles, J.S., Serbu, C., Dwamena, F.C., Hodges, A., Godaris, J. 2005. Exploration of DSM-IV. Criteria in primary care patients with medically unexplained symptoms. Psychosomatic Medicine, 67, 1, 123, 129. 544. Bass, Peveler, and House, 2001, Looper and Kermayer, 2002. 129. In addition, people with these disorders may take up hospital space that is needed for people who are really ill. To help combat these COSTS, emergency room and hospital workers use a variety of tests for detecting these disorders. 12.7.2 Sexual disorders. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sexual disorders refer to a variety of problems revolving around performing or enjoying sex. These include disorders related to sexual function, gender identity, and sexual preference. 12.7.3 Disorders of sexual function. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Sexual dysfunction is a psychological disorder that occurs when the physical sexual response cycles inadequate for reproduction or for sexual enjoyment. There are a variety of potential problems, Table 12.7, and their nature varies for men and women, Figure 12.8. Sexual disorders affect up to 43% of women and 31% of men, Lahman, Paik, and Rosen, 1999. 130 Sexual disorders are often difficult to diagnose because in many cases the dysfunction occurs at the partner level, one or both of the partners are disappointed with the sexual experience, rather than at the individual level. Disorder description. hypoactive, sexual, desire, disorder, persistently or recurrently deficient, or absent, sexual fantasies and desire for sexual activity, sexual, aversion, disorder, persistent or recurrent extreme aversion to, and avoidance of, all, or almost all, genital sexual contact with a sexual partner, female, sexual, persistent or recurrent inability to attain, or to maintain until completion of the sexual activity. Table 12.7 Sexual dysfunctions as described in the DSM 129. Base, C, Peveler, R, and House, A. 2001. Somatoform disorders, severe psychiatric illnesses neglected by psychiatrists. British Journal of Psychiatry, 179, 11, 14, Looper, K.J., and Kermaier, L.J. 2002. Behavioral Medicine Approaches to Somatoform Disorders, Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology, 73, 810, 827. 130. Lahman, E.O., Paik, A., Rosen, R. 1999. Sexual Dysfunction in the United States, Journal of the American Medical Association, 281, 6, 537, 544. 545. Arousal disorder, inadequate lubrication, swelling response of sexual excitement. Male, erectile disorder, persistent or recurrent inability to attain or maintain an adequate erection until completion of the sexual activity. Female, orgasmic disorder, persistent or recurrent delay in, or absence of, orgasm following a normal sexual excitement. Phase. Male, orgasmic disorder, persistent or recurrent delay in, or absence of, orgasm following a normal sexual excitement. Phase during sexual activity. Premature ejaculation, persistent or recurrent ejaculation with minimal sexual stimulation before, on, or shortly after penetration and before the person wishes it. Dyspareunia, recurrent or persistent genital pain associated with sexual intercourse in either a male or a female. Vaginismus, recurrent or persistent involuntary spasm of the musculature of the outer third of the vagina that interferes with sexual intercourse. Table 12.7 Sexual dysfunctions as described in the DSM by American Psychiatric Association. 2000. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text Reverend Washington, D.C., author. 546. Figure 12.8 Prevalence of sexual dysfunction in men and women. This chart shows the percentage of respondents who reported each type of sexual difficulty over the previous 12 months. By adapted from Lahman, E.O., Paik, A., and Rosen, R.C. 1999. Sexual dysfunction in the United States, Prevalence and Predictors. Journal of the American Medical Association, 281, 6, 537 544. Hypoactive asexual desire disorder, one of the most common sexual dysfunctions, refers to a persistently low or non-existent sexual desire. How low sexual desire is defined, however, is problematic because it depends on the person's sex and age, on cultural norms, as well as on the relative desires of the individual and the partner. Again, the importance of dysfunction and distress is critical. If neither partner is much interested in sex, for instance, the lack of interest may not cause a problem. Hypoactive sexual desire disorder is often comorbid with other psychological disorders, including mood disorders and problems with sexual arousal or sexual pain. Donahue and Carroll, 1993. 131. Sexual aversion disorder refers to an avoidance of sexual behavior caused by disgust or aversion to genital contact. The aversion may be a phobic reaction to an early sexual experience or sexual abuse, a misattribution of negative emotions to sex that are actually caused by something else, or a reaction to a sexual problem such as erectile dysfunction. Kingsburg and Janata, 2003. 132. Female sexual arousal disorder refers to persistent difficulties becoming sexually aroused or sufficiently lubricated in response to sexual stimulation in women. The disorder may be comorbid with hypoactive sexual desire or orgasmic disorder, or mood or anxiety disorders. Male erectile disorder, sometimes referred to as impotence, refers to persistent and dysfunctional difficulty in achieving or maintaining an erection sufficient to complete sexual activity. Prevalence rates vary by age, from about 6% of college-aged males to 35% of men in their 70s. About half the men aged 40 to 70 report having problems getting or maintaining an erection now and then. Most erectile dysfunction occurs as a result of physiological factors, including illness and the use of medications, alcohol, or other recreational drugs. Erectile dysfunction is 131. Donahue, K.M., and Carroll, R.A. 1993. Gender differences in factors associated with hypoactive sexual desire. Journal of Sex and Marital Therapy, 19, 1, 25, 40. 132. Kingsburg, S.A., and Janata, J.W. 2003. The Sexual Aversions. In S. B. Levine, C. B. Risen, and S. E. Althoff, eds. Handbook of Clinical Sexuality for Mental Health Professionals, pages 153-165. New York, New York, Brunner Routledge. 547. Also related to anxiety, low self-esteem, and general problems in the particular relationship. Assessment for physiological causes of erectile dysfunction is made using a test in which a device is attached to the man's penis before he goes to sleep. During the night the man may have an erection, and if he does the device records its occurrence. If the man has erections while sleeping, this provides assurance that the problem is not physiological. One of the most common sexual dysfunctions in men is premature ejaculation. It is not possible to exactly specify what defines premature, but if the man ejaculates before or immediately upon insertion of the penis into the vagina, most clinicians will identify the response as premature. Most men diagnosed with premature ejaculation ejaculate within 1 minute after insertion. Waldinger, 2003. 133. Premature ejaculation is one of the most prevalent sexual disorders and causes much anxiety in many men. Female orgasmic disorder refers to the inability to obtain orgasm in women. The woman enjoys sex and foreplay and shows normal signs of sexual arousal but cannot reach the peak experience of orgasm. Male orgasmic disorder includes a delayed or retarded ejaculation, very rare, or, more commonly, premature ejaculation. Finally, dyspareunia and vaginismus refer to sexual pain disorders that create pain and involuntary spasms, respectively, in women, and thus make it painful to have sex. In most cases, these problems are biological and can be treated with hormones, creams, or surgery. Sexual dysfunctions have a variety of causes. In some cases, the primary problem is biological, and the disorder may be treated with medication. Other causes include a repressive upbringing in which the parents have taught the person that sex is dirty or sinful, or the experience of sexual abuse. Beichmann, Zucker, Hood, and Da Costa, 1992. 134. In some cases, the sex problem may be due to the fact that the person has a different sexual orientation than he or she is engaging in. Other problems include poor communication between the partners, a lack of sexual skills, and, particularly for men, performance anxiety. It is important to remember that most sexual disorders are temporary. They are experienced for a period of time, in certain situations or with certain partners, and then, without, or if necessary with, the help of therapy, go away. It is also important to remember that there are a wide variety of sex acts that are enjoyable. Couples with happy sex lives work together to find ways that work best for their own styles. Sexual problems often develop when the partners do not communicate well with each other, and are reduced when they do. 133. Waldinger, M.D. 2003. Rapid ejaculation. In S. B. Levine, C. B. Risen, and S. E. Althoff, eds. Handbook of Clinical Sexuality. For mental health professionals, pages 257-74. New York, New York, Brunner Routledge. 134. Beichmann, J. H., Zucker, K. J., Hood, J. E., and Da Costa, G. A. 1992. A Review of the Long-Term Effects of Child Sexual Abuse. Child Abuse and Neglect, 16, 1, 101118. 548. 12.7.4 Gender Identity Disorder. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Gender identity refers to the identification with a sex. Most children develop an appropriate attachment to their own sex. In some cases, however, children or adolescents sometimes, even those as young as 3 or 4 years old, believe that they have been trapped in a body of the wrong sex. Gender identity disorder, GID, or transsexualism, is diagnosed when the individual displays a repeated and strong desire to beta other sex, a persistent discomfort with one's sex, and a belief that one is born the wrong sex, accompanied by significant dysfunction and distress. GID usually appears in adolescence or adulthood and may intensify over time. Bauer, 2001. 135. Since many cultures strongly disapprove of cross-gender behavior, it often results in significant problems for affected persons and those in close relationships with them. Gender identity disorder is rare, occurring only in about 1 in every 12,000 males and 1 in every 30,000 females. Olson and Mahler, 2003. 136. The causes of GID are as of yet unknown, although they seem to be related in part to the amount of testosterone and other hormones in the uterus. Kramer, Noel, Del Signori, Milos, Schneider, and Hebb, 2009. 137. The classification of GID as a mental disorder has been challenged because people who suffer from GID do not regard their own cross-gender feelings and behaviors as a disorder, and do not feel that they are distressed or dysfunctional. People suffering from GID often argue that a normal gender identity may not necessarily involve an identification with one's own biological sex. GID represents another example, then, of how culture defines disorder, and the next edition of the DSM may change the categorizations used in this domain accordingly. 12.7.5 Paraphilias. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. A third class of sexual disorders relates to sexual practices and interest. In some cases, sexual interest is so unusual that it is known as a paraphilia, a sexual deviation, where sexual arousal is obtained from a consistent pattern of inappropriate responses to objects or people, and in which the behaviors associated with the feelings are distressing and dysfunctional. Paraphilias may sometimes be only fantasies, and in other cases may result in actual sexual behavior. Table 12.8. 135. Bauer, H. 2001. The Gender Identity Disorder in the DSM-IV Classification, a Critical Evaluation. Australian and New Zealand Journal of Psychiatry, 35, 1, 1, 8. 136. Olson, S. E., and Mahler, A. R. 2003. On the Incidence and Sex Ratio of Transsexualism in Sweden. 1972-2002. Archives of Sexual Behavior, 32, 4, 381-386. 137. Kramer, B., Noel, T., Del Signori, A., Milos, G., Schneider, U., and Heb, U. 2009. Finger length ratio 2D, 4D, in adults with gender identity disorder. Archives of Sexual Behavior, 38, 3, 359, 363. 549. Paraphilia behavior or fantasy that creates arousal. Bestiality, sex with animals. Exhibitionism, exposing genitals to an unsuspecting person. Fetishism. Non-living or unusual objects or clothing of the opposite sex. Frotteurism, rubbing up against unsuspecting persons. Masochism. Being beaten, humiliated, bound, or otherwise made to suffer. Pedophilia, sexual activity with a prepubescent child. Sadism, witnessing suffering of another person. Voyeurism. Observing an unsuspecting person who is naked, disrobing, or engaged in intimate behavior. Table 12.8. Some paraphilias. People with paraphilias are usually rejected by society, but for two different reasons. In some cases, such as voyeurism and pedophilia, the behavior is unacceptable and illegal, because it involves a lack of consent on the part of the recipient of the sexual advance. But other paraphilias are rejected simply because they are unusual, even though they are consensual and do not cause distress or dysfunction to the partners. Sexual sadism and sexual masochism, for instance, are usually practiced consensually, and thus may not be harmful to the partners or to society. A recent survey found that individuals who engage in sadism and masochism are as psychologically healthy as those who do not. Connolly, 2006. 138. Again, as cultural norms about the appropriateness of behaviors change, the new revision of the DSM, due in 2013, will likely change its classification system of these behaviors. 138. Connolly, P. 2006. Psychological Functioning of Bondage/Domination/Sadomasochism, BDSM, Practitioners. Journal of Psychology and Human Sexuality, 18, 1, 79-120. doi, 10-1300/J056V18N01_05. 550. Key takeaways. Somatoform disorders, including body dysmorphic disorder and hypochondriasis, occur when people become excessively and inaccurately preoccupied with the potential that they have an illness or stigma. Patients with factitious disorder fake physical symptoms in large part because they enjoy the attention and treatment that they receive in the hospital. In the more severe form of factitious disorder known as Munchausen syndrome, the patient has a lifelong pattern with a series of successive hospitalizations for faked symptoms. Sexual dysfunction is a psychological disorder that occurs when the Physical sexual response cycle is inadequate for reproduction or for sexual enjoyment. The types of problems experienced are different for men and women. Many sexual dysfunctions are only temporary or can be treated with therapy or medication. Gender identity disorder, GID, also called transsexualism, is a rare disorder that is diagnosed when the individual displays a repeated and strong desire to be the other sex, a persistent discomfort with one's sex, and a belief that one was born the wrong sex, accompanied by significant dysfunction and distress. The classification of GID as a mental disorder has been challenged because people who suffer from it do not regard their own cross-gender feelings and behaviors as a disorder and do not feel that they are distressed or dysfunctional. A paraphilia is a sexual deviation where sexual arousal is obtained from a consistent pattern of inappropriate responses to objects or people, and in which the behaviors associated with the feelings are distressing and dysfunctional. Some paraphilias are illegal because they involve a lack of consent on the part of the recipient of the sexual advance, but other paraphilias are simply unusual, even though they may not cause distress or dysfunction. 551. Exercises and critical thinking. 1. Consider the biological, personal, and social cultural aspects of gender identity disorder. Do you think that this disorder is really a disorder, or is it simply defined by social cultural norms and beliefs? 2. Consider the paraphilias in Table 12.8. Some paraphilias, do they seem like disorders to you, and how would one determine if they were or were not? 3. View one of the following films and consider the diagnosis that might be given to the characters in it. Antoine Fisher, Ordinary People. Girl Interrupted, Grosse Point Blank, A Beautiful Mind, What About Bob? Sybil, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. 12.8 Chapter Summary. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. More psychologists are involved in the diagnosis and treatment of psychological disorder than in any other aspect of psychology. About 1 in every 4 Americans, over 78 million people, are estimated to be affected by a psychological disorder during any one year. The impact of mental illness is particularly strong on people who are poorer, of lower socioeconomic class, and from disadvantaged ethnic groups. A psychological disorder is an unusual, distressing, and dysfunctional pattern of thought, emotion, or behavior. Psychological disorders are often comorbid, meaning that a given person suffers from more than one disorder. The stigma of mental disorder affects people while they are ill, while they are healing, and even after they have healed. But mental illness is not a fault, and it is important to work to help overcome the stigma associated with disorder. All psychological disorders are multiply determined by biological, psychological, and social factors. Psychologists diagnose disorder using the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM. The DSM organizes the diagnosis of disorder according to 5 dimensions, or axes, relating to different aspects of disorder or disability. The DSM uses categories, and patients with close approximations to the prototype are said to have that disorder. One critique of the DSM is that many disorders, for instance, attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, autistic disorder, and Asperger's disorder are being diagnosed significantly more frequently than they were in the past. Anxiety disorders are psychological disturbances marked by irrational fears, often of everyday objects and situations. They include generalized anxiety disorder, GAD. 552. Panic disorder, phobia, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Anxiety disorders affect about 57 million Americans every year. Dissociative disorders are conditions that involve disruptions or breakdowns of memory, awareness, and identity. They include dissociative amnesia, dissociative fugue, and dissociative identity disorder. Mood disorders are psychological disorders in which the person's mood negatively influences his or her physical, perceptual, social, and cognitive processes. They include dysthymia, major depressive disorder, and bipolar disorder. Mood disorders affect about 30 million Americans every year. Schizophrenia is a serious psychological disorder marked by delusions, hallucinations, loss of contact with reality, inappropriate affect, disorganized speech, social withdrawal, and deterioration of adaptive behavior. About 3 million Americans have schizophrenia. A personality disorder is a long-lasting but frequently less severe disorder, characterized by inflexible patterns of thinking, feeling, or relating to others that causes problems in personal, social, and work situations. They are characterized by odd or eccentric behavior, by dramatic or erratic behavior, or by anxious or inhibited behavior. Two of the most important personality disorders are borderline personality disorder, BPD, and antisocial personality disorder, APD. Somatization disorder is a psychological disorder in which a person experiences numerous long-lasting but seemingly unrelated physical ailments that have no identifiable physical cause. Somatization disorders include conversion disorder, body dysmorphic disorder, BDD, and hypochondriasis. Patients with factitious disorder fake physical symptoms in large part because they enjoy the attention and treatment that they receive in the hospital. Sexual disorders refer to a variety of problems revolving around performing or enjoying sex. Sexual dysfunctions include problems relating to loss of sexual desire, sexual response or orgasm, and pain during sex. Gender identity disorder, GID, also called transsexualism, is diagnosed when the individual displays a repeated and strong desire to be the other sex, a persistent discomfort with one's sex, and a belief that one was born the wrong sex, accompanied by significant dysfunction and distress. The classification of GID as a mental disorder has been challenged because people who suffer from GID do not regard their own cross-gender feelings and behaviors as a disorder and do not feel that they are distressed or dysfunctional. A paraphilia is a sexual deviation where sexual arousal is obtained from a consistent pattern of inappropriate responses to objects or people, and in which the behaviors associated with the feelings are distressing and dysfunctional. 553. Chapter 13 Treating Psychological Disorders. 13.1 Therapy on 4 legs. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Therapy on 4 legs. Lucien Masson, a 60-year-old Vietnam veteran from Arizona, put it simply, "Sasha is the best medicine I've ever had." Lucien is speaking about his friend, companion, and perhaps even his therapist, a Russian wolfhound named Sasha. Lucien suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, a disorder that has had a profoundly negative impact on his life for many years. His symptoms include panic attacks, nightmares, and road rage. Lucien has tried many solutions, consulting with doctors, psychiatrists, and psychologists, and using a combination of drugs, group therapy, and anger management classes. But Sasha seems to be the best therapist of all. He helps out in many ways. If a stranger gets too close to Lucien in public, Sasha will block the stranger with his body. Sasha is trained to sense when Lucien is about to have a nightmare, waking him before it starts. Before road rage can set in, Sasha gently whimpers, reminding his owner that it doesn't pay to get upset about nutty drivers. In the same way, former Army medic Johanna Schaefer speaks of her Chihuahua, Cody. "I never took a pill for PTSD that did as much for me as Cody has done." Persian Gulf War veteran Karen Alexander feels the same way about her Bernese mountain dog, Cindy. "She'll come up and touch me, and that is enough of a stimulus to break the loop, bring me back to reality. Sometimes I'll scratch my hand until it's raw and won't realize until she comes up to me and brings me out. She's such a grounding influence for me." These dramatic stories of improvement from debilitating disorders can be attributed to an alternative psychological therapy, based on established behavioral principles, provided by psychiatric service dogs. The dogs are trained to help people with a variety of mental disorders, including panic attacks, anxiety disorder, obsessive. 554. Compulsive disorder, and bipolar disorder. They help veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan cope with their traumatic brain injuries as well as with PTSD. The dogs are trained to perform specific behaviors that are helpful to their owners. If the dog's owner is depressed, the dog will snuggle up and offer physical comfort. If the owner is having a panic attack, the Owner can calm himself by massaging the dog's body. The serenity shown by the dogs in all situations seems to reassure the PTSD sufferer that all must be well. Service dogs are constant, loving companions who provide emotional support and companionship to their embattled, often isolated owners. Shim, 2008, Lorber, 2010. Alimo, 2010, Schwartz, 2008. 1. Despite the reports of success from many users, it is important to keep in mind that the utility of psychiatric service dogs has not yet been tested, and thus would never be offered as a therapy by a trained clinician or paid for by an insurance company. Although interaction between humans and dogs can create positive physiological responses, Adendal, 2000, to whether the dogs actually help people recover from PTSD is not yet known. Psychological disorders create a tremendous individual, social, and economic drain on society. Disorders make it difficult for people to engage in productive lives and effectively contribute to their family and to society. Disorders lead to disability and absenteeism in the workplace, as well as physical problems, premature death, and suicide. At a societal level, the costs are staggering. It has been estimated that the annual financial burden of each case of anxiety disorder is over $3,000 per year, meaning that the annual cost of anxiety disorders alone in the United States runs into the trillions of dollars. Konopka, Lechazienering, Labing, and Koenig, 2009, Smith et Alabama. 2006, 3. The goal of this chapter is to review the techniques that are used to treat psychological disorder. Just as psychologists consider the causes of disorder in terms of the biopsychosocial model of illness, treatment is also based on psychological, biological, and social approaches. The psychological approach to reducing disorder involves providing help to individuals or families through psychological therapy, including psychoanalysis, humanistic oriented therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and other approaches. 1. Shim, J. 2008, January 29. Dogs chase nightmares of war away. CNN. Retrieved from //edition CNN.com/ 2008/living/personal/01/29/ Dogs Veterans, Lorber, J. 2010, April 3. For the battle-scarred, comfort at leashes. And The New York Times. Retrieved from www.newtimes.com/2010/04/04/us/04 Dogs HTML, Alimo, CA. 2010, April 11. Psychiatric service dogs use senses to aid owners. Arizona Daily Star. Retrieved from //astarnet.com/news/local/article_D24B57999B31548C off C0160E45F49C HTML, Schwartz, A.N. 2008, March 16. Psychiatric service dogs, very special dogs, indeed. Dr. Swartz's weblog. Retrieved from http://www.mentalhelp.net/poc. 2. Adendal, JSJ. 2000. Animal-assisted therapy, magic or medicine. Journal of Psychosomatic Research. 49, 4, 275-80. 3. Konopka, A, Lechazienering, F, Labing, E, and Koenig, H. 2009. Cost of Illness Studies and Cost-Effectiveness Analyses in Anxiety Disorders, a Systematic Review. Journal of Affective Disorders, 114, 1, 3, 31, Smith, F, Quijpers, P, Oostenbrink, J, Baitlon, N, de Graaf, R, and Beekman, A. 2006. Costs of 9 Common Mental Disorders, Implications for Curative and Preventive Psychiatry. Journal of Mental Health Policy and Economics, 9, 4, 193-200. 555. The biomedical approach to reducing disorder is based on the use of medications to treat mental disorders such as schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety, as well as the employment of brain intervention techniques, including electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, and psychosurgery. The social approach to reducing disorder focuses on changing the social environment in which individuals live to reduce the underlying causes of disorder. These approaches include group, couples, and family therapy, as well as community outreach programs. The community approach is likely to be the most effective of the 3 approaches, because it focuses not only on treatment, but also on prevention of disorders. World Health Organization, 2004. 4. A clinician may focus on any or all of the 3 approaches to treatment, but in making a decision about which to use, he or she will always rely on his or her knowledge about existing empirical tests of the effectiveness of different treatments. These tests, known as outcome studies, carefully compare people who receive a given treatment with people who do not receive a treatment, or with people who receive a different type of treatment. Taken together, these studies have confirmed that many types of therapies are effective in treating disorder. 13.2 Reducing disorder by confronting it, psychotherapy. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Outline and differentiate the psychodynamic, humanistic, behavioral, and cognitive approaches to psychotherapy. 2. Explain the behavioral and cognitive aspects of cognitive behavioral therapy and how CBT is used to reduce psychological disorders. Treatment for psychological disorder begins when the individual who is experiencing distress visits a counselor or therapist, perhaps in a church, a community center, a hospital, or a private practice. The therapist will begin by systematically learning about the patient's needs through a formal psychological assessment, which is an evaluation of the patient's psychological and mental health. During the assessment, the psychologist may give personality tests such as the Minnesota Multiphasic Personal Inventory MMPI-2, or projective tests, and will conduct a thorough interview with the patient. The therapist may get more information from family members or school personnel. In addition to the psychological assessment, the patient is usually seen by a physician to gain information about potential Axis 3 physical problems. In some cases of psychological disorder, and particularly for sexual problems, medical treatment is the preferred course of action. For instance, men who are experiencing erectile dysfunction disorder may need surgery to increase blood flow or local injections of muscle relaxants. Or they may be prescribed medications, Viagra, Cialis, or Levitra. 4. World Health Organization 2004. Prevention of Mental Disorders, Effective Interventions and Policy Options, Summary Report. Retrieved from www.who-in/mental_health/evidence/and/prevention_of_mental_disorders PDF 556. That provide an increased blood supply to the penis, which are successful in increasing performance in about 70% of men who take them. After the medical and psychological assessments are completed, the therapist will make a formal diagnosis using the detailed descriptions of the disorder provided in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, see below. The therapist will summarize the information about the patient on each of the 5 DSM axes, and the diagnosis will likely be sent to an insurance company to justify payment for the treatment. DSM-IVTR criteria for diagnosing attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. To be diagnosed with ADHD, the individual must display either A or B. Below, American Psychiatric Association, 2005. A. 6 or more oft following symptoms of inattention have been present for at least 6 months to a point that is disruptive and inappropriate for developmental level. Often does not give close attention to details or makes careless mistakes in schoolwork, work, or other activities. Often has trouble keeping attention on tasks or play activities. Often does not seem to listen when spoken to directly. Often does not follow instructions and fails to finish schoolwork, chores, or duties in the workplace, not due to oppositional behavior or failure to understand instructions. Often has trouble organizing activities. Often avoids, dislikes, or doesn't want to do things that take a lot of mental effort for a long period of time, such as schoolwork or homework. Often loses things needed for tasks and activities, for example, toys, school assignments, pencils, books, or tools. Is often easily distracted. Is often forgetful in daily activities. B. 6 or more oft following symptoms of hyperactivity impulsivity have been present for at least 6 months to an extent that is disruptive and inappropriate for developmental level. 5. American Psychiatric Association 2000 Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th ed., text. Reverend Washington, D.C., author. 557. Often fidgets with hands or feet or squirms in seat. Often gets up from seat when remaining in seat is expected. Often runs about or climbs when and where it is not appropriate. Adolescents or adults may feel very restless. Often has trouble playing or enjoying leisure activities quietly. Is often on the go or often acts as if driven by a motor. Often talks excessively. Often blurts out answers before questions have been finished. Often has trouble waiting one's turn. Often interrupts or intrudes on others, for example, butts into conversations or games. If a diagnosis is made, the therapist will select a course of therapy that he or she feels will be most effective. One approach to treatment is psychotherapy, the professional treatment for psychological disorder through techniques designed to encourage communication of conflicts and insight. The fundamental aspect of psychotherapy is that the patient directly confronts the disorder and works with the therapist to help reduce it. Therapy includes assessing the patient's issues and problems, planning a course of treatment, setting goals for change, the treatment itself, and an evaluation of the patient's progress. Therapy is practiced by thousands of psychologists and other trained practitioners in the United States and around the world, and is responsible for billions of dollars of the health budget. To many people, therapy involves a patient lying on a couch with a therapist sitting behind and nodding sagely as the patient speaks. Though this approach to therapy, known as psychoanalysis, is still practiced, it is in the minority. It is estimated that there are over 400 different kinds of therapy practiced by people in many fields, and the most important of these are shown in Figure 13.1. The therapists who provide these treatments include psychiatrists, who have a medical degree and can prescribe drugs, and clinical psychologists, as well as social workers, psychiatric nurses, and couples, marriage, and family therapists. 558. Figure 13.1. The many types of therapy practiced in the United States. These data show the proportion of psychotherapists who reported practicing each type of therapy. Source: adapted from Norcross, J.C. Hedges, M., and Castle, Ph. 2002. Psychologists Conducting Psychotherapy in 2001, a study of the division. 29 Membership. Psychotherapy, Theory, Research, Practice, Training, 39, 1, 97 102. Psychology in Everyday Life, Seeking Treatment for Psychological Difficulties. Many people who would benefit from psychotherapy do not get it, either because they do not know how to find it or because they feel that they will be stigmatized and embarrassed if they seek help. The decision to not seek help is a very poor choice because the effectiveness of mental health treatments is well documented, and no matter where a person lives, there are treatments available. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 1999. 6. The first step in seeking help for psychological problems is to accept the stigma. It is possible that some of your colleagues, friends, and family members will know that you are seeking help, and some may at first think more negatively of you for it. But you must get past these unfair and close-minded responses. Feeling good about yourself is 6. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, 1999. Mental Health, a report of the Surgeon General, Washington, D.C., U.S. Government Printing Office, 559. The most important thing you can do, and seeking help may be the first step in doing so. One question is how to determine if someone needs help. This question is not always easy to answer because there is no clear demarcation between normal and abnormal behavior. Most generally, you will know that you or others need help when the person's psychological state is negatively influencing his or her everyday behavior, when the behavior is adversely affecting those around the person, and when the problems continue over a period of time. Often people seek therapy as a result of a life-changing event, such as diagnosis of a fatal illness, an upcoming marriage or divorce, or the death of a loved one. But therapy is also effective for general depression and anxiety, as well as for specific everyday problems. There are a wide variety of therapy choices, many of which are free. Begin in your school, community, or church, asking about community health or counseling centers and pastoral counseling. You may want to ask friends and family members for recommendations. You'll probably be surprised at how many people have been to counseling, and how many recommend it. There are many therapists who offer a variety of treatment options. Be sure to ask about the degrees that the therapist has earned, and about the reputation of the center in which the therapy occurs. If you have choices, try to find a person or location that you like, respect, and trust. This will allow you to be more open, and you will get more out of the experience. Your sessions with the help provider will require discussing your family history, personality, and relationships. And you should feel comfortable sharing this information. Remember also that confronting issues requires time to reflect, energy to get to the appointments and deal with consequential feelings, and discipline to explore your issues on your own. Success at therapy is difficult, and it takes effort. The bottom line is that going for therapy should not be a difficult decision for you. All people have the right to appropriate mental health care just as they have a right to general health care. Just as you go to a dentist for a toothache, you may go to therapy for psychological difficulties. Furthermore, you can be confident that you will be treated with respect and that your privacy will be protected. because therapists follow ethical principles in their practices. The following provides a summary of these principles as developed by the American Psychological Association, 2010. 7. Psychologists inform their clients/patients as early as possible in the therapeutic relationship about the nature and anticipated. 7. American Psychological Association, 2010. Ethical Principles of Psychologists and Code of Conduct. Retrieved from http://apa.org/ethics/code/index.aspx, item = 7 number 402. 560. Course of therapy, fees, involvement of third parties, and limits of confidentiality, and provide sufficient opportunity for the client/patient to ask questions and receive answers. Psychologists inform their clients/patients of the developing nature of the treatment, the potential risks involved, alternative treatments that may be available, and about the voluntary nature of their participation. When the therapist is a trainee, the client/patient is informed that the therapist is in training and is being supervised, and is given the name of the supervisor. When psychologists agree to provide services to several persons who have a relationship, such as spouses, significant others, or parents and children, they take reasonable steps to clarify at the outset which of the individuals are clients/patients and the relationship the psychologist will have with each person. If it becomes apparent that a psychologist may be called on to perform potentially conflicting roles, such as family therapist and then witness for one party in divorce proceedings, the psychologist takes reasonable steps to clarify and modify, or withdraw from roles appropriately. When psychologists provide services to several persons in a group setting, they describe at the outset the roles and responsibilities of all parties and the limits of confidentiality. Psychologists do not engage in sexual intimacies with current therapy clients/patients, or with individuals they know to be close relatives, guardians, or significant others of current clients/patients. Psychologists do not terminate therapy to circumvent this standard. Psychologists do not accept as therapy clients/patients persons with whom they have engaged in sexual intimacies, nor do they have sexual intimacies with former clients/patients for at least 2 years after cessation or termination of therapy. Psychologists terminate therapy when it becomes reasonably clear that the client/patient no longer needs the service, is not likely to benefit, or is being harmed by continued service. 13.2.1 Psychodynamic Therapy. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychodynamic therapy, psychoanalysis, is a psychological treatment based on Freudian and Neo-Freudian personality theories in which the therapist helps the patient explore the 561 Unconscious dynamics of personality. The analyst engages with the patient, usually in one-on-one sessions, often with the patient lying on a couch and facing away. The goal of the psychotherapy is for the patient to talk about his or her personal concerns and anxieties, allowing the therapist to try to understand the underlying unconscious problems that are causing the symptoms, the process of interpretation. The analyst may try out some interpretations on the patient and observe how he or she responds to them. The patient may be asked to verbalize his or her thoughts through free association, in which the therapist listens while the client talks about whatever comes to mind, without any censorship or filtering. The client may also be asked to report on his or her dreams, and the therapist will use dream analysis to analyze the symbolism of the dreams in an effort to probe the unconscious thoughts of the client and interpret their significance. On the basis of the thoughts expressed by the patient, the analyst discovers the unconscious conflicts causing the patient's symptoms and interprets them for the patient. The goal of psychotherapy is to help the patient develop insight, that is, an understanding of the unconscious causes of the disorder. Epstein, Stern, and Silbersweig. 2001, Labarsky and Barrett, 2006, 8. But the patient often shows resistance to these new understandings, using defense mechanisms to avoid the painful feelings in his or unconscious. The patient might forget or Mississippi appointments, or act out with hostile feelings toward the therapist. The therapist attempts to help the patient develop insight into the causes of the resistance. The sessions may also lead to transference, in which the patient unconsciously redirects feelings experienced in an important personal relationship toward the therapist. For instance, the patient may transfer feelings of guilt that come from the father or mother to the therapist. Some therapists believe that transference should be encouraged, as it allows the client to resolve hidden conflicts and work through feelings that are present in the relationships. Important characteristics and experiences in psychoanalysis. Free association. The therapist listens while the client talks about whatever comes to mind, without any censorship or filtering. The therapist then tries to interpret these free associations, looking for unconscious causes of symptoms. Dream analysis. The therapist listens while the client describes his or her dreams and then analyzes the symbolism of the dreams in an effort to probe the unconscious thoughts of the client and interpret their significance. Insight. An understanding by the patient of the unconscious causes of his or her symptoms. 8. Epstein J., Stern E., and Silbersweig, D. 2001. Neuropsychiatry at the Millennium, the potential for mind/brain integration through emerging interdisciplinary research strategies. Clinical Neuroscience Research, 1, 10, 18, Labarsky, L., and Barrett. M.S. 2006. The History and Empirical Status of Key Psychoanalytic Concepts. Annual Review of Clinical Psychology, 2. 1, 19. 562. Interpretation. The therapist uses the patient's expressed thoughts to try to understand the underlying unconscious problems. The analyst may try out some interpretations on the patient and observe how he or she responds to them. Resistance. The patient's use of defense mechanisms to avoid the painful feelings in his or her unconscious. The patient might forget or Mississippi appointments, or act out with hostile feelings toward the therapist. The therapist attempts to help the patient develop insight into the causes of the resistance. Transference. The unconscious redirection of the feelings experienced in an important personal relationship toward the therapist. For instance, the patient may transfer feelings of guilt that come from the father or mother to the therapist. One problem with traditional psychoanalysis is that the sessions may take place several times a week, go on for many years, and cost thousands of dollars. To help more people benefit, modern psychodynamic approaches frequently use shorter term, focused, and goal-oriented approaches. In these brief psychodynamic therapies, the therapist helps the client determine the important issues to be discussed at the beginning of treatment and usually takes a more active role than in classic psychoanalysis. Levinson, 2010. 9. 13.2.2 Humanistic Therapies. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Just as psychoanalysis is based on the personality theories of Freud and the neo-Freudians, humanistic therapy is a psychological treatment based on the personality theories of Carl Rogers and other humanistic psychologists. Humanistic therapy is based on the idea that people develop psychological problems when they are burdened by limits and expectations placed on them by themselves and others. And the treatment emphasizes the person's capacity for self-realization and fulfillment. Humanistic therapies attempt to promote growth and responsibility by helping clients consider their own situations and the world around them and how they can work to achieve their life goals. Carl Rogers developed person-centered therapy, or client-centered therapy, an approach to treatment in which the client is helped to grow and develop as the therapist provides a comfortable, non-judgmental environment. In his book, A Way of Being, 1980, Rogers argued that therapy was most productive when the therapist created a positive relationship with the client, a therapeutic alliance. The therapeutic alliance is a relationship between the client and the therapist that is facilitated when the therapist is genuine, i.e., he or she creates no barriers to free-flowing thoughts and feelings, when the therapist treats the client with unconditional positive regard, i.e., values. 9. Levinson, H. 2010. Brief Dynamic Therapy. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 10. Rogers, C. 1980. A Way of Being. New York, New York, Houghton Mifflin. 563. The client without any qualifications, displaying an accepting attitude toward whatever the client is feeling at the moment, and when the therapist develops empathy with the client, i.e., that he or she actively listens to and accurately perceives the personal feelings that the client experiences. The development of a positive therapeutic alliance has been found to be exceedingly important to successful therapy. The ideas of genuineness, empathy, and unconditional positive regard in a nurturing relationship in which the therapist actively listens to and reflects the feelings of the client is probably the most fundamental part of contemporary psychotherapy. Prochaska and Norcross, 2007. 11. Psychodynamic and humanistic therapies are recommended primarily for people suffering from generalized anxiety or mood disorders, and who desire to feel better about themselves overall. But the goals of people with other psychological disorders, such as phobias, sexual problems, and obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, are more specific. A person with a social phobia may want to be able to leave his or her house. A person with a sexual dysfunction may want to improve his or her sex life, and a person with OCD may want to learn to stop letting his obsessions or compulsions interfere with everyday activities. In these cases, it is not necessary to revisit childhood experiences or consider our capacities for self-realization. We simply want to deal with what is happening in the present. Cognitive behavior therapy, CBT, is a structured approach to treatment that attempts to reduce psychological disorders through systematic procedures based on cognitive and behavioral principles. As you can see in Figure 13.2, CBT is based on the idea that there is a recursive link among our thoughts, our feelings, and our behavior. For instance, if we are feeling depressed, our negative thoughts, "I am doing poorly in my chemistry class," lead to negative feelings, "I feel hopeless and sad," which then contribute to negative behaviors, lethargy, disinterest, lack of studying. When we or other people look at the negative behavior, the negative thoughts are reinforced and the cycle repeats itself. Beck, 1976. 12. Similarly, in panic disorder, a patient may misinterpret his or her feelings of anxiety as a sign of an impending physical or mental catastrophe, such as a heart attack, leading to an avoidance of a particular place or social situation. The fact that the patient is avoiding the situation reinforces the negative thoughts. Again, the thoughts, feelings, and behavior amplify and distort each other. 11. Prochaska, J.O., and Norcross, J.C. 2007. Systems of Psychotherapy, a Trans-Theoretical Analysis, 6th ed. Pacific Grove. C.A., Brooks/Cole. 12. Beck, A.T. 1976. Cognitive Therapy and the Emotional Disorders. New York, New York, New American Library. 564. Figure 13.2 Cognitive Behavior Therapy. Cognitive behavior therapy, CBT, is based on the idea that our thoughts, feelings, and behavior reinforce each other, and that changing our thoughts or behavior can make us feel better. CBT is a very broad approach that is used for the treatment of a variety of problems, including mood, anxiety, personality, eating, substance abuse, attention deficit, and psychotic disorders. CBT treats the symptoms of the disorder, the behaviors or the cognitions, and does not attempt to address the underlying issues that cause the problem. The goal is simply to stop the negative cycle by intervening to change cognition or behavior. The client and the therapist work together to develop the goals of the therapy, the particular ways that the goals will be reached, and the timeline for reaching them. The procedures are problem-solving and action-oriented, and the client is forced to take responsibility for his or her own treatment. The client is assigned tasks to complete that will help improve the disorder and takes an active part in the therapy. The treatment usually lasts between 10 and 20 sessions. Depending on the particular disorder, some CBT treatments may be primarily behavioral in orientation, focusing on the principles of classical, operant, and observational learning, whereas other treatments are more cognitive, focused on changing negative thoughts related to the disorder. But almost all CBT treatments use a combination of behavioral and cognitive approaches. 565. 13.2.3 Behavioral aspects of CBT. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In some cases the primary changes that need to be made are behavioral. Therapy is psychological treatment that is based on principles of learning. The most direct approach is through operant conditioning using reward or punishment. Reinforcement may be used to teach new skills to people, for instance, those with autism or schizophrenia. Granholm et. Alabama, 2008, Herbert et. Alabama, 2005, Scatone, 2007. 13. If the patient has trouble dressing or grooming, then reinforcement techniques, such as providing tokens that can be exchanged for snacks, are used to reinforce appropriate behaviors such as putting on one's clothes in the morning or taking a shower at night. If the patient has trouble interacting with others, reinforcement will be used to teach the client how to more appropriately respond in public, for instance, by maintaining eye contact, smiling when appropriate, and modulating tone of voice. As the patient practices the different techniques, the appropriate behaviors are shaped through reinforcement to allow the client to manage more complex social situations. In some cases, observational learning may also be used. The client may be asked to observe the behavior of others who are more socially skilled to acquire appropriate behaviors. People who learn to improve their interpersonal skills through skills training may be more accepted by others, and this social support may have substantial positive effects on their emotions. When the disorder is anxiety or phobia, then the goal of the CBT is to reduce the Negative affective responses to the feared stimulus. Exposure therapy is a behavioral therapy based on the classical conditioning principle of extinction, in which people are confronted with a feared stimulus with the goal of decreasing their negative emotional responses to it. Walp, 1973. 14. Exposure treatment can be carried out in real situations or through imagination, and it is used in the treatment of panic disorder, agoraphobia, social phobia, OCD, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. In flooding, a client is exposed to the source of his fear all at once. An agoraphobic might be taken to a crowded shopping mall, or someone with an extreme fear of heights to the top of a tall building. The assumption is that the fear will subside as the client habituates to the situation while receiving emotional support from the therapist during the stressful experience. An advantage of the flooding technique is that it is quick and often effective, but a disadvantage is that the patient may relapse after a short period of time. More frequently, the exposure is done more gradually. Systematic desensitization is a behavioral treatment that combines imagining or experiencing the feared object or situation with relaxation exercises. Walp, 1973. 15. The client and the therapist work together to 13. Granholm, E., McQuaid, J.R., Link, P.C., Fish, S., Patterson, T., and Jest, D.V. 2008. Neuropsychological predictors of functional outcome in cognitive behavioral social skills training for older people with schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. Research, 100, 133-143. doi, 10.1016/JSCHRES 2007 11-032, Herbert, J. D., Goddenai, B. A., Reingold, A. A., Myers, V. H. Dalrymple, K., and Nolan, E. M. 2005. Social skills training augments the effectiveness of cognitive behavioral group therapy for social anxiety disorder. Behavior therapy, 36, 125-138, Scatone, D. 2007. Social skills interventions for children with autism. Psychology in the schools, 44, 717-726. 14. Walp, J. 1973. The Practice of Behavior Therapy. New York, New York, Pergamon. 15. Walp, J. 1973. The Practice of Behavior Therapy. New York, New York, Pergamon. 566. Prepare a hierarchy of fears, starting with the least frightening, and moving to the most frightening scenario surrounding the object. Table 13.1. The patient then confronts her fears in a systematic manner, sometimes using her imagination but usually, when possible, in real life. Behavior fear rating. Think about a spider. 10. Look at a photo of a spider. 25. Look at a real spider in a closed box. 50. Hold the box with the spider. 60. Let a spider crawl on your desk. 70. Let a spider crawl on your shoe. 80. Let a spider crawl on your pants leg. 90. Let a spider crawl on your sleeve. 95. Let a spider crawl on your bare arm. 100. Table 13.1 Hierarchy of fears used in systematic desensitization. Desensitization techniques use the principle of counterconditioning, in which a second incompatible response, relaxation, for example, through deep breathing, is conditioned to an already conditioned response, the fear response. The continued pairing of the relaxation responses with the feared stimulus as the patient works up the hierarchy gradually leads the fear response to be extinguished and the relaxation response to take its place. Behavioral therapy works best when people directly experience the feared object. Fears of spiders are more directly habituated when the patient interacts with a real spider, and fears of flying are best extinguished when the patient gets on a real plane. But it is often difficult and expensive to create these experiences for the patient. Recent advances in virtual reality have allowed clinicians to provide CBT in what seem like real situations to the patient. In virtual reality CBT, the therapist uses computer-generated, three-dimensional, lifelike images of the feared stimulus in a systematic desensitization program. Specially designed computer equipment, often with a head-mount display, is used to create a simulated environment. A common use is in helping 567 soldiers who are experiencing PTSD return to the scene of the trauma and learn how to cope with the stress it invokes. Some of the advantages of the virtual reality treatment approach are that it is economical. The treatment session can be held in the therapist's office with no loss of time or confidentiality. The session can easily be terminated as soon as a patient feels uncomfortable, and many patients who have resisted live exposure to the object of their fears are willing to try the new virtual reality option first. Aversion therapy is a type of behavior therapy in which positive punishment is used to reduce the frequency of an undesirable behavior. An unpleasant stimulus is intentionally paired with a harmful or socially unacceptable behavior until the behavior becomes associated with unpleasant sensations and is hopefully reduced. A child who wets his bed may be required to sleep on a pad that sounds an alarm when it senses moisture. Over time, the positive punishment produced by the alarm reduces the bedwetting behavior. Houts, Behrman, and Abramson, 1994. 16. Aversion therapy is also used to stop other specific behaviors such as nail biting. Allen, 1996. 17. Alcoholism has long been treated with aversion therapy. Baker and Cannon, 1988. 18. In a standard approach, patients are treated at a hospital where they are administered a drug, antabuse, that makes them nauseous if they consume any alcohol. The technique works very well if the user keeps taking the drug. Cramp et. Alabama, 2006, 19. But unless it is combined with other approaches, the patients are likely to relapse after they stop the drug. 13.2.4 Cognitive Aspects of CBT. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. While behavioral approaches focus on the actions of the patient, cognitive therapy is a psychological treatment that helps clients identify incorrect or distorted beliefs that are contributing to disorder. In cognitive therapy, the therapist helps the patient develop new, healthier ways of thinking about themselves and about the others around them. The idea of cognitive therapy is that changing thoughts will change emotions, and that the new emotions will then influence behavior. See Figure 13.2. The goal of cognitive therapy is not necessarily to get people to think more positively, but rather to think more accurately. For instance, a person who thinks no one cares about me is likely to feel rejected, isolated, and lonely. If the therapist can remind the person that she has a mother or daughter who does care about her, more positive feelings will likely follow. Similarly, changing beliefs from "I have to be perfect" to "No one is always perfect, I'm doing pretty good, from I am a terrible student" to "I am 16. Houts, A.C., Behrman, J.S., and Abramson, H. 1994. Effectiveness of psychological and pharmacological treatments for nocturnal enuresis. Journal of Consulting and Clinical Psychology, 62, 4, 737-745. 17. Allen K.W. 1996. Chronic nail biting, a controlled comparison of competing response and mild aversion treatments. Behavior Research and Therapy, 34, 269-72. doi, 10.1016/0005-7967, 95, 00078-X. 18. Baker, T.B., and Kennan, D.S. 1988. Assessment and Treatment of Addictive Disorders. New York, Praeger. 19. Kramp, H., Stavitsky, S., Wagner, T., Bartels, C., Ost, C., Ruther, E., Ehrenreich, H. 2006. Follow-up of 180 alcoholic patients for up to 7 years after outpatient treatment. Impact of alcohol deterrence on outcome. Alcoholism, Clinical and Experimental Research, 31, 86, 95. 568. Doing well in some of my courses, or from "She did that on purpose to hurt me" to "Maybe she didn't realize how important it was to me" may all be helpful. The psychiatrist Aaron T. Beck and the psychologist Albert Ellis, 1913-2007, together provided the basic principles of cognitive therapy. Ellis, 2004, 20 called his approach Rational Emotive Behavior Therapy, REBT, or Rational Emotive Therapy, RET, and he focused on pointing out the flaws in the patient's thinking. Ellis noticed that people experiencing strong negative emotions tend to personalize and overgeneralize their beliefs, leading to an inability to see situations accurately. Leahy, 2003. 21. In REBT, the therapist's goal is to challenge these irrational thought patterns, helping the patient replace the irrational thoughts with more rational ones, leading to the development of more appropriate emotional reactions and behaviors. Beck, 1995, Beck, Freeman, and Davis, 2004. 22. Cognitive therapy was based on his observation that people who were depressed generally had a large number of highly accessible negative thoughts that influenced their thinking. His goal was to develop a short-term therapy for depression that would modify these unproductive thoughts. Beck's approach challenges the client to test his beliefs against concrete evidence. If a client claims that everybody at work is out to get me, the therapist might ask him to provide instances to corroborate the claim. At the same time, the therapist might point out contrary evidence, such as the fact that a certain coworker is actually a loyal friend, or that the patient's boss had recently praised him. 13.2.5 Combination, eclectic, approaches to therapy. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. To this point, we have considered the different approaches to psychotherapy under the assumption that a therapist will use only one approach with a given patient. But this is not the case. As you saw in Figure 13.1, the most commonly practiced approach to therapy is an eclectic therapy, an approach to treatment in which the therapist uses whichever techniques seem most useful and relevant for a given patient. For bipolar disorder, for instance, the therapist may use both psychological skills training to help the patient cope with the severe highs and lows, but may also suggest that the patient consider biomedical drug therapies. Newman, Leahy, Beck, Riley Harrington, and Giola. 2002. 23. Treatment for major depressive disorder usually involves antidepressant drugs as well as CBT to help the patient deal with particular problems. McBride, Farvo LDEN, and Swallow, 2007. 24. 20. Ellis, A. 2004. Why rational emotive behavior therapy is the most comprehensive and effective form of behavior therapy. Journal of Rational Emotive and Cognitive Behavior Therapy, 22, 85, 92. 21. Leahy, R.L. 2003. Cognitive Therapy Techniques, A Practitioner's Guide. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 22. Beck, J.S. 1995. Cognitive Therapy, Basics and Beyond. New York, New York, Guilford Press. Beck, A.T., Freeman, A., and Davis, D. 2004. Cognitive Therapy of Personality Disorders, 2nd ed. New York, New York, Guilford Press. 23. Newman, C.F., Leahy, R.L., Beck, A.T., Riley Harrington, N.A., and Giola, L. 2002. Clinical Management of Depression, Hopelessness, and Suicidality in Patients with Bipolar Disorder. In C. F. Newman, R. L. Leahy, A. T. Beck, N. A. Riley, Harrington, and L. Giola, eds. Bipolar Disorder, A Cognitive Therapy Approach, pages 79-100. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. DOI 101037/10442-004. 24. McBride, C., Farvo Lden, P., and Swallow, S.R. 2007. Major Depressive Disorder and Cognitive Schemas. In L. P. Riso, P. L. Du Toit, D. J. Stein, and J. E. Young, eds. Cognitive Schemas and Core Beliefs in Psychological Problems, A Scientist Practitioner. Guide, pages 11-39. Washington, D.C., American Psychological Association. 569. As we have seen in Defining Psychological Disorders, page 488, one of the most commonly diagnosed disorders is borderline personality disorder, BPD. Consider this description, typical of the type of borderline patient who arrives at a therapist's office. Even as an infant, it seemed that there was something different about Bethany. She was an intense baby, easily upset and difficult to comfort. She had very severe separation anxiety. If her mother left the room, Bethany would scream until she returned. In her early teens, Bethany became increasingly sullen and angry. She started acting out more and more, yelling at her parents and teachers and engaging in impulsive behavior, such as promiscuity and running away from home. At times Bethany would have a close friend at school, but some conflict always developed and the friendship would end. By the time Bethany turned 17, her mood changes were totally unpredictable. She was fighting with her parents almost daily, and the fights often included violent behavior on Bethany's part. At times she seemed terrified to be without her mother, but at other times she would leave the house in a fit of rage and not return for a few days. One day, Bethany's mother noticed scars on Bethany's arms. When confronted about them, Bethany said that one night she just got more and more lonely and nervous about a recent breakup until she finally stuck a lit cigarette into her arm. She said, "I didn't really care for him that much, but I had to do something dramatic." When she was 18, Bethany rented a motel room where she took an overdose of sleeping pills. Her suicide attempt was not successful, but the authorities required that she seek psychological help. Most therapists will deal with a case such as Bethany's using an eclectic approach. First, because her negative mood states are so severe, they will likely recommend that she start taking antidepressant medications. These drugs are likely to help her feel better and will reduce the possibility of another suicide attempt, but they will not change the underlying psychological problems. Therefore, the therapist will also provide psychotherapy. The first sessions of the therapy will likely be based primarily on creating trust. Person-centered approaches will be used in which the therapist attempts to create a Therapeutic alliance conducive to a frank and open exchange of information. If the therapist is trained in a psychodynamic approach, he or she will probably begin intensive face-to-face psychotherapy sessions at least 3 times a week. The therapist may focus on childhood experiences related to Bethany's attachment difficulties, but will also focus in large part on the causes of the present behavior. The therapist will understand that, because Bethany does not have good relationships with other people, she will likely seek a close bond with the therapist, but the therapist will probably not allow the transference relationship to develop fully. The therapist will also realize that Bethany will probably try to resist the work of the therapist. Most likely the therapist will also use principles of CBT. For one, cognitive therapy will likely be used in an attempt to change Bethany's distortions of reality. She feels that people are rejecting her, but she is probably bringing these rejections on herself. If she can learn to better understand the meaning of other people's actions, she may feel better. And the therapist will likely begin using some techniques of behavior. 570. Therapy, for instance, by rewarding Bethany for successful social interactions and progress toward meeting her important goals. The eclectic therapist will continue to monitor Bethany's behavior as the therapy continues, bringing into play whatever therapeutic tools seem most beneficial. Hopefully, Bethany will stay in treatment long enough to make some real progress in repairing her broken life. One example of an eclectic treatment approach that has been shown to be successful in treating BPD is dialectical behavioral therapy, DBT, Linehan and Dimef, 2001. 25 DBT is essentially a cognitive therapy, but it includes a particular emphasis on attempting to enlist the help of the patient in his or her own treatment. A dialectical behavioral therapist begins by attempting to develop a positive therapeutic alliance with the client, and then tries to encourage the patient to become part of the treatment process. In DBT, the therapist aims to accept and validate the client's feelings at any given time, while nonetheless informing the client that some feelings and behaviors are maladaptive, and showing the client better alternatives. The therapist will use both individual and group therapy, helping the patient work toward improving interpersonal effectiveness, emotion regulation, and distress tolerance skills. Key takeaways. Psychoanalysis is based on the principles of Freudian and Neo-Freudian personality theories. The goal is to explore the unconscious dynamics of personality. Humanist therapy, derived from the personality theory of Carl Rogers, is based on the idea that people experience psychological problems when they are burdened by limits and expectations placed on them by themselves and others. Its focus is on helping people reach their life goals. Behavior therapy applies the principles of classical and operant conditioning, as well as observational learning, to the elimination of maladaptive behaviors and their replacement with more adaptive responses. Albert Ellis and Aaron Beck developed cognitive-based therapies to help clients stop negative thoughts and replace them with more objective thoughts. Eclectic therapy is the most common approach to treatment. In eclectic therapy, the therapist uses whatever treatment approaches seem most likely to be effective for the client. 25. Linehan, M.M., and Dimef, L. 2001. Dialectical Behavior Therapy in a Nutshell. The California Psychologist, 34, 10, 13. 571. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 1. Imagine that your friend has been feeling depressed for several months but refuses to consider therapy as an option. What might you tell her that might help her feel more comfortable about seeking treatment? 2. Imagine that you have developed a debilitating fear of bees after recently being attacked by a swarm of them. What type of therapy do you think would be best for your disorder? 3. Imagine that your friend has a serious drug abuse problem. Based on what you've learned in this section, what treatment options would you explore in your attempt to provide him with the best help available? Which combination of therapies might work best? 13.3 Reducing Disorder Biologically, Drug and Brain Therapy. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Learning Objectives. 1. Classify the different types of drugs used in the treatment of mental disorders and explain how they each work to reduce disorder. 2. Critically evaluate direct brain intervention methods that may be used by doctors to treat patients who do not respond to drug or other therapy. Like other medical problems, psychological disorders may in some cases be treated biologically. Biomedical therapies are treatments designed to reduce psychological disorder by influencing the action of the central nervous system. These therapies primarily involve the use of medications but also include direct methods of brain intervention, including electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, and psychosurgery. 13.3.1 Drug Therapies. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Psychologists understand that an appropriate balance of neurotransmitters in the brain is necessary for mental health. If there is a proper balance of chemicals, then the person's mental health will be acceptable, but psychological disorder will result if there is a chemical imbalance. The most frequently used biological treatments provide the patient with medication that influences the production and reuptake of neurotransmitters in the central nervous system, CNS. The use of these drugs is 572. Rapidly increasing, and drug therapy is now the most common approach to treatment of most psychological disorders. Unlike some medical therapies that can be targeted toward specific symptoms, Current psychological drug therapies are not so specific, they don't change particular behaviors or thought processes, and they don't really solve psychological disorders. However, although they cannot cure disorder, drug therapies are nevertheless useful. Therapeutic approaches, particularly when combined with psychological therapy, in treating a variety of psychological disorders. The best drug combination for the individual patient is usually found through trial and error. Biderman and Fleischhacker, 2009. 26. The major classes and brand names of drugs used to treat psychological disorders are shown in Table 13.2. Class type, brand names, disorder notes, psycho stimulants, Ritalin, Adderall, Dexedrine, attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Very effective in most cases, at least in the short term, at reducing hyperactivity and inattention. Tricyclics, Eleval, Tofranol, depression and anxiety disorders. Less frequently prescribed today than are the serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, monoamine oxidase inhibitors, MAOIs, enzyme, Nardil, Parnate, Marpoln. Depression and anxiety disorders. Less frequently prescribed today than are the SSRIs, anti-depressants, SSRIs, Prozac, Paxil, Zoloft. Depression and anxiety disorders. The most frequently prescribed antidepressant medications work by blocking Table 13.2 Common medications used to treat psychological disorders. 26. Biderman, F., and Fleischhacker, W.W. 2009. Antipsychotics in the early stage of development. Current opinion. Psychiatry, 22, 326 330. 573. The reuptake of serotonin. Other reuptake inhibitors. Effexor, Celexa, Wellbutrin. Depression and anxiety disorders. Prescribed in some cases, work by blocking the reuptake of serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine. Mood stabilizers. Escalith, Lithobid, Depakine. Bipolar disorder. Effective in reducing the mood swings associated with bipolar disorder. Anti-anxiety drugs. Tranquilizers. Benzo diazepines. Valium, Xanax. anxiety, panic, and mood disorders. Work by increasing the action of the neurotransmitter GABA, gamma aminobutyric acid, anti-psychotics, neuroleptics, thorazine, haldol, clozaril, risperdal, Zyprexa, schizophrenia. Treat the positive and, to some extent, the negative symptoms of schizophrenia by reducing the transmission of dopamine and increasing the transmission of serotonin. Table 13.2 Common medications used to treat psychological disorders. 13.3.2 Using stimulants to treat ADHD. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is frequently treated with biomedical therapy, usually along with cognitive behavior therapy, CBT. The most commonly 574 prescribed drugs for ADHD are psychostimulants, including Ritalin, Adderall, and Dexedrine. Short-acting forms of the drugs are taken as pills and last between 4 and 12 hours, but some of the drugs are also available in long-acting forms, skin patches, that can be worn on the hip and last up to 12 hours. The patch is placed on the C-hilt early in the morning and worn all day. Stimulants improve the major symptoms of ADHD, including inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity, often dramatically, in about 75% of the children who take them. Greenhill, Halperin, and Abakoff, 1999. 27 But the effects of the drugs wear off quickly. Additionally, the best drug and best dosage varies from child to child, so it may take some time to find the correct combination. It may seem surprising to you that a disorder that involves hyperactivity is treated with a psychostimulant, a drug that normally increases activity. The answer lies in the dosage. When large doses of stimulants are taken, they increase activity, but in smaller doses the same stimulants improve attention and decrease motor activity. Zahn, Rappaport, and Thompson, 1980. 28. The most common side effects of psychostimulants in children include decreased appetite, weight loss, sleeping problems, and irritability as the effect of the medication tapers off. Stimulant medications may also be associated with a slightly reduced growth rate in children, although in most cases growth isn't permanently affected. Spencer, Biederman, Harding, and O'Donnell, 1996. 29. 13.3.3 Antidepressant medications. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommon's.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Antidepressant medications are drugs designed to improve moods. Although they are used primarily in the treatment of depression, they are also effective for patients who suffer from anxiety, phobias, and obsessive-compulsive disorders. Antidepressants work by influencing the production and reuptake of neurotransmitters that relate to emotion, including serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine. Although exactly why they work is not yet known, as the amount of the neurotransmitters in the CNS is increased through the action of the drugs, the person often experiences less depression. The original antidepressants were the tricyclic antidepressants, with the brand names of Tofranil and Elevil, and the monoamine oxidase inhibitors, MAOIs. These medications work by increasing the amount of serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine at the synapses, but they also have severe side effects including potential increases in blood pressure and the need to follow particular diets. The antidepressants most prescribed today are the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, including Prozac, Paxil, and Zoloft, which are designed to 27. Greenhill, LL, Halperin, J.M., and Abacoff, H. 1999. Stimulant medications. Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, 38, 5, 503512. 28. Zahn, T.P., Rappaport, J.L., and Thompson, C.L. 1980. Autonomic and behavioral effects of dextroamphetamine and placebo in normal and hyperactive prepubertal boys. Journal of Abnormal Child Psychology, 8, 2, 145-160. 29. Spencer, T.J., Biederman, J., Harding, M., and O'Donnell, D. 1996. Growth Deficits in ADHD Children Revisited, Evidence for Disorder-Associated Growth Delays. Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, 35, 11. 1460-1469. 575. Selectively block the reuptake of serotonin at the synapse, thereby leaving more serotonin available in the CNS. SSRIs are safer and have fewer side effects than the tricyclics or the MAOIs. Fraser, 2000, Holland, Thais, and Markowitz, 2002. 30 SSRIs are effective, but patients taking them often suffer a variety of sometimes unpleasant side effects, including dry mouth, constipation, blurred vision, headache, agitation, drowsiness, as well as a reduction in sexual enjoyment. Recently, there has been concern that SSRIs may increase the risk of suicide among teens and young adults, probably because when the medications begin working they give patients more energy, which may lead them to commit the suicide that they had been planning but lacked the energy to go through with. This concern has led the FDA to put a warning label on SSRI medications, and has led doctors to be more selective about prescribing antidepressants to this age group. Healy and Whitaker, 2003, Simon, 2006. Simon, Savarino, Opuskalski, and Wong, 2006. 31. Because the effects of antidepressants may take weeks or even months to develop, doctors usually work with each patient to determine which medications are most effective, and may frequently change medications over the course of therapy. In some cases, other types of antidepressants may be used instead of or in addition to the SSRIs. These medications also work by blocking the reuptake of neurotransmitters, including serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine. Brand names of these medications include Effexor and Wellbutrin. Patients who are suffering from bipolar disorder are not helped by the SSRIs or other antidepressants because their disorder also involves the experience of overly positive moods. Treatment is more complicated for these patients, often involving a combination of antipsychotics and antidepressants along with mood-stabilizing medications. McElroy and Keck, 2000. 32. The most well-known mood stabilizer, lithium carbonate, or lithium, was approved by the FDA in the 1970s for treating both manic and depressive episodes, and it has proven very effective. Anticonvulsant medications can also be used as mood stabilizers. Another drug, Depakote, has also proven very effective, and some bipolar patients may do better with it than with lithium. Kowach et Alabama, 2000. 33. People who take lithium must have regular blood tests to be sure that the levels of the drug are in the appropriate range. Potential negative side effects of lithium are loss of coordination, slurred speech, frequent urination, and excessive thirst. Those side effects often cause patients to stop taking their medication. It is important that treatment be continuous, rather than intermittent. There is no cure for bipolar disorder, but drug therapy does help many people. 30. Fraser, A.R. 2000. Antidepressant choice to minimize treatment resistance. The British Journal of Psychiatry, 176, 493. Holland, S.D., Thais, M.E., and Markowitz, J.C. 2002. Treatment and Prevention of Depression. Psychological Science in the Public Interest, 3, 39-77. 31. Healy, D., and Whitaker, C.J. 2003. Antidepressants and Suicide, Risk-Benefit Conundrums. Journal of Psychiatry and Neuroscience, 28, 331-339, Simon, G.E. 2006. The Antidepressant Quandary Considering Suicide Risk When Treating Adolescent Depression. The New England Journal of Medicine, 355, 2722, 2723, Simon, G.E., Savarino, J., Opuskalski, B., and Wong, P.S. 2006. Suicide Risk During Antidepressant Treatment. American Journal of Psychiatry, 163, 41-47. doi, 101176/. A PAJP 163-141. 32. McElroy, S.L., and Keck, P.E. 2000. Pharmacologic agents for the treatment of acute bipolar mania. Biological Psychiatry, 48. 539-557. 33. Kowach, R.A., Sups, T., Carmody, T.J., Butchie, J.P., Hume, J.H., Cromwellis, M., Rush, A.J. 2000. Effect size of lithium, D-valproex-sodium, and carbamazepine in children and adolescents with bipolar disorder. Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, 39, 713, 20. 576. 13.3.4 Anti-anxiety medications. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0. Anti-anxiety medications are drugs that help relieve fear or anxiety. They work by increasing the action of the neurotransmitter GABA. The increased level of GABA helps inhibit the action of the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system, creating a calming experience. The most common class of anti-anxiety medications is the tranquilizers, known as benzodiazepines. These drugs, which are prescribed millions of times a year, include Ativan, Valium, and Xanax. The benzodiazepines act within a few minutes to treat mild anxiety disorders but also have major side effects. They are addictive, frequently leading to tolerance, and they can cause drowsiness, dizziness, and unpleasant withdrawal symptoms including relapses into increased anxiety. Otto et Alabama, 1993. 34. Furthermore, because the effects of the benzodiazepines are very similar to those of alcohol, they are very dangerous when combined with it. 13.3.5 Antipsychotic medications. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Until the middle of the 20th century, schizophrenia was inevitably accompanied by the presence of positive symptoms, including bizarre, disruptive, and potentially dangerous behavior. As a result, schizophrenics were locked in asylums to protect them from themselves and to protect society from them. In the 1950s, a drug called chlorpromazine, thorazine, was discovered that could reduce many of the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Chlorpromazine was the first of many antipsychotic drugs. Antipsychotic drugs, neuroleptics, are drugs that treat the symptoms of schizophrenia and related psychotic disorders. Today there are many antipsychotics, including thorazine, Haldol, Clozaril, Risperdal, and Zyprexa. Some of these drugs treat the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, and some treat both the positive, negative, and cognitive symptoms. The discovery of chlorpromazine and its use in clinics has been described as the single greatest advance in psychiatric care, because it has dramatically improved the prognosis of patients in psychiatric hospitals worldwide. Using antipsychotic medications has allowed hundreds of thousands of people to move out of asylums into individual households or community mental health centers, and in many cases to live near normal lives. Antipsychotics reduce the positive symptoms of schizophrenia by reducing the transmission of dopamine at the synapses in the limbic system, and they improve negative symptoms by influencing levels of serotonin, Marangel, Silver, Goff, and 34 Otto, M.W., Pollock, M.H., Sachs, G.S., Reiter, S.R., Meltzer-Brody, S., and Rosenbaum, J.F. 1993. Discontinuation of benzodiazepine treatment, efficacy of cognitive behavioral therapy for patients with panic disorder. American Journal of Psychiatry, 150, 1485-1490. 577. Yadovsky, 2003. 35. Despite their effectiveness, antipsychotics have some negative side effects, including restlessness, muscle spasms, dizziness, and blurred vision. In addition, their long-term use can cause permanent neurological damage, a condition called tardive dyskinesia that causes uncontrollable muscle movements, usually in the mouth area. National Institute of Mental Health, 2008. 36. Newer antipsychotics treat more symptoms with fewer side effects than older medications do, Casey, 1996. 37. 13.3.6 Direct Brain Intervention Therapies. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. In cases of severe disorder, it may be desirable to directly influence brain activity through electrical activation of the brain or through brain surgery. Electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, is a medical procedure designed to alleviate psychological disorder in which electric currents are passed through the brain, deliberately triggering a brief seizure. Figure 13.3. ECT has been used since the 1930s to treat severe depression. When it was first developed, the procedure involved strapping the patient to a table before the electricity was administered. The patient was knocked out by the shock, went into severe convulsions, and awoke later, usually without any memory of what had happened. Today ECT is used only in the most severe cases when all other treatments have failed, and the practice is more humane. The patient is first given muscle relaxants and a general anesthesia, and precisely calculated electrical currents are used to achieve the most benefit with the fewest possible risks. ECT is very effective. About 80% of people who undergo 3 sessions of ECT report dramatic relief from their depression. ECT reduces suicidal thoughts and is assumed to have prevented many suicides. Kellner et. Alabama, 2005. 38. On the other hand, the positive effects of ECT do not always last. Over 1/2 of patients who undergo ECT experience relapse within 1 year, although antidepressant medication can help reduce this outcome. Sackheim et. Alabama, 2001. 39. ECT may also cause short-term memory loss or cognitive impairment. Abrams, 1997, Sackheim et. Alabama, 2007. 40. 35. Marangel, L.B., Silver, J.M., Goff, D.C., and Yadovsky, S.C. 2003. Psychopharmacology and electroconvulsive therapy. In R. E. Hales and S. C. Yadovsky, eds. The American Psychiatric Publishing Textbook of Clinical Psychiatry, 4th ed., pages 1047–1149. Arlington, VA, American Psychiatric Publishing. 36. National Institute of Mental Health. 2008. Mental Health Medications, NIH Publication No. 08-3929. Retrieved from www.nimhnih.gov/health/publications/mental health medications/complete index html number pub 4. 37. Casey, D.E. 1996. Side effect profiles of new antipsychotic agents. Journal of Clinical Psychiatry, 57, Suppl 11, 40, 45. 38. Kellner, C.H., Fink, M., Knapp, R., Petrides, G., Hussein, M., Rummans, T., Muller, C. 2005. Relief of expressed suicidal intent by ECT, a consortium for research in ECT study. The American Journal of Psychiatry, 162, 5, 977–982. 39. Sackheim, H.A., Haskett, R.F., Mulsant, B.H., Thais, M.E., Mann, J.J., Pettinotti, H., Prudhoe, J. 2001. Continuation. Pharmacotherapy in the prevention of relapse following electroconvulsive therapy, a randomized controlled trial. Journal of the American Medical Association, 285, 1299, 1307. 40. Abrams, R. 1997. Electroconvulsive Therapy, 3rd ed. Oxford, England, Oxford University Press, Sackheim, H.A., Prudhoe, J. Fuller, R., Kilb, J., Philip, W., Lavore, P.W., and Olfson, M. 2007. The Cognitive Effects of Electroconvulsive Therapy in Community Settings. Neuropsychopharmacology, 32, 244–54. doi, 101038/SJNPP1301180. 578. Figure 13.3 Electroconvulsive Therapy, ECT. Today's ECT uses precisely calculated electrical currents to achieve the most benefit, with the fewest possible risks. Although ECT continues to be used, newer approaches to treating chronic depression are also being developed. A newer and gentler method of brain stimulation is transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, a medical procedure designed to reduce psychological disorder that uses a pulsing magnetic coil to electrically stimulate the brain. Figure 13.4. TMS seems to work by activating neural circuits in the prefrontal cortex, which is less active in people with depression, causing an elevation of mood. TMS can be performed without sedation, does not cause seizures or memory loss, and may be as effective as ECT. Liu, Schweitzer, and Pratt, 2006, Rado, Dowd, and Janikak, 2008. 41. TMS has also been used in the treatment of Parkinson's disease and schizophrenia. 41. Liu, C.K., Schweitzer, I., and Pratt, C. 2006. Recent advances in optimizing electroconvulsive therapy. Australian and New Zealand Journal of Psychiatry, 40, 632-638, Rado, J., Dowd, S.M., and Janikak, P.G. 2008. The emerging role of transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, for treatment of psychiatric disorders. Directions in Psychiatry, 28, 4, 315-332. 579. Figure 13.4 Transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS. TMS is a non-invasive procedure that uses a pulsing magnetic coil to electrically stimulate the brain. Recently, TMS has been used in the treatment of Parkinson's disease. Still, other biomedical therapies are being developed for people with severe depression that persists over years. One approach involves implanting a device in the chest that stimulates the vagus nerve, a major nerve that descends from the brain stem toward the heart. Corcoran, Thomas, Phillips, and O'Keen, 2006, Nemiroff et. Alabama. 2006, 42. When the vagus nerve is stimulated by the device, it activates brain structures that are less active in severely depressed people. Psychosurgery, that is, surgery that removes or destroys brain tissue in the hope of improving disorder, is reserved for the most severe cases. The most well-known psychosurgery is the prefrontal lobotomy, developed in 1935 by Nobel Prize winner E.G.A.'s Moniz to treat severe phobias and anxiety. The procedure destroys the connections between the prefrontal cortex and the rest of the brain. Lobotomies were performed on thousands of patients. The procedure, which was never validated scientifically, left many patients in worse condition than before, subjecting the already suffering patients and their families to further heartbreak. Wallenstein, 1986. 43. 42. Corcoran, C.D., Thomas, P., Phillips, J., and O'Keen, V. 2006. Vagus nerve stimulation in chronic treatment-resistant depression. Preliminary findings of an open-label study. The British Journal of Psychiatry, 189, 282-83, Nemiroff, C. Mayberg, H. Krall, S. McNamara, J. Fraser, A. Henry, T. Brannan, S. 2006. VNS therapy in treatment-resistant depression, clinical evidence and putative neurobiological mechanisms. Neuropsychopharmacology, 31, 7, 1345, 1355. 43. Wallenstein, E. 1986. Great and Desperate Cures, The Rise and Decline of Psychosurgery and Other Radical Treatments for Mental Illness. New York, New York, Basic Books. 580. Perhaps the most notable failure was the lobotomy performed on Rosemary Kennedy, the sister of President John F. Kennedy, which left her severely incapacitated. There are very few centers that still conduct psychosurgery today, and when such surgeries are performed, they are much more limited in nature and called cingulotomy. Doherty et. Alabama, 2002. 44. The ability to more accurately image and localize brain structures using modern neuroimaging techniques suggests that new, more accurate, and more beneficial developments in psychosurgery may soon be available. Suchdev and Chen, 2009. 45. Key takeaways. Psychostimulants are commonly prescribed to reduce the symptoms of ADHD. Antipsychotic drugs play a crucial role in the treatment of schizophrenia. They do not cure schizophrenia, but they help reduce the positive, negative, and cognitive symptoms, making it easier to live with the disease. Antidepressant drugs are used in the treatment of depression, anxiety, phobias, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. They gradually elevate mood by working to balance neurotransmitters in the CNS. The most commonly prescribed antidepressants are the SSRIs. Anti-anxiety drugs, tranquilizers, relieve apprehension, tension, and nervousness and are prescribed for people with diagnoses of generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and panic disorder. The drugs are effective but have severe side effects including dependence and withdrawal symptoms. Electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, is a controversial procedure used to treat severe depression, in which electric currents are passed through the brain, deliberately triggering a brief seizure. A newer method of brain stimulation is transcranial magnetic stimulation, TMS, a non-invasive procedure that employs a pulsing magnetic coil to electrically stimulate the brain. 44. Doherty, D., Baer, L., Cosgrove, G., Kassem, E., Price, B., Nierenberg, A., Rock, S.L. 2002. Prospective long-term follow-up of 44 patients who received cingulotomy for treatment refractory obsessive-compulsive disorder. American Journal of Psychiatry, 159, 2, 269. 45. Suchdev, P.S., and Chen, X. 2009. Neurosurgical Treatment of Mood Disorders, Traditional Psychosurgery and the Advent of Deep Brain Stimulation. Current Opinion in Psychiatry, 22, 1, 25, 31. 581. Exercises and Critical Thinking. 1. What are your opinions about taking drugs to improve psychological disorders? Would you take an antidepressant or anti-anxiety medication if you were feeling depressed or anxious? Do you think children with ADHD should be given stimulants? Why or why not? 2. Based on what you have just read, would you be willing to undergo ECT or TMS if you were chronically depressed and drug therapy had failed? Why or why not? 13.4 Reducing disorder by changing the social situation. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/by-nc-sa/4.0 Learning Objectives 1. Explain the advantages of group therapy and self-help groups for treating disorder. 2. Evaluate the procedures and goals of community mental health services. Although the individual therapies that we have discussed so far in this chapter focus primarily on the psychological and biological aspects of the biopsychosocial model of disorder, the social dimension is never out of the picture. Therapists understand that disorder is caused, and potentially prevented, in large part by the people with whom we interact. A person with schizophrenia does not live in a vacuum. He interacts with his family members and with the other members of the community, and the behavior of those people may influence his disease. And depression and anxiety are created primarily by the affected individual's perceptions and misperceptions of the important people around them. Thus prevention and treatment are influenced in large part by the social context in which the person is living. 13.4.1 Group, Couples, and Family Therapy. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0 Practitioners sometimes incorporate the social setting in which disorder occurs by conducting therapy in groups. Group therapy is psychotherapy in which clients receive psychological treatment together with others. A professionally trained therapist guides the group, usually between 6 and 10 participants, to create an atmosphere of support and emotional safety for the participants. Yalom and Lesch, 2005. 46. Group therapy provides a safe place where people come together to share problems or concerns, to better understand their own situations, and to learn from and with. 46. Yalom, I, and Lesch, M. 2005. The Theory and Practice of Group Psychotherapy, 5th ed. New York, New York, Basic Books. 582. Each other. Group therapy is often cheaper than individual therapy, as the therapist can treat more people at the same time, but economy is only one part of its attraction. Group therapy allows people to help each other, by sharing ideas, problems, and solutions. It provides social support, offers the knowledge that other people are facing and successfully coping with similar situations, and allows group members to model the successful behaviors of other group members. Group therapy makes explicit the idea that our interactions with others may create, intensify, and potentially alleviate disorders. Group therapy has met with much success in the more than 50 years it has been in use, and it has generally been found to be as or more effective than individual therapy. McDermott, Miller, and Brown, 2001. 47 Group therapy is particularly effective for people who have life-altering illness, as it helps them cope better with their disease, enhances the quality of their lives, and in some cases has even been shown to help them live longer. American Group Psychotherapy Association, 2000. 48. Sometimes group therapy is conducted with people who are in close relationships. Couples therapy is treatment in which two people who are cohabitating, married, or dating meet together with the practitioner to discuss their concerns and issues about their relationship. These therapies are in some cases educational, providing the couple with information about what is to be expected in a relationship. The therapy may focus on such topics as sexual enjoyment, communication, or the symptoms of one of the partners, for example, depression. Family therapy involves families meeting together with a therapist. In some cases the meeting is precipitated by a particular problem with one family member, such as a diagnosis of bipolar disorder in A.C. Hild. Family therapy is based on the assumption that the problem, even if it is primarily affecting one person, is the result of an interaction among the people in the family. 13.4.2 Self-help groups. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Group therapy is based on the idea that people can be helped by the positive social relationships that others provide. One way for people to gain this social support is by joining a self-help group, which is a voluntary association of people who share a common desire to overcome psychological disorder or improve their well-being. Humphreys and Rappaport, 1994. 49 Self-help groups have been used to help individuals cope with many types of addictive behaviors. 3 of the best-known self-help groups are Alcoholics Anonymous, of which there are more than 2 million members in the United States, Gamblers Anonymous, and Overeaters Anonymous. The idea behind self-groups is very similar to that of group therapy, but the groups are open to a broader spectrum of people. As in group therapy, the benefits include social. 47. McDermott, W., Miller, I.W., and Brown, R.A. 2001. The Efficacy of Group Psychotherapy for Depression, a Meta-Analysis and Review of the Empirical Research. Clinical Psychology, Science and Practice, 8, 1, 98, 116. 48. American Group Psychotherapy Association. 2000. About group psychotherapy. Retrieved from http://group-sync.org/consumersguide2000.html 49. Humphreys, K., and Rappaport, J. 1994. Researching Self-Help/Mutual Aid Groups and Organizations, Many Roads, 1. Journey. Applied and Preventative Psychology, 3, 4, to 17-31. 583. Support, Education, and Observational Learning. Religion and spirituality are often emphasized, and self-blame is discouraged. Regular group meetings are held with the supervision of a trained leader. 13.4.3 Community Mental Health, Service and Prevention. Available under Creative Commons Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. The social aspect of disorder is also understood and treated at the community level. Community mental health services are psychological treatments and interventions that are distributed at the community level. Community mental health services are provided by nurses, psychologists, social workers, and other professionals in sites such as schools, hospitals, police stations, drug treatment clinics, and residential homes. The goal is to establish programs that will help people get the mental health services that they need. Gonzalez, Kelly, Mowbray, Hayes, and Snowden, 1991. 50. Unlike traditional therapy, the primary goal of community mental health services is prevention. Just as widespread vaccination of children has eliminated diseases such as polio and smallpox, mental health services are designed to prevent psychological disorder. Institute of Medicine, 1994. 51. Community prevention can be focused on one more of three levels: primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. Primary prevention is prevention in which all members of the community receive the treatment. Examples of primary prevention are programs designed to encourage all pregnant women to avoid cigarettes and alcohol because of the risk of health problems for the fetus, and programs designed to remove dangerous lead paint from homes. Secondary prevention is more limited and focuses on people who are most likely to need it. Those who display risk factors for a given disorder. Risk factors are the social, environmental, and economic vulnerabilities that make it more likely than average that a given individual will develop a disorder. Werner and Smith, 1992. 52. The following presents a list of potential risk factors for psychological disorders. 50. Gonzalez, L.R., Kelly, J.G., Mowbray, C.T., Hayes, R.B., and Snowden, L.R. 1991. Community Mental Health. In M. Hersen, A. E. Kazdan, and A. S. Bellick, eds. The Clinical Psychology Handbook, 2nd ed., pages 762-779. Elmsford, New York, Pergamon Press. 51. Institute of Medicine. 1994. Reducing Risks for Mental Disorders, Frontiers for Preventive Intervention Research. Washington, D.C., National Academy Press. 52. Werner, E. E., and Smith, R. S. 1992. Overcoming the Odds, High-Risk Children from Birth to Adulthood. New York, New York. Cornell University Press. 584. Some Risk Factors for Psychological Disorders. Community Mental Health Workers Practicing Secondary Prevention will focus on youths with these markers of future problems. Academic difficulties. Attention Deficit/Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD. Child abuse and neglect. Developmental disorders. Drug and alcohol abuse. Dysfunctional family. Early pregnancy. Emotional immaturity. Homelessness. Learning disorder. Low birth weight. Parental mental illness. Poor nutrition. Poverty. Finally, tertiary prevention is treatment, such as psychotherapy or biomedical therapy, that focuses on people who are already diagnosed with disorder. Community prevention programs are designed to provide support during childhood or early adolescence with the hope that the interventions will prevent disorders from appearing or will keep existing disorders from expanding. Interventions include such things as help with housing, counseling, group therapy, emotional regulation, job and skills training, literacy training, social responsibility training, exercise, stress management, rehabilitation, family therapy, or removing a child from a stressful or dangerous home situation. The goal of community interventions is to make it easier for individuals to continue to live a normal life in the face of their problems. Community mental health services are designed to make it less likely that vulnerable populations will end up in institutions or on the streets. In summary, their goal is to allow at-risk individuals to continue to participate in community life by assisting them within their own communities. 585